Salutations, dear friends. You're listening to Harry Crossover Fiction. Today's narrative journey takes us through what if Harry was trained by Gojo Satoru and used infinity to make Dumbledore's spells useless. If our stories bring you joy, please consider liking and subscribing. Share with friends who appreciate a good story. And so, our story begins. Chapter 1, The Hollow Boy. The heat was wrong. Not the temperature. Surrey in July had always been miserable, a thick blanket of humidity that turned Privet Drive into a slow cooker. That was normal. Harry was used to that. What he wasn't used to was the way the air felt heavy tonight, pressing against his skin like something alive, like something waiting. He lay on his bed in the smallest bedroom of number 4, staring at the ceiling. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:17 a.m. He hadn't slept properly in 3 weeks. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw green light in Cedric's face, that split-second expression of surprise before the boy simply stopped being alive. Sometimes the dream changed and it was Cedric standing in the graveyard asking Harry why he'd suggested they take the cup together. Sometimes it was Harry's parents. Sometimes it was just the green light, filling everything, and he'd wake up choking on nothing. Hedwig shifted on her perch, feathers ruffling. She'd been agitated all evening, clicking her beak at the window like she could see something in the dark that Harry couldn't. He rolled over and stared at the stack of daily profits on the floor. Nothing. 3 weeks since Voldemort had returned from the dead in a graveyard full of masked killers, and the Wizarding World's newspaper of record had published exactly 0 words about it. Instead, Fudge shaking hands with foreign dignitaries. A puff piece on cauldron thickness regulations. A small item buried on page 11 suggesting that Harry Potter was an attention-seeking liar and Albus Dumbledore was going senile. 3 weeks. And from the people who were supposed to be on his side, Dumbledore, the Order, Ron, Hermione, he'd received letters that said everything and nothing. We can't say much. Stay where you are. Be patient. Don't do anything rash. Be patient. A boy was dead and a Dark Lord was alive and they wanted him to be patient. Harry sat up. The heaviness in the air had thickened. Hedwig let out a sharp screech and launched off her perch, slamming against the window bars. He'd never seen her like this. She was panicking, wings beating frantically, and now he could feel it too. Something crawling up the back of his neck like cold fingers. Something pulling at a place behind his eyes, behind his scar, deep in a part of him he didn't have a name for. The streetlight outside his window flickered. Then it died. One by one, down the length of Privet Drive, every light went out. Not like a power cut, they didn't simply go dark. They dimmed, as if something was drinking the light itself, pulling the brightness out of the world bulb by bulb. Harry grabbed his wand from under the pillow and moved to the window. The street below was black. Not night dark, black. The kind of darkness that seemed solid, that you could reach out and touch and your hand would come back wet with something awful. Then he saw it. It came around the corner of Privet Drive like a stain spreading through water. At first he thought it was a Dementor. It had that same wrongness, that same reality-bending quality that made your eyes slide off it. But Dementors had shape. Dementors wore cloaks and had hands and floated with a kind of horrible grace. This thing crawled. It was roughly the size of a car, low to the ground, dragging itself along the pavement on limbs that bent in too many places. Its body was the color of a bruise, deep purple-black, glistening, as if its skin were made of something between flesh and smoke. Where its face should have been there was nothing. A smooth, blank surface like a mask someone had forgotten to paint features on. And it was looking at him. Harry knew that with absolute certainty, even though it had no eyes. It had stopped in the middle of the street, and its blank face was angled up toward his window, and every cell in his body was screaming at him to run. His scar exploded with pain. Not the sharp, hot pain he associated with Voldemort, this was deeper, colder, a pulling sensation like something inside him was being hooked and reeled toward the surface. He pressed his hand against his forehead and felt the scar pulsing under his fingers, and the thing in the street moved in response, lurching forward, faster now, straight toward number 4. Harry didn't think. He grabbed Hedwig's cage, threw open the window bars, they were loose, he'd been working on them all summer, and shoved the cage through. "Go," he hissed. "Find Ron. Go." Hedwig didn't need telling twice. She shot into the dark like a white arrow. The front door of number 4 exploded inward. Harry heard Uncle Vernon's bellow of alarm from down the hall, heard Aunt Petunia's shriek, and then both sounds cut off, not silenced, but dampened, as if the house itself had swallowed them. The air inside went freezing. Frost crawled across the window glass. Something was climbing the stairs. Harry hit the bedroom door with his shoulder and burst onto the landing, wand up. The thing was there, filling the stairwell, its body compressed to fit the space, limbs splayed across the walls and ceiling like a spider settling into a web. This close, he could hear it. Not a sound exactly, a vibration, a frequency that made his teeth ache and his vision blur. Stupefy. The red bolt hit the creature's flank and dissolved. Not bounced, not deflected. Dissolved. Like a drop of water on a hot pan. The thing's blank face turned toward him. One of its limbs uncurled from the wall and reached for him, and where it passed, the wallpaper blackened and peeled and the wood beneath rotted in an instant. Reducto. Bombarda. Expecto Patronum. The blasting hexes popped against its body like firecrackers, doing nothing. The Patronus, he tried, but the silver mist that emerged from his wand was thin and formless. He couldn't find a happy memory strong enough. Everything was Cedric and green light and the sound of his mother screaming. The creature lunged. Harry threw himself backward and hit the wall. The thing's limb caught his arm and the sleeve of his shirt disintegrated, and where its touch met his skin it burned, not with heat but with cold, with emptiness, with a despair so total it made the Dementors feel like a light drizzle. He screamed. His scar was screaming too, throbbing in time with the creature's vibration, and he realized with horrible clarity that the thing wasn't trying to kill him. It was trying to eat what was inside his scar. The front of the house tore off. Harry felt it more than saw it, a blast of force that wasn't wind, wasn't magic, wasn't anything he recognized. The roof peeled back like the lid of a tin can. The walls buckled outward. And standing in the gap where the front of number 4 Privet Drive had been, silhouetted against the dead streetlights, was a man. He was tall. Lean. White hair that caught light from nowhere, because there was no light left to catch. He wore a black high-collared jacket and loose pants, and his eyes were covered by a strip of dark fabric tied behind his head. He was smiling. "Ma, the man said, in a tone of mild interest. "That's a special grade if I've ever seen one. All the way out here in the sticks." He tilted his head. "And going after a kid. How rude." The creature released Harry and spun toward the newcomer. It reared up to its full height, easily 12 feet, and screamed. The sound shattered every window on the street. Car alarms erupted. Dogs blocks away began to howl. The man in the blindfold didn't move. He stood with his hands in his pockets and the scream washed over him like a breeze, and when it faded, he was still smiling. "My turn?" he asked. The creature launched itself at him. A mass of limbs and hate and wrongness, moving with a speed that made the air crack. The man raised one hand and pointed a single finger at its blank face. Harry didn't see what happened next. There was no flash, no incantation, no wand movement. The space around the man's fingertip folded, like reality had creased itself into an origami crane and then unfolded again, and where the creature had been there was nothing. Not a body, not remains, not dust. Nothing. The air where it had existed was clean. The cold was gone. The heaviness evaporated. The man lowered his hand and turned to Harry, who was slumped against the ruined wall of the landing, arm numb, scar throbbing, staring. "You all right, kid?" Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "What?" he said, "the hell was that?" The man grinned. It was the kind of grin that made you simultaneously want to trust someone and check if your wallet was still in your pocket. "Which part? The monster or the incredibly cool way I killed it? Because I should tell you, that's pretty standard for me. Top 3, tops." He stepped over the rubble and into what remained of the house, navigating the destruction with the easy grace of someone walking through a garden. He stopped a few feet from Harry and tilted his head again, and even through the blindfold, Harry had the distinct impression of being looked at, not just seen, but analyzed down to the molecular level. "Ha," the man said. "Ha what? You've got something in you." The man crouched so they were at eye level. "Right there." He tapped his own forehead, in the center, an inch above his brow. "A knot. Like someone tied a piece of something very, very nasty to your soul and left it there to rot." He paused. "It's what that thing was after. It could smell it. Like blood in the water." Harry's hand went to his scar. "The Horcrux," he whispered. The man's eyebrows rose above the blindfold. "You know what it is?" "I know what Horcruxes are. Someone told me, sort of. I figured out the rest." He swallowed. "There's a piece of Voldemort's soul stuck in my head." "Voldemort? Is that the Dark Wizard? The one your people are scared of? You know about the wizarding world?" The man stood and stretched, rolling his shoulders like he'd done nothing more strenuous than a light jog. "Kid, I know about a lot of things your wizarding world doesn't even know it doesn't know. I'm Gojo Satoru. Strongest jujitsu sorcerer alive. Probably strongest that's ever lived, but who's counting?" He winked. Harry didn't know how he could tell through the blindfold, but he could. "What's your name?" "Harry. Harry Potter." "Harry Potter." Gojo said the name like he was tasting it. "The boy wizard. The one with the prophecy." Harry went very still. "How do you know about the prophecy?" "I know a lot of things about your little world, Harry Potter. I know a man named Dumbledore has been pulling your strings since you were a baby. I know you watched a friend die a few weeks ago and nobody bothered to help you deal with it. I know you've been sitting in this house, stewing in guilt and nightmares, while the people who are supposed to protect you send you letters telling you to be a good boy and stay put." He shrugged. "I also know that the thing that just tried to eat your face was a cursed spirit, born from concentrated human negativity, and that it's not the last one that's going to come looking for you. That knot in your soul. It's a beacon. It's pumping out negative energy like a siren. Every nasty thing within 100 miles is going to find its way here eventually." Sirens were wailing in the distance. Mrs. Number 6 had probably called the police. Harry could hear Uncle Vernon groaning somewhere downstairs, alive, then, which was more than Harry had expected. "Come with me," Gojo said. "What?" "Come with me. To Japan. I can train you." He said it the way someone might say let's grab lunch. "You have the potential to use cursed energy, real cursed energy, not the watered-down version your wizards channel through sticks. Your magical core is enormous. Stupidly enormous, actually. And that Horcrux, disgusting as it is, has been forcing your soul to process negative energy since you were a baby. You've been doing unconscious cursed energy manipulation your entire life. You just didn't know it. I don't even know what cursed energy is." Gojo grinned again. "I know. That's why I said, train. Keep up, Harry." Harry looked at the ruins of his aunt and uncle's house. At the street full of dead lights. At the spot where something eyeless and hungry had been trying to devour the piece of Voldemort living in his skull. He thought about the letters from Ron and Hermione that said nothing. He thought about Dumbledore's silence. He thought about Cedric. "When do we leave?" he said. "Right now. I need to get my trunk." "And my owl." "Trunk, sure. The owl will find you. They always do." Gojo extended his hand. "Trust me." Harry looked at the hand. At the blindfolded man attached to it. At the smile that was too wide and too easy and belonged to someone who had just erased a monster with a fingertip. "No," Harry said honestly. "But you're the first person who's been straight with me in 3 weeks." He took the hand. The world folded. Japan was green. That was Harry's first impression as Gojo released his hand and the folding twisting bending of whatever had just happened faded from his senses. They were standing on a hillside somewhere warm and humid, surrounded by trees that were ancient and enormous, their canopy filtering the sunlight into cathedral patterns on the moss-covered ground below. The air smelled like rain and cedar. "Welcome to one of my private training grounds," Gojo said, arms spread wide like a tour guide. "No muggles for 20 miles, no wizards for 100, and enough residual cursed energy to give you a good workout without attracting anything that'll eat you." Probably. I said what I said. Harry set down his trunk on a flat stone and looked around. There was a small wooden building, more a cabin than a house, nestled between 2 massive trees, and beyond it, a clearing of hard-packed earth that looked like it had been used as a training ground for decades. Targets, training posts, what appeared to be scorch marks on the stones. "How did we get here?" Harry asked. "That was an apparition." "No. Your people use spatial magic like a hammer. I use it like a scalpel." Gojo tapped his own temple. "Cursed energy manipulation at the spatial level. Same fundamental force as your wizarding magic, different application, different philosophy. Your wizards discovered that emotions and intent can shape reality, so they built wands and incantations and formalized everything into neat little spells. My people discovered the same thing and went a different direction. We use our bodies as the conduit. No wand. No words. Just understanding and will." He held up his hand. The air around his fingers shimmered, not visibly, exactly, but Harry could feel it. Like standing near a high-voltage power line. A hum that vibrated in his bones. "Cursed energy is generated by negative human emotion," Gojo continued. "Fear, anger, grief, hatred. Every human being produces it constantly. Most of it dissipates harmlessly. But sometimes it concentrates. Pools. And when enough of it gathers in one place, it becomes aware. That's what a cursed spirit is, negative emotion given form and purpose. And that's what attacked me tonight. A special grade cursed spirit, yeah. The big leagues. Drawn to the Horcrux in your scar like a moth to a flame." Gojo pulled off his blindfold, and Harry saw his eyes for the first time. They were impossible. Bright blue, almost luminous, with irises that seemed to contain too much detail, patterns within patterns, like fractal geometry rendered in sapphire. They were beautiful and terrifying and unmistakably inhuman. "These are the 6 eyes," Gojo said. "Inherited trait. Lets me see and process cursed energy at an atomic level. I can see the flows, the concentrations, the structure of techniques as they form. I can see the Horcrux in your scar, it's a knotted mass of negative energy laced with soul magic, pulsing like a heartbeat. And I can see your magical core." He squinted at Harry with an expression of genuine curiosity. "It's big, Harry. Really, really big. Whatever that old man with the beard has been telling you about your abilities, he's been underselling you by a factor of about 10. Whether that's because he doesn't know or because he doesn't want you to know." He shrugged. "Well. Let's find out which, shall we?" Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Not trust, not yet. But something adjacent to it. Hope, maybe. The unfamiliar sensation of someone looking at him and seeing potential instead of a problem to be managed. "What are you going to teach me?" he asked. Gojo put the blindfold back on and smiled. "Everything." The first 3 days were the worst. Gojo started with what he called baseline calibration, which turned out to be a polite way of saying he beat the hell out of Harry until Harry learned to feel cursed energy under combat conditions. The principle was simple: every human body produced cursed energy. Wizards channeled it through wands and converted it to magic. Jujitsu sorcerers channeled it through their bodies directly, reinforcing their physical capabilities and fueling techniques. Harry's body had been channeling cursed energy unconsciously since infancy, thanks to the Horcrux. He had pathways already built, crude ones, like rivers that had carved their own canyons without any engineering. Gojo's job was to make Harry aware of those pathways and teach him to control them. The method was brutally direct. Gojo would attack at 3/4 speed, which was still faster than anything Harry had ever faced, and Harry had to learn to feel the energy flowing through his body and direct it. Reinforce his legs to dodge. Reinforce his arms to block. Reinforce his core to absorb impacts. On the first day, Harry spent 6 hours being thrown into trees. On the second day, Harry spent 6 hours being thrown into the ground. On the third day, Harry managed to block a single punch by unconsciously flooding his forearms with cursed energy, and Gojo grinned so wide it split his face. "There it is," he said. "You felt that?" Harry, on his knees, arms shaking, blood dripping from a split lip, nodded. He'd felt it. For just a fraction of a second, he'd felt the energy inside him, cold, dark, electric, and he'd pushed it where it needed to go. It had been instinct. Like catching yourself when you stumble on stairs. That's cursed energy reinforcement. Basic stuff, every sorcerer learns it. But you just did in 3 days what takes most students 3 months. Gojo crouched beside him. Your body's been swimming in negative energy for 14 years, Harry. You're soaked in it. Your channels are wide open. We just need to teach you to use the faucet instead of the flood. From there, things accelerated. Harry trained from dawn to dusk, and sometimes past it. Mornings were physical, combat, reinforcement, movement. Gojo was a surprisingly methodical teacher beneath the clowning. He broke everything down into components, demonstrated with effortless precision, and then made Harry repeat it until muscle memory took hold. Afternoons were theory. This was where Harry's mind caught fire. Magic and cursed energy are the same fundamental force, Gojo explained on the 4th day, sitting cross-legged on a rock while Harry practiced channeling energy through his hands. Think of it like water. Wizards built an elaborate system of pipes and valves, wands, incantations, wand movements. Very controlled, very safe, very limited. Jujitsu sorcerers drink straight from the river. More dangerous, but the ceiling is infinitely higher. So wizards are weaker. Wizards are constrained. A wizard with a wand can do 1,000 specific things very well. A jujitsu sorcerer with mastery of cursed energy can do anything, because they're not limited by someone else's catalog of spells. But here's the thing about you, Harry. He pointed. You can do both. You have a wizard's magical core and a sorcerer's cursed energy capacity. You're a hybrid. As far as I know, you might be the only one alive. As far as you know. Gojo smirked. The founders of your Hogwarts knew both systems. That's ancient history, I'll tell you about it later. But right now, in the modern world, nobody crosses the streams. Wizards don't know we exist. We don't bother with them. You're the bridge. On the 5th day, Gojo taught him about Limitless. They were sitting in the clearing at sunset, the sky streaked orange and purple above the tree line. Harry had just finished an hour of channeling exercises and his hands were shaking from the effort, but his control was noticeably better. He could feel the energy now without closing his eyes, a constant current flowing through him, dark and cold and thrumming with potential. Limitless is my inherited technique, Gojo said. Born with it. Can't be taught, normally. It's the ability to manipulate space at an atomic level using cursed energy as fuel. But if it can't be taught, I said normally. You're not normal. Gojo pulled off his blindfold. The 6 eyes gleamed in the fading light. Limitless has 3 applications. Neutral, positive, negative. The neutral application is called infinity. Here, watch. He held out his hand, palm up. A stone sat on his palm. He flicked it straight up. The stone rose about 6 inches, slowed, and stopped. It hung in the air, not falling, not rising. Perfectly still. Harry reached out to touch it, and his fingers stopped an inch from its surface. He pushed. His fingers wouldn't move closer. It was like pressing against an invisible wall, except there was no wall, just the sensation of distance itself becoming more. Infinity, Gojo said. The neutral application of limitless. I bring the concept of infinity into the physical space between me and whatever's incoming. Imagine you're walking toward a wall. At each step, you cover half the remaining distance. Half, then half, then half. Mathematically, you never arrive. You get infinitely close, but you never touch the wall. That's what infinity does to anything coming at me. Spells, bullets, fists, curses, they all have to cross an infinite distance to reach me. And infinity can't be crossed. Harry stared at the floating stone. You're untouchable. Completely. Nothing reaches me unless I choose to let it through. And that, Gojo said, plucking the stone from the air and pocketing it, is what I'm going to teach you. Harry blinked. You said it can't be taught. You said it's inherited. The technique is inherited. The principle isn't. Gojo leaned forward. Limitless works by processing spatial data through cursed energy at a speed and precision that would fry anyone else's brain. That's what the 6 eyes are for, they let me handle the computational load. But your magical core, Harry. It's doing something similar already. Wizards use spatial magic all the time, apparition, undetectable extension charms, port keys. Your core already knows how to bend space. It just does it crudely. If I teach you to apply cursed energy processing to your core's spatial capabilities, you can replicate infinity. Not exactly the way I do it. But functionally identical. You've thought about this. I've been thinking about it since I saw your core 3 days ago. I've never met anyone who could theoretically pull this off. Your magic handles the spatial manipulation. Your cursed energy handles the processing. 2 systems working in parallel to produce something that normally requires a genetic miracle. He tapped Harry's forehead lightly. You're a cheat code, kid. The next 2 weeks were the hardest thing Harry had ever experienced. Harder than the Triwizard Tournament. Harder than the graveyard. Harder than 14 years with the Dursleys. Infinity required absolute control, not just of cursed energy, but of perception. Harry had to learn to feel the space around him at all times, to process incoming threats and apply the mathematical convergence that made infinity work. Too much power and he'd blow out the technique, creating repulsive force that sent everything flying. Too little and gaps would appear, holes in the defense that a well-aimed curse could slip through. Gojo tested the gaps ruthlessly. He'd throw stones, fire low-level cursed energy blasts, even flick water at Harry without warning. Every time something got through, Harry knew he'd failed. Every time it stopped, he knew he was learning. Failure came with bruises. Lots of bruises. You're thinking too hard, Gojo said on the 9th day, after a pebble had slipped through and caught Harry on the cheekbone. Infinity isn't a spell you cast. It's a state you exist in. You don't decide to make your heart beat, it just beats. Infinity has to be the same. Automatic. Constant. Part of you. Easy for you to say. You were born with it. And you were born with a piece of the darkest wizard in history welded to your soul, and you've been unconsciously processing negative energy since you were a toddler. Life isn't fair. Use what you've got. Harry wiped blood from his cheek and stood up. Again, he said. Gojo smiled. Not the wide, performative grin he usually wore. Something smaller. Genuine. Again, he agreed. By the end of the third week, Infinity was active. Not perfectly, not constantly, but Harry could maintain it for hours at a stretch if he concentrated. Gojo tested it with increasingly serious attacks, cursed energy bolts, compressed airstrikes, even a casual backhand at full speed that would have shattered a normal person's skull. Everything stopped. Everything hung in the converging space around Harry's body, trembling with arrested momentum, unable to reach him. The first time Gojo threw a full power punch and it stopped dead an inch from Harry's face, the shockwave flattening the grass for 20 feet in every direction but leaving Harry's hair undisturbed, Gojo laughed. A real laugh, delighted and surprised, like a teacher watching a student solve a problem that wasn't supposed to be solvable. You absolute monster, Gojo said, still grinning. You actually did it. Harry lowered his hands. He was breathing hard, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead. But the energy field around him held, a constant, invisible sphere of mathematical impossibility that made the space between his skin and the rest of the world infinitely deep. What's next? Harry asked. Next, we talk about offense. Gojo taught him blue and red during the 4th and 5th weeks. Blue was the positive application of limitless, gravitational attraction. By amplifying the convergence of infinity at a specific point, Harry could create a focal point of impossible gravity that pulled everything toward it. Objects, people, cursed spirits, anything in range was dragged toward the center like water circling a drain. Red was the negative application, repulsive force. The opposite of blue. Instead of pulling, it pushed, releasing compressed space in a devastating blast that sent everything in its path flying. And when you combined them, blue and red, attraction and repulsion, positive and negative, you got hollow purple. The imaginary technique. A beam of pure spatial annihilation that erased whatever it touched from existence. Gojo demonstrated it once, firing it into a mountainside 3 miles away. The entire mountain face simply vanished, a perfectly smooth hemisphere of nothing carved into the rock, hundreds of feet across. You won't be doing that for a while, Gojo said casually, as Harry stared at the missing mountain. Takes years of practice to get the output right. But the principle is in your toolkit now. In between the combat training, Gojo also worked on Harry's perception. The 6 eyes were genetic, Harry would never have them. But the combination of his magical core's sensory capabilities and cursed energy awareness gave him something functionally similar. Gojo called it enhanced perception and trained it like a muscle. Harry learned to feel cursed energy at a distance. To sense negative emotions in the air. To read the flow of energy through living things, the bright, hot signatures of healthy humans, the dim flickers of the depressed or despairing, the twisted knots of malice in cursed spirits. And he learned to see magic. Not the way wizards saw it, the flash and color of spell effects. He learned to see the structure of magic. The patterns of energy that made up wards, enchantments, charms. He could see the way a Protego charm formed, a flat plane of crystallized intent, and how it differed from a confundus, a spiraling tendril that wormed into a target's neural pathways. He could see, and therefore he could understand. And what he understood, he could counter. The old man with the beard, Gojo said one evening, as they sat by a small fire outside the cabin, eating takeout that Gojo had somehow procured from a restaurant in Tokyo. What's his deal? Harry chewed his rice slowly. Dumbledore. He's the headmaster of my school. He's the one who put me with the Dursleys. He's the one who's been, controlling things. My whole life, I think. He set up the protections around my aunt's house. He knew about the prophecy. He knows about the Horcrux, I think. He has to. And he left it in there. Yeah. Why? Harry stared at the fire. That question had been eating at him for weeks, since before Gojo, since the graveyard, since the long sleepless nights at Privet Drive. I think he needs me to die, Harry said quietly. I think the plan was always for me to walk up to Voldemort at the right moment and let him kill me. Destroy the Horcrux. Noble sacrifice. Greater good. That's insane. That's Dumbledore. Harry's voice was steady but his jaw was tight. He's not evil. He genuinely thinks he's doing the right thing. He loves me, in his way, I believe that. But he loves the wizarding world more, and he decided a long time ago that my life was an acceptable sacrifice. He's been raising me for it. Keeping me ignorant, keeping me dependent, keeping me just damaged enough to be willing to throw my life away when the time came. Gojo was quiet for a moment. The fire crackled. You know what the difference is between me and your Dumbledore, he said finally. What? He's raising you to be a martyr. I'm raising you to be the strongest. He pointed a chopstick at Harry. One of those is a lot more fun. Harry looked at the man who had pulled him out of a ruined house and brought him to the other side of the world and beaten him bloody for 3 weeks and never once lied to him. Why? Harry asked. Why help me? You don't know me. You don't owe me anything. Gojo leaned back and looked at the stars. Without the blindfold, his eyes caught the firelight and glowed like twin lanterns. Because I'm the strongest, he said. And being the strongest is lonely as hell, Harry. Nobody can challenge me. Nobody can reach me. Infinity works both ways, it keeps things out, but it also keeps me in. I've been looking for someone who could stand on my level for a long time. He glanced at Harry. I'm not saying you're there yet. But you could be. And honestly, the idea of someone out there who gets it, who knows what it's like to carry power that separates you from everyone else, that's worth more to me than you know. For the first time in weeks, Harry felt something that wasn't guilt or anger or exhaustion. I'll get there, he said. Gojo smiled. I know you will. The 6th week was refinement. Gojo polished Harry's infinity until it was nearly seamless, a constant, passive defense that required almost no conscious effort to maintain. He drilled blue and red until Harry could deploy them in combat without telegraphing. He pushed Harry's perception until the boy could sense cursed energy signatures from over a mile away. And on the last day, he taught Harry something that wasn't about power at all. Reverse cursed technique, Gojo said. Hardest thing in the curriculum. Most sorcerers never learn it. What does it do? Cursed energy is negative. It's born from negative emotions, it carries negative properties. Reverse curse technique takes that negative energy and multiplies it against itself. Negative times negative equals positive. You generate positive energy, healing energy. With this, you can repair your own body, heal injuries that would be fatal, and theoretically. He paused. Theoretically, you could use it to purge the Horcrux from your scar without dying. Harry went very still. Theoretically. I won't lie to you. I've never done it. The Horcrux is fused to your soul, it's not just sitting in your forehead like a splinter. Removing it would require surgical-level precision with reverse curse technique, and one mistake could damage your soul permanently. But the possibility exists. And that's more than your Dumbledore ever offered you. Harry spent the last 2 days learning the fundamentals of reverse curse technique. He couldn't do it reliably, Gojo said it might take months or years of practice, but he understood the principle, and he could feel the faint warmth of positive energy when he concentrated hard enough. It was hope. Real, tangible, not contingent on anyone else's plan. On the morning of his departure, Harry stood in the clearing with his trunk packed and his wand in his pocket and infinity humming around him like a second skin. Hedwig had found him 3 days after he'd arrived in Japan, because of course she had. She sat on his shoulder now, preening contentedly. Gojo leaned against a tree, blindfold on, grinning. "Go show them what you've become," he said. "And Harry?" "Yeah. The old man is going to try to put you back in the box. He'll be subtle about it. Calming charms, loyalty spells, the whole grandfatherly act. Your infinity will stop the magical stuff, but the manipulation, the emotional pressure, that's on you. Stay clear. Trust what you see, not what people tell you to see." "I will. And call me if anything really nasty shows up. Not the dark wizard, you can handle him. I mean the other stuff. The old stuff." His grin faded slightly. "Your world has things buried in it that make cursed spirits look like house pets. Be careful." Harry nodded. He extended his hand. Gojo shook it. Then, with the casual ease of someone who'd done it 1,000 times, he tore open a fold in space. "Grimmauld Place, London," Gojo said. "Front step. Try not to scare anyone too badly." Harry stepped through. The fold in space sealed behind him and he was standing on a grimy London street, looking at a row of townhouses that had seen better centuries. The evening air was thick and warm, and somewhere nearby a siren wailed. Harry could feel the cursed energy of the city pressing against his senses immediately, a low, constant buzz of negative emotion from 8 million people living too close together, too stressed, too afraid. London was a soup of low-level negativity, and he could taste every drop. He found the piece of paper Dumbledore had sent with the advance guard, intercepted by Gojo in transit, and read the address. The building squeezed itself into existence between numbers 11 and 13, and Harry climbed the steps and opened the front door. The hallway was dark and narrow and smelled like dust and old magic. He could see the wards immediately, layers of them, enchantments piled on enchantments, Fidelius and Muggle-repelling and anti-apparition and a dozen others he could identify now, glowing like cobwebs in his enhanced perception. Dumbledore's work. Elegant, thorough, and laced with something Harry hadn't expected, monitoring charms. Tied to the wards, passive and nearly invisible. Dumbledore would know exactly who was in this house, when they arrived, what they said, and, Harry's jaw tightened, what spells they cast. The man was tracking his own allies. He walked down the hall and pushed open the door to the kitchen. The room was full of people. Mrs. Weasley was at the stove. Mr. Weasley and Lupin sat at the table with Tonks and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Sirius was leaning against the counter with a glass of something amber. Ron and Hermione were by the fireplace, and Fred and George lurked in the corner, working on something that periodically emitted sparks. Everyone looked up when Harry walked in. The room went quiet. Harry knew what they were seeing. He'd looked in a mirror that morning and barely recognized himself. 6 weeks of Gojo's training had stripped away the softness of adolescence and replaced it with lean, functional muscle. He moved differently, his weight centered, his steps precise, every movement efficient. His eyes were different too, greener, sharper, with a quality of attention that made people feel like they were being X-rayed. He'd grown 1.5 inches, and the combination of physical change and the invisible hum of infinity made him seem more present, more real, more there than anyone else in the room. Harry. Mrs. Weasley recovered first, bustling over with her arms open. "Oh, Harry dear, we've been so worried, where on earth have you been? Dumbledore said you left Privet Drive weeks ago without telling anyone. We've been absolutely frantic." "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley. I was training." "Training? Training where? With whom?" She tried to hug him and stopped short when something she couldn't see made her arms not quite reach him. She frowned, confused. Tried again. Same result, her hand stopping 3 inches from his body as if pressing against glass. "Harry?" she said uncertainly. He relaxed infinity around her and let the hug happen. She squeezed him hard enough to crack ribs, and he let her, because she meant well and because kindness shouldn't be punished. Sirius had pushed off the counter and was crossing the room, and the look on his face was complicated, relief and worry and something else. Something like recognition. Like he was looking at James Potter walking into an order meeting and knowing, instinctively, that the rules had changed. "You look different," Sirius said. "I am different." "Where did you go?" "Japan. I was trained by a jujitsu sorcerer named Gojo Satoru. He taught me to use cursed energy." Blank stares around the room. Lupin leaned forward. "Cursed energy?" "Harry, the Ministry classifies cursed energy research as restricted knowledge. The Department of Mysteries has been studying it for centuries, yeah. And they've barely scratched the surface because they're approaching it like academics instead of practitioners." Harry pulled out a chair and sat down. "I'll explain everything. But first, someone want to tell me about the Order of the Phoenix and what you've actually been doing about Voldemort while I was gone?" The name made half the room flinch. Harry noted it. Noted who flinched and who didn't. Sirius didn't. Lupin didn't. Tonks didn't. Mrs. Weasley did. Shacklebolt did, which surprised Harry. The man was an Auror. But fear didn't follow rank. The next hour was a careful exchange of information. The Order had been guarding the Department of Mysteries, something Voldemort wanted there, something Dumbledore wouldn't specify. They'd been recruiting, running counterintelligence against the Death Eaters, trying to convince the Ministry that Voldemort was back. Failing at that last one, mostly. Harry listened. He could feel the energy of the room shifting as people spoke, the frustration, the fear, the desperation. These were good people fighting a war with one hand tied behind their backs because their leader wouldn't share information and their government wouldn't acknowledge the threat. "The thing in the Department of Mysteries," Harry said. "It's the prophecy. The one about me and Voldemort." Dead silence. "How do you know about the prophecy?" Sirius asked sharply. "Does it matter?" "I know. Voldemort wants to hear the full version because he only got the first half. Dumbledore has the second half and won't tell anyone, including me, because he thinks I'm not ready." Harry's voice was flat. "I'm done waiting to be told things about my own life." Moody stumped into the kitchen then, wooden leg thunking on the flagstones. His magical eye fixed on Harry immediately and began spinning wildly. "Potter," he growled. "Something's different about you." "My eye can't, what the hell is that?" He raised his wand, reflex, not aggression, but a detection spell nonetheless. The pale blue diagnostic charm shot from the wand tip, crossed the table, and dissolved 4 inches from Harry's body. Just dissolved. Like a soap bubble popping against a wall that wasn't there. Moody's real eye widened. His magical eye stopped spinning. "What the bloody hell," he said. "It's called infinity," Harry said calmly. "Nothing reaches me unless I let it. Spells, curses, hexes, physical attacks, they all have to cross an infinite distance to touch me. They can't. Simple mathematics." "That's not possible," Lupin said. "No shield charm works that way. Even a Protego Maxima can be broken with sufficient force. It's not a shield charm. It's not a charm at all. It's a spatial manipulation technique fueled by cursed energy. Different system. Different rules." Moody tried again, a finite incantatum this time, designed to strip enchantments. It hit infinity and evaporated. He tried a third spell, something Harry didn't recognize, something that crackled with raw force. Same result. "I can't scan him," Moody said to the room, his voice carefully controlled. I can't detect what he's doing. My eye can see through walls, invisibility cloaks, and disillusionment charms. It cannot see through that. The room was very quiet. Ron was staring at Harry with a mixture of awe and something that might have been fear. Hermione's eyes were wide, but her expression was analytical. She was already trying to understand. Fred and George had abandoned their project entirely. Harry, Hermione said carefully, who taught you this? Who is Gojo Satoru? The strongest sorcerer alive. Harry said it simply, as fact. He killed a special grade cursed spirit at Privet Drive, something worse than a Dementor, something that my wand couldn't scratch, with a single finger. He took me to Japan and spent 6 weeks teaching me to use abilities I didn't know I had. And he was honest with me, which is more than I can say for anyone in this room. That stung. He could see it in their faces, Ron's flush, Hermione's wince, Mrs. Weasley's hurt expression. He didn't enjoy it, but he wasn't going to soften it either. We wanted to tell you, Ron said. Dumbledore said, I know what Dumbledore said. And I know you listened. I'm not angry about that. He was, a little, but the training had given him clarity. Anger was information, not instruction. I'm saying that the way things have been done, Dumbledore at the top making decisions for everyone, information hoarded like gold, me kept in the dark because I'm a kid, that's over. I'm not asking permission. The kitchen door opened again. Harry felt him before he saw him. A signature of magical energy so vast and controlled it was like watching the ocean approach, immense power held in perfect, practiced stillness. The monitoring charms in the walls lit up in Harry's perception, feeding information to their creator. Albus Dumbledore walked into the kitchen wearing robes of midnight blue, half-moon spectacles perched on his long nose, and an expression of gentle warmth that Harry could now see was as carefully constructed as a suit of armor. Harry, my dear boy, Dumbledore said. I am so relieved to see you safe. We have been quite worried. Professor. I understand you've had quite an adventure. Mrs. Fig reported considerable damage to Privet Drive. The Muggle authorities are attributing it to a gas explosion, though the Obliviators have had rather a busy time of it. His tone was light, grandfatherly. Perhaps you could tell me where you've been? I already told everyone. Japan. Training. Training. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The twinkle, Harry realized now, was a micro-expression of legitimacy. The old man was reading surface thoughts, skimming emotional states, all behind the mask of avuncular charm. With whom, may I ask? A man named Gojo Satoru. I'm afraid I don't know the name. He did. Harry could see the flicker of recognition behind his eyes, infinitesimal, controlled instantly, but there. Dumbledore knew about jujitsu sorcerers. Of course he did. The man knew everything. You don't need to know the name, Professor. You need to know what I learned. And what is that, Harry? Harry stood. Not dramatically, he simply stood, because what he was about to say deserved to be said on his feet. I know about the prophecy. I know what's in my scar, a piece of Voldemort's soul, a Horcrux, implanted the night he killed my parents. I know you've known about it for 14 years and never told me. I know you placed me with the Dursleys because of blood wards tied to my mother's sacrifice, and I know those wards were failing because the Horcrux was undermining them. I know you've been monitoring my mail, my movements, and my magical development since I was 11. And I know, his voice hardened, that your plan, your grand design, requires me to die at the right moment to destroy the Horcrux. You've been raising me for slaughter, Professor. Raising me with just enough love to make me willing and just enough ignorance to make me compliant. The kitchen might as well have been a tomb. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Sirius had gone white. Lupin looked like he'd been slapped. Dumbledore's twinkle had died. The warmth had drained from his face, replaced by something older, sadder, and, Harry noted, more honest. Harry, he said quietly, it is far more complicated than, no. It isn't. Harry held up a hand. Don't. I've spent 6 weeks learning to see through manipulation. Don't try the gentle explanation. Don't try the, I did it because I love you. Don't try the greater good. Just, for once in your life, tell me the truth. Was the plan for me to die? The silence stretched. Dumbledore's face worked through several expressions, pain, guilt, resolve, before settling on something Harry hadn't expected, exhaustion. I hoped, Dumbledore said, that when the time came, an alternative might present itself. I have spent 14 years searching for one. But the Horcrux in your scar is unlike any other. It is embedded in your living soul. Every method I have investigated for removing it carries the same conclusion. He paused. I did not plan for you to die, Harry. But I was unable to plan for you to live. And I am more sorry for that than you will ever know. It was the closest thing to honesty Dumbledore had offered him. Harry could feel it, the old man's cursed energy signature shifting, the micro-patterns of deception falling away. He was telling the truth, or at least a version of it that he believed. There is an alternative, Harry said. Reverse cursed technique. Positive energy generated from negative, capable of purging cursed energy at the soul level. My teacher believes I can learn to extract the Horcrux without dying. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. The analytical mind behind the grandfatherly mask was working at full speed, Harry could tell, processing, evaluating, fitting this new piece into the vast puzzle he was constantly assembling. I am not familiar with the specifics of this technique, Dumbledore said carefully. But if such a method exists, it does. And I'll be the one to use it, on my terms, when I'm ready. Not when you decide it's time. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. I'm done being managed, Professor. I'm done being a piece on your board. You can help me, actually help me, as an ally, not as a handler, or you can get out of my way. But you will not control me. Not anymore. And then Dumbledore did something that told Harry more than any speech could have. He tried legilimency. It was subtle, masterful, really. The gentlest probe Harry had ever felt, disguised as empathetic eye contact, layered under the emotional weight of the conversation so Harry would be too distracted to notice. It was the legilimency of a man who had been doing this for over a century, refined to an art so delicate that most witches and wizards would never even know it had happened. The probe reached Harry's mind and hit infinity. It stopped. Not like an acclimacy wall, which could be broken with sufficient force. It stopped because the distance between the probe and Harry's mind became mathematically infinite. It couldn't arrive. It couldn't touch him. It hung in the conceptual space of infinity like a fly in amber, unable to move forward, unable to reach its target. And Harry saw it. Saw it with his enhanced perception, saw the structure of the legilimency probe, saw the delicate tendrils of intent reaching for his memories and emotions and being denied. Dumbledore's composure cracked. It was small, a blink, a slight widening of the eyes, a micro-adjustment of his stance. But Harry saw it, and Dumbledore knew Harry saw it, and in that fraction of a second, something fundamental shifted in the relationship between the most powerful wizard of the age and the 15-year-old boy he'd spent 14 years trying to control. Dumbledore could not read Harry's mind. He could not influence Harry's emotions. He could not track Harry's movements, scan his magical state, or compel his obedience. Every tool in the old man's vast arsenal, tools he had used to guide, manipulate, and manage the wizarding world for over half a century, was useless. For the first time in over 100 years, Albus Dumbledore was standing in front of someone he could not touch. I see, Dumbledore said softly. Yeah, Harry said. You do. The room was still frozen. Sirius was gripping the counter so hard his knuckles were white. Hermione's hand was over her mouth. Even Moody, who had seen more dark magic than anyone alive, was staring. Dumbledore drew a slow breath. The mask came back up, not completely, but enough to function. You have given me a great deal to think about, Harry. I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. He folded his hands. If you are willing, I would like to discuss the path forward. As allies, as you suggested. Not as, what was it? Handler and asset. We can discuss it, Harry said. Tomorrow. Right now I want to see my godfather, eat something that isn't Japanese takeout, and sleep in a bed that doesn't have rocks under it. The faintest ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. Of course. Good night, Harry. He turned and left the kitchen. The door closed behind him. And Harry felt, through the walls and wards and monitoring charms, the old man's energy signature falter. Just for a moment. Like a foundation developing its first crack. Harry sat back down. Well, Sirius said, into the deafening silence. That was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and I spent 12 years in Azkaban. Harry snorted. The tension broke, not completely, but enough. Ron let out a breath he'd clearly been holding for about 5 minutes. Hermione was already vibrating with questions. Harry, she started, the theoretical framework of what you're describing, infinite convergent series applied to spatial manipulation, that's not in any textbook I've ever, Hermione. Tomorrow. She closed her mouth. Opened it. Closed it again. Tomorrow, she agreed reluctantly. Mrs. Weasley, with the preternatural resilience of mothers everywhere, began loading a plate with shepherd's pie and roasted vegetables. You'll eat first, she said firmly, and this was not a suggestion. Harry ate. The food was warm and good, and Mrs. Weasley's cooking was exactly what he didn't know he needed after 6 weeks of combat rations and convenience store onigiri. Ron sat beside him, quiet for once, watching his best friend with an expression that was working its way through confusion and awe towards something simpler. You're really different, Ron said finally. Yeah. Good different? Harry thought about it. I'm not sure yet. But I'm alive, and I'm not anyone's weapon. That feels good. Ron nodded slowly. Okay. He paused. Can you teach me any of it? Some of it. We'll start on the train. Ron grinned. It was uncertain and lopsided and completely genuine, and Harry grinned back. Sirius waited until the kitchen had emptied, until Mrs. Weasley had shepherded the younger Weasleys and Hermione to bed and the Order members had drifted away in various states of shell-shock, before pulling Harry into the drawing room on the first floor. Talk to me, Sirius said, closing the door. Really talk to me. Not the performance you gave Dumbledore. Harry looked at his godfather. He could see Sirius's energy, bright but damaged, flickering at the edges. 12 years in Azkaban had carved channels of darkness through his soul that might never fully heal. But the core was strong, and the love was real, and Harry didn't need enhanced perception to see that. It wasn't a performance, Harry said. Everything I said was true. I know. I could tell. Sirius sat in a worn armchair and ran his hands through his hair. I should have been there, Harry. After the graveyard, I should have found a way to get you out of that house. You couldn't. You're a fugitive. I should have anyway. Sirius's jaw tightened. Dumbledore told us to leave you there. Said the blood wards were critical, said you needed to be protected, said we couldn't risk. He stopped. He said a lot of things, Harry. And I listened because he's Dumbledore. He defeated Grindelwald. He's the smartest wizard I've ever met. When he says something with that voice, that certainty, you believe him. Even when your gut says otherwise. I know. The legitimacy, Harry. You said in the kitchen, just now, he tried to read your mind. He's been doing it for years. Every time he made eye contact with me at school. The twinkle, it's not a twinkle. It's a passive legilimency probe, so gentle and constant that nobody notices it. He reads the emotional surface of everyone he talks to. It's how he always seems to know what people are thinking, how he always has the perfect response. He's not just wise, serious. He's a legilimens of extraordinary skill who uses it constantly and has never told anyone. Sirius was quiet for a long time. Your parents trusted him, he said finally. With their lives. And they died. The words hung in the air between them. Harry didn't say them cruelly, they were just true. I'm not going to fight Dumbledore, Harry said. He's not the enemy. Voldemort is the enemy. But Dumbledore is a complication. He'll help if I let him help on his terms. I need him to help on mine. And if he won't, then I don't need him. Harry said it simply, without bravado. I won't pretend he isn't useful, he knows more about magic than anyone alive, and his knowledge of Voldemort's history is critical. But I have capabilities now that he can't counter, and more importantly, I can see through him. The manipulation doesn't work if you can see it happening. Sirius studied him. His godfather's eyes were dark and haunted and fierce. You remind me of your mother right now, Sirius said. James was brilliant, but Lily saw through bullshit like it was made of glass. She was the only person I ever saw make Dumbledore uncomfortable. Harry smiled. It was a small, quiet thing. Tell me about her. Sirius did. For an hour, maybe more, sitting in the old drawing room of the Black family home, Sirius talked about Lily Evans with the reverence of a man describing something holy. Her laugh, her temper, her absolute refusal to tolerate dishonesty in any form. The way she'd once hexed a seventh-year Slytherin so comprehensively that Flitwick had given her extra credit. The way she'd seen good in people who didn't deserve it and held firm boundaries with people who did. Harry listened, and for the first time in a very long while, the grief in his chest felt like something other than a wound. It felt like an anchor. Later, alone in his room on the 3rd floor, Harry lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The house around him thrummed with magic and cursed energy, overlapping fields, some bright, some dark, the accumulated psychic weight of centuries of a pure-blood family's dysfunction. He extended his perception outward, just to practice. He felt the sleeping signatures of the house's occupants, Hermione's mind still buzzing even in sleep, Ron's broad and steady, Ginny's unexpectedly fierce, the twins flickering with creative energy even unconscious. Sirius, still awake downstairs, his energy pacing like a caged animal. And beyond the house, London. 8 million lives, 8 million points of light and darkness, the vast churning sea of human experience generating waves of cursed energy that rolled through the city like invisible weather. Harry had never felt anything like it. In Japan, Gojo's training grounds had been isolated, clean, controlled. This was raw and unfiltered. He pushed further. Deeper. Past the surface noise of the city, into the substrate. And there, beneath everything, he felt it. Something vast. Something old. Something that was not a person or a spirit or a spell, but a presence, a weight in the fabric of reality, like a stone at the bottom of a river, warping the current around it. It was deep, impossibly deep, sealed beneath layers of ancient magic that Harry could barely comprehend. But even through those seals, he could feel the pressure of it. The hunger of it. A darkness so concentrated and so old that it made Voldemort's taint feel like a candle flame next to a bonfire. The Horcrux in his scar pulsed. Once. Twice. Like a heartbeat answering a heartbeat. Harry pulled his perception back. His hands were shaking. His scar ached with a dull, deep throb that had nothing to do with Voldemort. Gojo's words echoed in his mind, "Your world has things buried in it that make cursed spirits look like house pets." He stared at the ceiling of number 12, Grimmauld Place, and he knew, with the cold certainty that his enhanced perception gave him, that Voldemort was not the worst thing in the dark. Not by a long shot. Something was down there. Something was sealed. Something was waking up. And Harry Potter, the hollow boy filled with someone else's darkness, was the only person alive who could feel it stirring. He closed his eyes and, for the first time in weeks, slept without dreaming. Chapter 2, Untouchable. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, as always. Harry pushed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 with his trolley, Hedwig hooting softly in her cage, and the noise hit him like a wall, children shouting, parents fussing, owls screeching, the Scarlet Hogwarts Express belching steam into the enchanted ceiling of the hidden platform. Normal. Familiar. Exactly the same as every September 1st for the last 4 years. Except Harry wasn't the same, and his perception wouldn't let him pretend otherwise. He could feel everything. Every witch and wizard on the platform was a point of energy, bright, flickering, each one distinct. He could feel the anxious buzz of first years, the bored confidence of seventh years, the complicated tangle of emotions from parents watching their children leave. The train itself hummed with enchantments, locomotion charms, spatial expansion, weatherproofing, a subtle calming ward that took the edge off the students' nerves as they boarded. And threading through all of it, thin and sharp like wire hidden in cotton, were the threads of fear. Not everyone, but enough. Parents whose eyes darted to the shadows. Students who clutched their wands a little too tightly. The Daily Prophet had spent the summer calling Harry a liar and Dumbledore a fool, but fear didn't read newspapers. Fear knew what it knew. Harry. Over here. Ron was waving from beside the train, Hermione beside him. Harry navigated the crowd toward them, and he felt the moment they saw him, the hitch in their energy, the complicated emotional signatures they were both trying to control. They'd had 2 weeks since Grimmauld Place to process what Harry had become, and they were handling it with varying degrees of success. Hermione had responded the way Hermione always responded to the unknown, she'd researched. She'd spent the remaining days at Grimmauld Place tearing through the Black family library for any reference to cursed energy, spatial manipulation, or jujitsu sorcery. She'd found almost nothing, a few oblique references in very old texts, passages that had been redacted or sealed by magical means she couldn't break. The lack of information frustrated her enormously, but it also galvanized her. She'd asked Harry approximately 400 questions. He'd answered most of them. Ron had responded the way Ron always responded, he'd watched, quietly, and when he was ready, he'd asked one question. Can you teach me to fight like that? Harry had started teaching him cursed energy reinforcement that same afternoon. Hey, Harry said, reaching them. Ready? Hermione asked, her expression a careful balance of excitement and concern. She'd been worried about how the school would react to Harry. The Prophet smear campaign had been relentless all summer, and she'd been intercepting hostile mail for weeks. Ready. They boarded and found a compartment near the middle of the train. Neville Longbottom was already there, wrestling with a cactus-like plant that seemed to be trying to escape its pot. Luna Lovegood drifted in a few minutes later, settling into the seat by the window with the serene detachment of someone who existed in a slightly different reality than everyone else. Harry liked Luna. He'd always liked her, but now, with his enhanced perception, he understood why. Luna's energy was different from everyone else's. Most people's signatures were tight, controlled, layered with social armor and self-consciousness. Luna's was wide open, diffuse, almost transparent, like she had no barriers between herself and the world at all. She saw things other people didn't because she wasn't filtering. She was raw perception walking around in a human body, and the world called her crazy for it. He wondered if she could see cursed energy. He suspected she could. You look different, Harry, Luna said, not looking up from her upside-down quibbler. Less hollow. Everyone else would have asked what she meant. Harry just nodded. I feel different. Good. The Raxperts were getting quite thick around you last year. Harry extended his perception slightly and caught a flicker of something around Luna's head, tiny, almost invisible motes of energy, drifting like dust in a sunbeam. They weren't Raxburts. They were residual cursed energy fragments, harmless, attracted to her open perception like moths to light. She could see them. She'd always been able to see them. The train lurched and began to move. Harry settled into his seat and felt the calming ward wash over the compartment. He could have blocked it, infinity would stop it automatically, but it was benign, and he let it through. Choose your battles. So, Neville said, having finally subdued his plant, is it true? What Ron said. You can, spells just, they stop before they reach me. Neville's eyes went wide. All of them? Anything that has to travel through space to get to me. Which is basically everything. Even the killing curse. The compartment went quiet. Even Luna lowered her magazine. I haven't tested it, Harry said. But theoretically, yes. The killing curse is a projectile. It has to cross physical space. Infinity makes that space infinite. It shouldn't matter how powerful the spell is, you can't cross infinite distance. Neville stared at him for a long moment, and Harry could feel the emotions churning beneath the boy's round, nervous exterior, awe, envy, hope, and beneath all of it, a fierce determination that most people never saw because Neville kept it buried so deep. Teach me, Neville said. Whatever you can. Teach me. I will, Harry said. But later. For now, the compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, wearing his prefect badge like a medal of honor. His expression was the usual sneer, practiced, aristocratic, designed to project superiority. But Harry's perception cut through the surface instantly. Malfoy's energy was a mess, fear layered over anger layered over something that might have been desperation. The boy was terrified. Not of Harry, of something at home. Something waiting for him after the summer. The dark mark had been burning in the Malfoy household, and Draco's veneer of privilege was cracking under the weight of what that meant. Potter, Malfoy drawled. Back for another year of making a spectacle of yourself? The prophet says you've gone completely mental. Personally, I think they're being generous. Harry looked at him. Just looked. No anger, no sneer in return, no rising to the bait. Just calm, clear observation. Malfoy's composure flickered. He wasn't used to being looked at like that, like he was transparent. Like someone was reading the fine print written on his bones. What's the matter, Potter? Scared stupid? Or just regular stupid? Say what you came to say, Malfoy. The directness threw him. Malfoy had rehearsed this, Harry could practically see the script. A few cutting remarks, a reference to Cedric maybe, wait for Harry to explode, then report the confrontation to Snape. Routine. Safe. But the script required Harry to play his part, and Harry wasn't playing. Fine. Malfoy's hand went to his wand. Let's see if you're as tough as Weasley's been bragging. Heard you learned some new tricks over the summer. Locomotor mortis. The leg-locking jinx left Malfoy's wand in a flash of orange light. It crossed the compartment. And 12 inches from Harry's body, it stopped. The orange light flickered, compressed, slowed, and then simply ceased to exist, not deflected, not absorbed, but denied. The space between the spell and Harry's skin became an uncrossable gulf, and the magic exhausted itself trying to traverse it. Harry hadn't moved. Hadn't flinched. Hadn't reached for his wand. He sat in his seat and watched the spell die with the casual disinterest of someone watching rain hit a window. The color drained from Malfoy's face. He started. Are we done? Harry asked. Malfoy's mouth opened and closed. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other with the confused aggression of dogs whose leash had suddenly gone slack. In the corridor behind them, Harry's perception caught another presence, someone watching from the doorway of the next compartment, partially hidden. A girl. Sharp energy, tightly controlled, analytical. She was watching the spell dissolve with an expression of intense focus. "This isn't over, Potter," Malfoy managed, his voice lacking all conviction. He turned and stalked away, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. Harry looked past them at the girl in the doorway. She had dark hair, sharp features, and the green-trimmed robes of a Slytherin. She met his gaze for a fraction of a second, cool, assessing, giving nothing away, before stepping back into her compartment and pulling the door shut. "Who was that?" Harry asked. Hermione followed his gaze. "Daphne Greengrass. 5th year, Slytherin. Top marks in ancient runes and arithmancy. She's," Hermione paused, choosing her words carefully, "not like the other Slytherins. Neutral family. Keeps to herself." "Why?" "She was watching. Not the confrontation, the spell. She was watching the spell dissolve." "So were we all," Ron said. "Bloody brilliant, by the way." "No. You were watching me. She was watching the mechanics. She was trying to figure out how it works." Hermione's eyebrows rose. "That's actually interesting." Harry filed it away and settled back into his seat. The train rattled northward through the English countryside, and he spent the journey teaching Ron and Neville the basics of cursed energy perception, how to feel the ambient energy around them, how to recognize their own internal flow. It was crude instruction, nothing like Gojo's precise methodology, but both of them had felt something by the time the hills of Scotland appeared in the windows. Luna hadn't needed instruction. She'd closed her eyes when Harry started talking and simply done it. Felt the energy. Smiled. "Oh," she'd said. "Is that what that is? I've always wondered." Harry stared at her. Then he laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. Luna Lovegood, the girl everyone called crazy, had been unconsciously perceiving cursed energy her entire life. Raxperts. Nargles. She'd been naming the things she saw without anyone believing her. "Luna," he said, "you might be the most naturally talented sorcerer in this compartment." She beamed. What a lovely thing to say. The great hall was exactly as Harry remembered, candles floating overhead, enchanted ceiling showing the starlit sky, the 4 house tables stretching the length of the room. Students filed in, chattering and laughing, the familiar ritual of return absorbing the anxiety of the moment. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione and let his perception expand. The hall was a symphony of energy, hundreds of young magical signatures, each one unique, layered over the deep, thrumming power of Hogwarts itself. The castle's wards were immense, ancient, more complex than anything Harry had encountered. He could feel them in the walls, the floor, the ceiling, layers upon layers of enchantment, some dating back to the founders, some more recent. And threaded through those wards, invisible to anyone without Harry's enhanced sight, were Dumbledore's additions. Monitoring charms tied to the Gargoyle Guardians. Mood-sensing enchantments embedded in the walls of common rooms. Subtle compulsion magic woven into the very air of certain corridors, not controlling, exactly, but nudging. Encouraging trust. Discouraging suspicion. Making students feel safe in a way that wasn't entirely natural. Harry wondered how long those had been there. Since Dumbledore became headmaster. Since the First War. Had generations of students lived under a gentle blanket of emotional manipulation and never known it? He caught Dumbledore's eye across the hall. The headmaster was seated at the staff table, watching Harry with an expression of careful neutrality. No legilimency probe this time, the old man had learned that lesson. But the assessment was there, the calculation, the wheels turning behind those half-moon spectacles. Beside Dumbledore sat an unfamiliar face. A woman Harry had never seen before, short, squat, wrapped in pink cardigan and matching headband, with a face that reminded him of a large, particularly smug toad. Her energy was fascinating in its ugliness, a tight knot of pettiness, cruelty, and institutional power, wrapped in saccharine sweetness like poison in a candy shell. "Who's the toad?" Ron muttered. "Dolores Umbridge," Hermione whispered back. "Senior Undersecretary to the Minister." She was at Harry's hearing. Harry hadn't had a hearing. He'd been in Japan when the Ministry had tried to expel him for underage magic at Privet Drive. Dumbledore had handled it in his absence, apparently successfully, though the details were murky. The fact that the Ministry's prosecutor was now sitting at the Hogwarts staff table told Harry everything he needed to know about how that interaction had gone. The sorting happened. Harry barely paid attention, his focus split between monitoring the energy of the hall and studying the new professor. When the last first year had been sorted and the applause had died, Dumbledore stood. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have 2 staffing announcements. First, I am pleased to welcome back Professor Grubblyplank, who will be covering care of magical creatures while Professor Hagrid is on temporary leave." Harry noted the careful wording. Hagrid was on a mission for the Order. Dumbledore's management of information was seamless, even in mundane announcements. Second, I would like to introduce Professor Dolores Umbridge, who has kindly agreed to fill the post of defense against the dark arts. The woman in pink rose. Hem. What followed was a speech so drenched in bureaucratic doublespeak that most students glazed over within 30 seconds. Harry didn't. He listened to every word and heard what Umbridge was actually saying beneath the velvet language. The Ministry was taking control of Hogwarts. Curriculum would be approved centrally. Teaching methods would be standardized. Progress would be monitored. In other words, Fudge had sent a spy and a muzzle, and Dumbledore had been unable, or unwilling, to stop it. "The Ministry is interfering at Hogwarts," Hermione whispered, her face pale. "Has been for a while, I suspect," Harry said. "She's just the part they're not hiding." The feast appeared. Harry ate mechanically, his mind working. Umbridge was a problem, but a predictable one. She was a bully with institutional backing, dangerous in a mundane way, but containable. The real question was what the Ministry hoped to accomplish. Silencing Harry, certainly. Controlling the narrative about Voldemort's return. But why put someone this provocative in the school itself? Fudge wasn't subtle, but even he should know this would generate resistance. Unless generating resistance was the point. Unless they wanted Dumbledore to push back, to overreach, to give them an excuse to remove him. Harry filed that thought away and looked at the staff table again. Snape was watching him from behind his curtain of greasy hair, dark eyes unreadable. McGonagall looked tense. And Dumbledore was eating lemon drops and radiating calm, but Harry could see the knots of stress in his energy signature. The old man was worried. Not about Umbridge. About Harry. Good, Harry thought. He should be. The first defense against the dark arts class came on Wednesday afternoon. Harry arrived early and took a seat near the back of the classroom, which was a deliberate break from his usual front-and-center positioning. Hermione sat beside him, textbook already open. Ron dropped into the chair on his other side with the resignation of someone approaching a dentist appointment. The room filled. Harry felt the energy of his classmates, the mixture of curiosity and dread that always accompanied a new defense teacher. Hogwarts had been running through them at a rate that would concern any staffing agency. Quirrell, Lockhart, Lupin, Fake Moody, each one dangerous in their own way, none lasting more than a year. Umbridge swept in wearing a different shade of pink, darker, almost fuchsia, and stood behind the desk with her hands folded and her wide mouth curved in a smile that made Harry's skin crawl. "Good afternoon, class." A scattered, mumbled response. "That won't do. When I say good afternoon, I expect you to reply, good afternoon, Professor Umbridge." "Let's try again." "Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, the class parroted, with the enthusiasm of hostages reading a prepared statement. Wonderful. She flicked her wand, and text appeared on the blackboard, course aims. Below it, in neat cursive, understanding ministry-approved defensive magical theory. Learning to identify situations in which defensive magic may legally be employed. Placing defensive magic in the context of practical use. Now, Umbridge said, please put your wands away. There will be no need for them in this class. Silence. Then a murmur of disbelief. No wands? Ron whispered. In defense against the dark arts. Hermione's hand shot up. Professor, the course description says, the course description has been revised in accordance with Ministry Educational Decree No. 24. We will be following a structured, risk-free, ministry-approved approach to defensive theory. Open your textbooks to Chapter 1. Harry didn't open his textbook. He sat and watched Umbridge with the focused calm of a predator observing prey, and he let the room play out. Dean Thomas asked when they'd practice spells. Umbridge said theory was sufficient for OWL preparation. Parvati Patil pointed out that they'd need practical skills if attacked. Umbridge smiled wider and asked who could possibly attack children in a school. Lord Voldemort, Harry said. The room froze. Umbridge's smile curdled. Mr. Potter. Her voice was sugar over arsenic. I must remind you that the Ministry of Magic has thoroughly investigated the events of last June and found no evidence whatsoever of the return of any so-called Dark Lord. The stories you have been spreading are dangerous, irresponsible, and Cedric Diggory is dead. Mr. Diggory's death was a tragic accident. He was murdered with the killing curse, cast by Peter Pettigrew, on the orders of Lord Voldemort, who had just used my blood to reconstitute a physical body in a graveyard in Little Hangleton. Harry's voice was calm. Flat. He wasn't performing outrage. He was reciting facts. I watched it happen. I fought him afterward. I brought Cedric's body back. None of that is a story, and none of it goes away because a politician finds it inconvenient. Umbridge's mask slipped, showing a flash of the cruelty underneath. Detention, Mr. Potter. Tonight. My office. 7 o'clock. Sure, Harry said. The class continued in tense silence. Harry read the textbook. It was garbage, defensive theory stripped of anything useful, the magical equivalent of teaching swimming through PowerPoint presentations, and let Umbridge have her performance. She wasn't worth fighting in public. Not yet. After class, Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry, you can't just, I know what she's going to do in detention, Hermione. You, what? I can read her energy. She's excited. She's been planning this. He looked at Hermione calmly. Trust me. She searched his face, found whatever she was looking for, and let go. Be careful. I'm always careful now. That was almost true. Umbridge's office was an assault on the senses. Pink wallpaper, pink doilies, plates with moving pictures of kittens on every wall. The energy of the room was wrong, cloying and suffocating, like perfume masking something rotten. Harry sat in the chair she indicated and waited. You will be writing lines, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, placing a sheet of parchment and a long, thin, sharp-looking black quill on the desk in front of him. You will write, I must not tell lies. How many times? As many as it takes for the message to sink in. That smile again. Triumphant. Hungry. Harry picked up the quill. No ink? You won't need ink. He pressed the quill to parchment and wrote, I must not tell lies. The quill used his blood. He felt the mechanism instantly, a curse embedded in the quill, designed to draw blood from the writer's hand and use it as ink while simultaneously carving the words into their skin. Elegant, in a vicious sort of way. The kind of dark artifact that should have landed its owner in Azkaban. The quill's curse reached his skin and met infinity. Nothing happened. Harry kept writing. The words appeared on the parchment in ordinary black ink. The quill had to write something, and without blood to use, it defaulted to a standard inking charm. His hand remained unmarked. Smooth, unblemished skin, not a scratch. He wrote the line 50 times, calmly and steadily, while Umbridge watched from behind her desk. At first she watched with satisfaction. Then confusion. Then she leaned forward, squinting at his hand. Then she stood and walked over, looking down at the parchment, at the quill, at Harry's completely uninjured hand. "Let me see your hand, Mr. Potter." Harry held it up. Clean. No words carved into the flesh. No blood. Umbridge stared. The smug cruelty on her face curdled into something uglier, bewilderment and frustration, the expression of someone whose instrument of torture has inexplicably failed. She snatched the quill from the desk and pressed it against his hand herself, hard enough that the tip should have drawn blood through sheer pressure alone. The tip stopped a fraction of an inch from his skin. She pushed harder. It wouldn't move closer. She might as well have been trying to press the quill through a diamond. Harry watched her with calm green eyes, and for the first time, Dolores Umbridge looked at him with something other than contempt. She looked at him with fear. "Is there a problem, Professor?" Harry asked. She released the quill as if burned. Her composure reassembled itself, piece by piece, like a mask being reapplied. "That will be all for tonight, Mr. Potter. You may go." "Thank you, Professor. Same time tomorrow." "That will be all." Harry left the office and walked down the corridor toward Gryffindor Tower. Behind him, he felt Umbridge's energy spike, anger and fear and the cold, calculating vibration of someone already composing a letter to a superior. She was going to report this. Good. Let her. He was halfway to the tower when he felt it, a presence falling into step beside him. Not a student. Something older, more controlled, more deliberately hidden. Harry stopped and turned. The corridor was empty. But his perception said otherwise. There was someone there, 6 feet to his left, concealed by a disillusionment charm so precise that even Moody's eye would have struggled. But Harry didn't use his eyes. He felt the energy, human, controlled, cold as a surgical instrument, carrying the distinctive signature of someone who had spent decades training their mind and body to be invisible. "You can stop hiding," Harry said to the empty air. "I can feel you." A pause. Then the air shimmered, and a man appeared. He was tall, taller than Harry, though not by much, with a lean, angular face and gray eyes that held the flat, assessing quality of a microscope. His hair was dark and cut short, and he wore plain black robes that managed to be simultaneously unremarkable and somehow more intimidating than any Death Eater's mask. He carried no visible wand, though Harry could feel one, concealed in a wrist holster, the kind Aurors used. "Impressive," the man said. His voice was quiet, precise, each word placed like a chess piece. "I cast that disillusionment 12 minutes ago, for corridors back. No student has ever detected it. Most Aurors can't." "Who are you?" "Augustus Blackwell. Department of Mysteries. I've been assigned to Hogwarts as a secondary educational advisor, though I suspect you know enough about bureaucratic titles to recognize a cover story. An Unspeakable. Officially, no such department exists." The ghost of a smile. "Unofficially, yes." Harry studied him. Blackwell's energy was fascinating, tightly wound, disciplined, with a core of something that reminded Harry of Gojo's cursed energy awareness. Not as powerful, not even close, but the same type. This man had exposure to cursed energy. Training in it, even. "You know what I can do," Harry said. "I know what the reports say. The incident at Privet Drive, we detected the cursed spirit's manifestation from London. By the time our response team arrived, the entity had been destroyed and you were gone. Blackwell clasped his hands behind his back. Then there were the readings from this summer. A massive concentration of cursed energy in northeastern Japan, sustained for 6 weeks, coinciding exactly with your disappearance. We know Gojo Satoru's signature. We've been monitoring him for years. Monitoring the strongest sorcerer alive. Bold. From a considerable distance, I assure you. No false modesty in that statement, just pragmatism. We also detected what you did at Grimmauld Place 3 weeks ago, the spatial technique you used to nullify Moody's scanning spells. And tonight, in Professor Umbridge's office, the curse on her quill registered as neutralized without any counter-curse being cast. He paused. You are using Limitless. A technique we believed was genetically exclusive to the Gojo bloodline. I'm a fast learner. You're an unprecedented anomaly. Blackwell's gray eyes were steady. And that's what concerns me. Should I be worried about the Ministry sending someone to deal with me? The Ministry didn't send me to deal with you, Potter. Umbridge is the Ministry's response, blunt, political, predictable. I'm from a different part of the government entirely, and our concerns are considerably more significant than a teenager's press coverage. He reached into his robes and produced a thin folder, plain, unmarked, sealed with a wax stamp that Harry's perception read as a containment ward. Blackwell broke the seal and held it open. Inside was a single photograph, old and slightly faded, showing a stone chamber deep underground. The walls were covered in carvings, intricate, spiraling patterns that Harry recognized immediately. They were the same patterns he'd seen in Gojo's training materials. Cursed energy containment seals. This photograph was taken in 1927, Blackwell said, in a chamber beneath the foundations of Hogwarts Castle. A chamber that, as far as we can determine, was built by the 4 founders themselves. The seals on the walls are not wizarding magic. They are jujitsu sorcery, or more precisely, a hybrid of both systems, predating the modern separation of the 2 traditions by 1,000 years. Harry looked at the photograph. What are they containing? That is the question. Blackwell closed the folder. We don't know. Our researchers have never been able to breach the inner seal, every attempt has been met with catastrophic psychic backlash. 2 unspeakables were permanently incapacitated in a 1953 investigation. The project was shut down and classified as Level 7, do not approach. But you're approaching now. Because the seals are weakening. Blackwell's voice didn't change, but Harry felt the shift in his energy, a tightening, a pulse of genuine fear carefully controlled. Over the past 14 years, we've detected a progressive degradation of the containment structure. The rate of decay corresponds exactly, with the creation timeline of Tom Riddle's Horcruxes. Harry's blood went cold. The Horcruxes are breaking the seal, he said. Or the thing behind the seal is using the Horcruxes to break itself free. We're not sure which interpretation is correct, and the distinction matters rather a lot. Blackwell slipped the folder back into his robes. You have the strongest cursed energy signature we've ever recorded in a living human, Potter. Stronger than Gojo's, in raw terms, though your control is still developing. You are also the host of a Horcrux, a piece of the very soul whose fragments are destabilizing the containment. You think I'm connected to it. I think you're the only person alive who might be able to sense what's behind that seal. And I think that makes you either the solution or the catalyst for something that would make Voldemort's war look like a schoolyard scuffle. Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about the presence he'd felt at Grimmauld Place, the vast, old darkness beneath the surface of the world. The thing that had made his scar pulse in recognition. I felt it, he said. Blackwell's composure cracked. Just slightly. When? 3 weeks ago. At Grimmauld Place. I extended my perception deep enough to touch the substrate of the magical world, and it was there. Something enormous. Something sealed. It felt old. It felt hungry. Describe it. Concentrated negative emotion. Despair, mostly. Like a cursed spirit, but orders of magnitude larger. A city-sized mass of pure suffering, compressed into a point. Harry met Blackwell's eyes. And it knew I was looking. Blackwell was quiet for a count of 10. Then he said, "You should know that my original assignment was to assess you as a potential threat and, if necessary, recommend containment measures. And now? Now I think you might be the only thing standing between us and something that would make containment irrelevant." He produced a card, plain, white, with a single rune on it. "This will reach me anywhere in the castle. If you sense activity from beneath the foundations, any activity, contact me immediately." Harry took the card. "You're not what I expected from the Ministry." "I'm not the Ministry, Potter. I'm the part of the government that deals with things the Ministry pretends don't exist." He recast his disillusionment charm and began to fade. "Be careful with infinity. It's theoretically perfect defense. But the things I study don't operate on theory." He vanished. Harry stood alone in the corridor, holding the card, and felt the castle settle around him, old stones humming with ancient magic, and far, far below, something stirring in its sleep. The library was empty at 8 in the morning on a Saturday. Harry had discovered this in his first week back and made it a habit. He needed space to think, and the Gryffindor common room was a perpetual circus. The library, in the early hours before Hermione colonized her usual table, was quiet and cavernous, and the ambient energy of the books themselves, thousands of texts charged with centuries of magical knowledge, was oddly soothing. He was working through a Transfiguration text when the chair across from him pulled out and someone sat down. Daphne Greengrass set a heavy tome on the table, opened it to a page she'd bookmarked, and began reading. She didn't greet Harry. Didn't look at him. Just sat and read. Harry waited. He could feel her energy, tightly controlled, almost aggressively disciplined for a 15-year-old, with a sharp analytical quality that reminded him of Hermione's intellectual hunger but without the emotional warmth. Daphne's mind was a scalpel. After 10 minutes, she spoke without looking up. "You didn't use a shield charm on the train." "No. You didn't use any spell at all." "No incantation, no wand movement, no visible magical discharge." Malfoy's jinx decelerated progressively over approximately 8 inches and dissipated without residual energy scatter. She turned a page. "I've been working through every shielding technique in the standard curriculum, the extended curriculum, and 3 texts on experimental defense from the restricted section. Don't ask how I got access, and none of them match what I observed." "I know." She finally looked up. Her eyes were blue-gray, the color of winter sky, and they held the same quality Harry had noticed on the train, not awe, not fear, but the focused intensity of someone solving a puzzle. "What is it?" she asked. "Why do you want to know?" "Because I'm trapped in a school with an increasingly unstable political situation. My family is being pressured by both sides of a war they want no part of, and the single most potentially significant defensive technique I've ever witnessed was demonstrated casually in a train compartment by a boy who everyone calls either a liar or a lunatic." She folded her hands on the table. "Knowledge is the only currency that doesn't depreciate in wartime, Potter. I'm investing." Harry studied her. The analytical mind, the political awareness, the pragmatism, all real. But underneath, carefully hidden behind the Ice Queen exterior, was something else. Fear. Not the raw, panicking kind, the slow, grinding kind that came from watching the walls close in and knowing you couldn't stop them. The Greengrass family was being squeezed, and Daphne was looking for any advantage that might keep her and her sister alive. "It's called infinity," Harry said. "And it's not a spell. It's a technique powered by something called cursed energy." She didn't interrupt. She didn't scoff. She listened as Harry explained, "Not everything, not the details of his training with Gojo, but the broad strokes. Cursed energy. Its relationship to magic. The principle of limitless and infinity. The idea that the wizarding world's understanding of their own power was fundamentally incomplete. When he finished, she was quiet for a full minute. The founders knew about this, she said. It wasn't a question. What? The Greengrass family library is extensive. There are texts from the founding era, fragmentary, encoded, but I've been working on them since I was 12. She lowered her voice. The founders practiced a form of magic that combined what you're calling cursed energy with wand-based sorcery. It's referenced obliquely in several accounts, the old way, the deeper art. Salazar Slytherin in particular was described as having abilities that went beyond any known spell. He could sense malice, perceive intent, feel the corruption of the soul at a distance. She paused. The historical records say he built a chamber beneath Hogwarts and sealed something inside it. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck rise. The Chamber of Secrets? No. Something else. Older. The Chamber of Secrets is Slytherin's, everyone knows that. But according to the texts I've read, there's a deeper chamber. One that all 4 founders built together, before their falling out. Something they considered so dangerous that they broke the knowledge of it into 4 pieces, each one carried by a different founder's line, so that no single person could ever access it again. The Greengrass family has one of those pieces. Maybe. The texts are fragmented and encoded, like I said. I've been trying to crack them for 3 years. She studied him. But you can feel it. Whatever is down there. You can feel it right now, can't you? Harry didn't answer. He didn't need to. The look on his face said enough. Then we have something to trade, Daphne said. I have historical context. You have direct perception. Together, we might actually understand what we're dealing with. And your family? The pressure from the Death Eaters? Her expression hardened. That's my problem. It's everyone's problem. If Voldemort's Horcruxes are weakening the seal on whatever is down there, then the war and the seal are the same issue. Your family's neutrality might not survive either one. Daphne was quiet, and Harry watched the conflict play out in her energy, the instinct toward self-sufficiency warring with the recognition that self-sufficiency had limits. She was proud and she was practical, and in this moment, practical was winning. Fine, she said. Partnership. But I want full transparency. No drip-feeding information, no, you'll understand when you're ready, no Dumbledore games. You tell me what you know, and I tell you what I know. Equal exchange. Deal. She extended her hand. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm and her skin was cool, and for a moment their energies brushed, his dark and vast and humming with infinity, hers bright and sharp and meticulously ordered. The contact lasted 2 seconds and told Harry more about Daphne Greengrass than a month of conversation would have. Tomorrow night, she said, releasing his hand. Room of Requirement. I'll bring the texts. You know about the Room of Requirement? Potter, I've been navigating this castle as a neutral Slytherin for 4 years. There's very little about Hogwarts I don't know. She stood, collected her book, and paused. For what it's worth, I don't think you're a liar or a lunatic. I think you're the most dangerous person in this school, and I'd rather be on your side of the equation. She walked away, and Harry watched her go, and something shifted in the pattern of his days. The week settled into a rhythm. Harry attended classes and found most of them laughably easy. Not because the material was simple, transfiguration and charms were genuinely complex at OWL level, but because his enhanced perception let him see the structure of magic in ways that no textbook could teach. When McGonagall demonstrated a vanishing spell, Harry could see the energy construct, the precise configuration of intent, power, and spatial manipulation that made an object cease to exist in its current location. He could replicate it on his first try. McGonagall stared at him for 3 full seconds before awarding Gryffindor 20 points. Snape's classes were different. Potions was the one discipline where Harry's new abilities offered limited advantage, ingredient preparation was physical, brewing was chemical, and no amount of cursed energy perception could substitute for understanding the interaction of powdered moonstone and syrup of hellebore. But even here, Harry's enhanced senses helped. He could feel when a potion was reaching the right temperature, sense the energy shift when ingredients combined correctly, detect the moment a brew began to destabilize. More importantly, Harry could see Snape. Not the surface Snape, the sneer, the cruelty, the performance of contempt that the potion's master wore like a second skin. Harry could see beneath it. The dark mark on Snape's left forearm was a knot of cursed energy so dense and toxic that it was slowly poisoning the man from the inside out, leaking negative energy into his system like a dripping tap of liquid suffering. It had been there for 20 years. 20 years of constant, low-grade agony that Snape carried without complaint, without treatment, without anyone even knowing. It explained so much. The viciousness, the bitterness, the way Snape treated students like they were wasting the limited reserves of patience that his pain left him. It didn't excuse it, nothing excused terrorizing children, but it contextualized it, and Harry found that understanding dissolved his anger in ways that resentment never had. One afternoon after class, Harry lingered. The other students filed out, and Snape looked up from his desk with the reflexive hostility of a man who expected every interaction to be unpleasant. Something to say, Potter? Or are you simply hoping to improve your grade through the novel strategy of standing there? Your dark mark is killing you. The silence that followed was absolute. Snape's face went blank, not his usual mask of disdain, but genuinely expressionless, like a system shutting down in response to an unexpected input. I can see it, Harry continued quietly. The cursed energy it generates, it's eating into your magical core, degrading your neural pathways, suppressing your immune system. You're in constant pain. Probably have been for 2 decades. The only reason it hasn't killed you outright is that your magical core is strong enough to compensate, but the compensation is costing you. You're aging faster than you should be. Your reflexes are slower than they were 5 years ago. And every time Voldemort activates the mark to summon you, the damage spikes. Snape stared at him. Then he said, very quietly, get out. I might be able to help. Reverse curse technique, positive energy generated from negative, could potentially neutralize the mark's toxic. I said get out, Potter. Harry looked at the man, the lank hair, the sallow skin, the dark eyes burning with something that might have been fury or might have been terror at being seen. 20 years of suffering, endured in silence, and a 15-year-old boy had just laid it bare in 3 sentences. Okay, Harry said. But the offer stands. Whenever you're ready. He left. Behind him, he felt Snape's energy spike, a complex, turbulent wave of emotion that the man wrestled under control with the discipline of long practice. Anger, yes. But also something else. Something small and bright and quickly crushed. Hope. The room of requirement became Harry's headquarters. He began training a small group, not the full DA, not yet, but a core of students he trusted and who had shown aptitude. Ron, whose cursed energy channels were broad and strong, suited to raw reinforcement. Hermione, whose analytical mind grasped the theory faster than anyone but struggled with the intuitive application. Neville, who had less raw power than the others but possessed a stubborn determination that turned every failed attempt into fuel for the next one. Luna, who was so naturally attuned to cursed energy that she was already seeing low-level spirits in the corridors and calmly pointing them out over breakfast. And Daphne, who came to the training sessions with her Slytherin mask firmly in place and left with it slightly askew, who brought historical texts that filled in gaps Harry hadn't known existed, who challenged his assumptions with the kind of sharp, unforgiving intellect that made him work harder to earn her respect. You're teaching them too gently, she said one evening, after watching Harry walk Neville through a reinforcement exercise for the 3rd time. He needs repetition. He needs pressure. You learned under combat conditions, you told me that. Gojo threw you into trees until your body figured out how to stop hurting. Neville will never develop instinctive reinforcement from practice. He needs to be scared. I'm not going to terrorize my friends into competence. Then they'll be incompetent when the terror comes on its own. She crossed her arms. I'm not being cruel, Potter. I'm being realistic. You won't always be there to extend your infinity around them. They need to be able to protect themselves. Harry looked at Neville, who was panting and sweating from the effort of channeling energy into his forearms. The boy had improved enormously in 2 weeks. He could reinforce his arms to the point where a standard stinging hex felt like a mosquito bite. But Daphne was right. Practice was different from combat. The real thing would be faster, harder, and infinitely less forgiving. Neville, Harry said. Neville looked up. Guard your core. I'm not going to warn you next time. Neville's eyes widened. Then they narrowed, and his jaw set, and Harry watched the energy flow through the boy's body shift from tentative to ready. Daphne's observation was already paying off. The knowledge that the next hit could come without warning had sharpened Neville's focus more than an hour of gentle coaching. Harry caught Daphne's eye and nodded. She didn't smile, exactly, but the corner of her mouth moved. After the others left, they stayed. This had become habit too, the late-night sessions where Daphne spread her family's ancient texts across the floor and Harry used his perception to verify and expand on what the fragmentary records described. The founders had practiced both magic and cursed energy manipulation. Godric Gryffindor had been a master of cursed energy reinforcement, his legendary physical prowess powered by techniques that went far beyond simple magical enhancement. Rowena Ravenclaw had developed perception abilities similar to Harry's enhanced sight, using cursed energy awareness to process and catalog knowledge at superhuman speeds. Helga Hufflepuff had been the group's healer, pioneering reverse curse techniques centuries before the jujitsu sorcery tradition had formalized it. And Salazar Slytherin had been the most powerful of all. He could sense negative emotion, generate and manipulate cursed energy at will, and communicate with beings that existed on the boundary between the magical and the cursed. His Parseltongue ability wasn't just a magical talent, it was a cursed speech technique that allowed him to interface with entities whose nature was more cursed spirit than living creature. The founders built Hogwarts as a school, Daphne said, tracing the lines of a diagram in a text so old the parchment crumbled at the edges. But they also built it as a seal. The castle itself is the containment structure. Every stone, every ward, every enchantment, it's all layered on top of the original purpose. The school was the cover story. The seal is the real function. What are they sealing? The texts call it the Cad Draig. Old Welsh. The battle serpent. She looked up. But I don't think it's a serpent. I think that's a metaphor. The Founders' era texts use serpent to describe any entity of immense negative power. It's the same linguistic root that gave us basilisk. Whatever is down there, it's something the Founders considered more dangerous than any dark wizard, more threatening than any magical creature. Something they couldn't kill, only contain. The Hollow King, Harry said quietly. Daphne blinked. Where did you hear that name? Blackwell. The Unspeakable. He has records from the Department of Mysteries that reference the same entity. Blackwell is talking to you. Blackwell is scared. He's been studying the seal's degradation for years, and the Horcruxes are accelerating it. He came to me because I'm the only person who can perceive the entity directly. Daphne processed this. Harry watched the information integrate into her analytical framework, the political implications, the strategic opportunities, the danger. She was formidable. Not in the raw power sense, not in the way Hermione was formidable through sheer knowledge accumulation, but in the way a chess player was formidable, seeing the board, anticipating moves, positioning pieces. We need to know more about the Horcruxes, she said. Not just that they exist, we need the full picture. How many, where they are, how they connect to the seal. If destroying them weakens the seal but leaving them intact leaks darkness, then there has to be a third option. A way to neutralize their effect on the seal without destroying the seal itself. Or a way to strengthen the seal independently of the Horcruxes. Or that. She met his eyes. You're thinking about the Horcrux in your scar. It's hard not to. Blackwell said you might be the catalyst. If your Horcrux is connected to the seal, then removing it could accelerate the breach, and leaving it in keeps me connected to Voldemort and potentially to the entity itself. Harry leaned back against the wall. I know. It's a hell of a choice. It's not a choice yet. It's a lack of information. We need to understand the relationship between the Horcruxes and the seal before you make any decisions about extraction. She paused, and something in her expression softened by a fraction. Don't do anything rash. You sound like Dumbledore. Take that back immediately. Harry laughed. She almost smiled. I'm serious, she said. You're the only person with the power to address both threats, Voldemort and whatever is beneath the castle. If you damage yourself trying to remove the Horcrux prematurely, we lose the only piece on the board that matters. I'm not a piece. Everyone is a piece, Potter. The difference is whether you're moving yourself or letting someone else move you. She gathered her texts and stood. Tomorrow night. Same time. I'm going to cross-reference the Greengrass texts with the Hogwarts Library's restricted collection on the Founders. If I can find a reference to the seal's anchor structure, we might be able to map the Horcrux connections. Daphne. She paused at the door. Thank you, Harry said. For all of this. You didn't have to help. I'm helping myself, Potter. You're just conveniently relevant. She walked out. Harry sat alone in the room of requirement and smiled at the closed door. Then the smile faded as his perception reached downward, through the floor, through the stone, through layers of ancient magic and older seals, to the thing that waited beneath. It was closer tonight. The pressure was stronger. Like a hand pressing against the underside of a frozen lake, testing the ice. The forbidden forest at night was alive in ways the daylight never showed. Harry had taken to running the forest's edge in the early hours before dawn, using the terrain as training, uneven ground for agility, ambient cursed energy for perception practice, the occasional dangerous creature for adrenaline management. Gojo had taught him that infinity was only as good as the mind maintaining it, and a mind that couldn't function under stress was worthless. The forest provided plenty of stress. He was 2 miles into the tree lean when he felt it, a concentration of cursed energy ahead, dense and getting denser. Not the ambient negativity of the forest, which was a constant low hum of predatory intent and ancient fear. This was focused. Organized. Alive. Harry slowed to a walk and extended his perception. Something was forming in a clearing about 100 yards ahead, cursed energy pooling and compressing, drawing in the ambient negativity of the forest like a drain sucking water. The air grew cold. The nocturnal sounds, owls, insects, the distant howl of something lupin, went silent. He reached the edge of the clearing and saw it. The cursed spirit was smaller than the one at Privet Drive but more refined. It had a roughly humanoid shape, 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, but the proportions were wrong. Its limbs were too long, its fingers too many, its head a smooth ovoid that tapered to a point. Its body was the color of old blood, and it moved with the fluid, purposeful grace of something intelligent. Semi-grade 1, maybe. Gojo had taught him the classification system. This thing was dangerous, it would kill an average wizard before they could draw their wand. But it wasn't in the same league as the special grade that had attacked Privet Drive. Harry stepped into the clearing. The spirit's head snapped toward him. It didn't have eyes, but the eyeless face tracked him with perfect precision. It felt him, the Horcrux, the cursed energy, the impossible brightness of his combined magical and sorcerous power. For a moment it seemed to hesitate, as if something about Harry's energy confused its predatory calculus. Then it charged. It was fast. Faster than any magical creature Harry had faced, faster than a Hungarian horntail, faster than an acromantula. It crossed the clearing in the time it took Harry to inhale, its two long arms extending, fingers spread like grasping claws. Its claws hit infinity and stopped. Harry didn't move. He stood at the center of his mathematical fortress and watched the spirit's attack dissolve against the unconquerable arithmetic of infinite convergence. The creature struck again, faster, harder, throwing its entire body against the barrier with the mindless fury of a beast confronting something it couldn't understand. Every blow stopped. Every strike failed. Every attempt to reach Harry's body encountered a distance that expanded faster than the spirit could cross it. Harry watched for 10 seconds. Analyzed. Learned. Then he raised his right hand, palm out, and channeled blue. The gravitational technique activated at a point directly behind the spirit's center of mass. The attractive force slammed into the creature from behind, yanking it off its feet and pulling it into a compressed ball of cursed energy. It shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and thrashed against the gravitational prison. Harry tightened his grip. The blue intensified. The spirit compressed further, its form distorting, its energy signature destabilizing. He could feel its structure coming apart, the negative emotion that gave it form losing coherence under the impossibility of the forces acting on it. He clenched his fist. The spirit collapsed inward and vanished. A brief implosion of negative energy, a pop of displaced air, and the clearing was empty. The forest sounds returned, hesitantly at first, then building back to normal volume. The cold receded. Harry lowered his hand. His breathing was steady. His heart rate was elevated but controlled. The fight had lasted approximately 15 seconds, and at no point had he been in any real danger. He was getting stronger. Every day, his control improved, his techniques sharpened, his perception deepened. The gap between him and the mundane threats of the wizarding world was widening into a chasm. Voldemort's Death Eaters, the Ministry's political machinations, even Dumbledore's century of accumulated power, none of it could touch him. Literally. The question that kept Harry awake at night wasn't whether he was strong enough to face the threats above ground. It was whether he was strong enough to face the one below. Impressive. Harry spun. Blackwell stood at the edge of the clearing, disillusionment charm already dropped, his gray eyes reflecting the faint pre-dawn light. He was leaning against a tree with his arms folded, and Harry realized with a jolt of irritation that the man had been there the entire time. He'd been so focused on the spirit that he hadn't noticed Blackwell's suppressed energy signature approaching. You followed me. I've been monitoring the forest's cursed energy levels for the past week. They've been spiking. I was investigating when I detected your signature heading into the trees. Blackwell pushed off the tree and walked into the clearing, studying the spot where the spirit had been with clinical interest. Semi-grade 1. You destroyed it in seconds. It wasn't much of a challenge. No. It wasn't. Blackwell's gaze shifted to Harry, and there was something in his expression that hadn't been there before. Respect, maybe. Or concern. Potter, do you know what happens when a human being becomes too powerful? I get a lecture about responsibility. You become a target. Not for your enemies, for reality itself. He spread his hands. Cursed energy is generated by human negativity. A being of sufficient positive power, a being like you, creates a disturbance in the balance. The stronger you get, the more negative energy the world generates to compensate. Cursed spirits will be drawn to you. They will manifest near you, grow stronger because of you, evolve in response to you. You are not just fighting the darkness, Potter. You are creating it. Harry went still. Gojo had mentioned something similar, in passing, but hearing it stated so directly, so clinically, hit differently. Gojo Satoru faces the same problem, Blackwell continued. The 6 strongest cursed spirits currently catalogued by the Jujutsu High Council all manifested within Gojo's lifetime. That is not a coincidence. The world balances its books. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Every light casts a shadow. Are you telling me to stop getting stronger? I'm telling you that your strength has consequences you haven't considered. He paused. The entity beneath Hogwarts, the one behind the Founder's seal, do you think it's coincidence that it's stirring now? Now, when the most powerful jujutsu-capable wizard in a millennium is attending the school that sits on top of it? The thought landed like a stone in deep water. Harry felt the ripples spread through his understanding, rearranging his assumptions, revealing connections he hadn't seen. You think I'm waking it up? I think you are a factor in its awakening, yes. The Horcruxes are weakening the seal from the inside. Your power is provoking it from the outside. Between the two forces, the containment is degrading at a rate that, he stopped. Looked past Harry into the trees. We're not alone. Harry's perception snapped outward. He felt it instantly, a presence in the forest, watching from the shadows. Not a cursed spirit. Something else. Something cold and ancient and very, very aware. It was gone before he could lock onto it. A flicker of presence, there and then not, like a fish breaking the surface and vanishing back into the deep. What was that? Harry asked. Something that shouldn't exist at this proximity to the surface. Blackwell's composure was intact, but his energy was spiking, sharp pulses of controlled alarm. We need to go. Now. They left the forest at a pace that was almost a run. Neither spoke until they reached the castle gates, and the ancient wards of Hogwarts closed around them like a protective fist. That was a herald, Blackwell said, breathing carefully. A piece of the sealed entity, projecting through the weakening containment. Like a finger poking through a tear in a glove. He turned to Harry. It was watching you, Potter. Specifically you. It knows you're here. That's not new. I've felt it watching me since I arrived. But this is the first time it's manifested a physical projection above the seal. That's an escalation. The containment is weakening faster than our models predicted. He ran a hand over his face, the first uncontrolled gesture Harry had seen from the man. I need to send a report. The contingency protocols may need to be activated. What contingency protocols? Blackwell hesitated. The calculation behind his eyes was almost visible, how much to share, how much to withhold, how much trust to extend to a 15-year-old whose power exceeded his own by an order of magnitude. There are plans in place, he said carefully. If the seal fails completely, the Department of Mysteries has a response framework. Evacuation of Hogwarts. Deployment of specialized containment teams. And if containment fails? He trailed off. Nuclear option, Harry said. That's a Muggle term, but the principle is similar. The castle would be destroyed. Everything above the seal, and for a considerable radius around it, would be reduced to ash and bedrock. The theory is that without the castle's magic to sustain it, the entity would be denied its primary energy source and could be resealed in the resulting void. The theory. Yes. The theory. Blackwell met his eyes. It has never been tested, Potter. We don't know if it would work. We don't know if destroying Hogwarts would weaken the entity or enrage it. What we know is that 1,000 students are living on top of a ticking bomb, and the people responsible for their safety have no idea how to defuse it. Harry looked at the castle, the towers and turrets silhouetted against the brightening sky, the windows just beginning to glow with candlelight as early risers started their day. He thought about the students inside. First years who still thought Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. 7th years preparing for careers. Kids who worried about OWLs and Quidditch and who was dating whom, completely unaware that something older than civilization was pressing against the foundations beneath their feet. "I'm not going to let them destroy the castle," Harry said. "It may not be your decision. Watch me." Harry started walking toward the entrance. Then he stopped and looked back. "Blackwell. You said you were originally sent to assess me as a threat." "I was. And now?" Blackwell was quiet for a moment. "Now I think the threat assessment was asking the wrong question. The question isn't whether you're dangerous, Potter. Of course you're dangerous. The question is whether you're dangerous enough." He turned and walked away, and Harry stood at the gates of Hogwarts as the sun crept above the horizon, and the castle hummed with the energy of 1,000 sleeping children, and somewhere far below, in the darkness, a crack spread. The Bloody Baron found Harry on a Tuesday night. Harry was patrolling the 7th floor corridor, not out of any prefect duty, but because he'd felt a disturbance in the castle's energy flow and wanted to trace it to its source. The wards were behaving oddly tonight, flickering at the edges, like a flame in a draft. Something was disrupting the flow of magic through Hogwarts foundations, and Harry was following the disruption like a doctor tracing a blocked artery. The Baron materialized through the wall directly in front of him. The ghost's silver-blooded form was more agitated than Harry had ever seen, flickering, translucent, his chains rattling with a sound like distant bells. "Potter," the Baron said. Harry stopped. The Bloody Baron did not speak to students. In 4 years at Hogwarts, Harry had never heard the ghost say a single word in public. Even the Slytherins treated him with wary reverence. For him to appear now, deliberately, to address Harry by name, something was very wrong. "Baron. You feel it?" Not a question. The stirring. Beneath. Yes. The ghost's eyes, dark hollows in a silver face, fixed on Harry with an intensity that transcended death. "The Founders charged us. All of Hogwarts ghosts. We were bound by oath to watch the seal, to guard the knowledge, to never speak of what lies beneath. For 1,000 years, we have kept that oath. But oaths lose power when the thing they guard begins to wake." The Baron's form flickered violently, like a television losing signal. "The seal is failing, Potter. The cracks have reached the 3rd layer. There are 7 layers in total, each one weaker than the last. At the current rate of degradation, the 4th layer will breach within months. And when it does, the heralds will become more than projections. They will become physical. They will walk the corridors of this school." Harry's blood chilled. "What is it? The thing behind the seal. What is its nature?" "It is the sum of human suffering. Every act of cruelty, every moment of despair, every scream of pain and whisper of hopelessness, for thousands of years before the Founders walked this earth, humanity's negative emotion pooled and concentrated in the currents beneath this land. The Founders found it when they built the school. They had intended to tap the natural magical energy of the ley lines that cross beneath this hill. Instead, they found a reservoir. A lake of concentrated anguish, so vast and so old that it had become conscious. The Hollow King. We called it the Cad Drake. The Battle Serpent. But it has many names across many traditions. Your teacher's people call such things cursed spirits, but this entity predates that classification. It was ancient when Rome was young. It was aware when your ancestors were painting bison on cave walls." The Baron's form stabilized slightly, as if the act of speaking, of finally breaking the oath, was giving him purchase. "The Founders sealed it. They used everything they knew, magic and cursed energy combined, techniques that have been lost for centuries. The seal was designed to be permanent, but permanence is a human fantasy. Nothing lasts forever, Potter. Not stone, not magic, not oaths. The Horcruxes are accelerating the breach. The Horcruxes are cracks in the dam. Each one is a piece of a soul that was never meant to be divided, soul magic of the darkest kind, generating constant negative energy, feeding the entity from within the structure of the seal itself. The wizard Riddle, in his arrogance, has no idea what he's done. He sought immortality and instead gave the Cad Drake exactly what it needed to begin its emergence. Can it be stopped? Can the seal be reinforced? The Baron's expression, what passed for expression on a ghost's face, was terrible in its honesty. I do not know. The founders could have done it, perhaps. They had the knowledge and the power. But their knowledge died with them, and no one since has possessed both aspects of the art. Until, he looked at Harry. Until you. I'm 15. Godric Gryffindor was 23 when they built the seal. Rowena Ravenclaw was 20. Youth is not the limitation you imagine it to be, Potter. What matters is capability, and you carry within you a combination of powers that has not existed in this world for 1,000 years. The Baron paused. The founders left a failsafe. A final measure, built into the seal's deepest layer. It can only be activated by someone who wields both magic and cursed energy, someone who can see the seal's structure and understand it. What kind of failsafe? I do not know the specifics. That knowledge was sealed with the 7th layer. But I know it exists, because Godric told me himself, the night he bound my spirit to this castle. He said, if all else fails, the one who sees with both eyes will know what to do. The one who sees with both eyes. Magic and cursed energy. Wand and body. Wizard and sorcerer. Harry stood in the 7th floor corridor with a ghost who had waited 1,000 years to deliver this message, and the weight of it settled on his shoulders like a physical thing. Thank you, Baron. The ghost inclined his head. I have broken an oath that held for a millennium, Potter. Do not make me regret it. He dissolved into the wall, and the corridor was empty, and the castle hummed around Harry like a living thing, and far below, in the deep dark, the Hollow King pressed against its cage and dreamed of the world above. Harry found Daphne in the room of requirement at midnight. She was already there, she was always already there, which Harry had stopped commenting on after the 3rd time, surrounded by texts and notes, her hair pulled back from her face in a way that meant she'd been working for hours. The Baron spoke to me, Harry said without preamble. Daphne looked up. He told her everything, the 7 layers, the Horcrux connection, the failsafe, the prophecy of the one who sees with both eyes. She listened with the focused intensity that he'd come to associate with her at her best, absorbing, integrating, building structures of understanding in real time. The failsafe, she said when he'd finished. If it's built into the 7th layer of the seal, and the seal is currently compromised at the 3rd layer, then we have time. But not much. Blackwell says months. Blackwell is estimating based on current degradation rates. If Voldemort creates another Horcrux, or if the existing ones are moved or activated in ways that spike their energy output, the timeline could accelerate dramatically. Then we need to start dealing with the Horcruxes. Not just to stop Voldemort, to stabilize the seal. Daphne nodded slowly. But you said destroying them weakens the seal too. The energy release from destruction sends shockwaves through the containment structure. Blackwell said the same thing. It's a paradox. Destroying them hurts the seal. Leaving them hurts the seal. There has to be a 3rd option. Neutralization. Daphne pulled a text from her pile, one of the oldest, its pages protected by preservation charms. This passage describes a technique the founders used to contain objects of extreme negative power. They didn't destroy them. They purified them. Converted the negative energy to positive using, reverse curse technique, Harry finished. Reverse curse technique, yes. If you could purify the Horcruxes rather than destroy them, you'd eliminate their negative energy output without the destructive release. The seal would stop degrading without suffering additional shockwaves. Harry stared at her. That's brilliant. It's obvious, if you have the right framework. But her cheeks colored slightly. The problem is practical. You told me your reverse curse technique is still unreliable. Purifying a Horcrux would require sustained, precise positive energy output at levels you haven't achieved yet. Then I need to train harder. You need to train smarter. And you need to start immediately, because the timeline doesn't care about your learning curve. They worked until 3 in the morning, mapping out the Horcrux problem, cross-referencing historical sources, building a theoretical framework for purification rather than destruction. Daphne's analytical mind and Harry's direct perception complemented each other perfectly. Where she saw patterns in texts, he could verify them against the actual energy structures he sensed. Where he felt things he couldn't articulate, she gave them names and context and history. Somewhere around 2 a.m., the conversation drifted. "Why do you care?" Harry asked. Not challengingly, genuinely. "Your family is neutral. You could keep your head down, ride this out, emerge on whichever side wins." Daphne was quiet for a moment. She set down her quill and looked at Harry, and for the first time, the mask was entirely absent. No analytical distance, no political calculation, no Ice Queen armor. Just a girl sitting on a stone floor surrounded by ancient books, tired and scared and very, very brave. "My sister is 12, she said. Astoria. She starts here next year. She's not like me, Harry. She's soft. Kind. She believes in people. If the Hollow King breaches the seal while she's in this castle." She stopped. Swallowed. Continued. "My family's neutrality isn't a strategy. It's a cage. We can't afford to choose a side because choosing wrong means destruction, but not choosing means we're vulnerable to everyone. My father gets letters from Lucius Malfoy asking about marriage contracts. My mother gets veiled threats from people who don't bother signing their names. And nobody knows about the thing under the castle that could render all of it meaningless." "I won't let it happen," Harry said. "You can't promise that. Watch me." She searched his face. He didn't know what she found there, but after a moment, something in her expression shifted. Not trust, not yet, but the beginning of it. The possibility of it. "You're infuriating," she said quietly. "I've been told. You make promises you can't keep and then you go and keep them anyway, and it makes it very difficult to maintain a realistic worldview." "Sorry. Don't be." She picked up her quill. "It's growing on me." They worked until dawn painted the windows gold, and then they went to breakfast in the Great Hall, arriving separately, sitting at their respective house tables, playing the game the school required of them. But Harry caught Daphne's eye across the hall, and she gave him the barest nod, and he felt the connection between them, not magical, not cursed energy, just human. Two people who refused to be victims of circumstances larger than themselves, and who had chosen, deliberately and with open eyes, to face the darkness together. That evening, deep beneath Hogwarts, in the bedrock that predated the castle by millions of years, the third layer of the Founder's seal cracked. The crack was small, hairline thin, barely perceptible even to the ghosts bound to watch it. But the energy that leaked through was not small. It was vast and cold and hungry, and it spread through the foundations like poison through a bloodstream, and the castle shuddered once, briefly, and the enchanted ceiling in the great hall flickered, just for a moment, the stars replaced by something dark and writhing before snapping back to normal. Only 3 people in the school noticed. Harry Potter, who felt the shudder through his perception like a tremor before an earthquake. Augustus Blackwell, who was monitoring his instruments in a borrowed office and watched every needle jump into the red. And Luna Lovegood, who looked up from her pudding and said, very calmly, to no one in particular, "Oh. It's getting closer." In his borrowed office, Blackwell composed a message. He sealed it with his personal cipher, Department of Mysteries, Eyes Only, and sent it via enchanted channel to a desk in London where a woman with iron-grey hair and no sense of humor would read it within the hour. The message was 3 sentences. The Potter boy exceeds all projections. He may be our only viable option for containment. Recommend immediate activation of Contingency 7, he cannot be allowed to operate without our awareness. He stared at the message for a long time after sending it. Then he opened the bottom drawer of the desk, pulled out a file stamped with classification markings that would put most ministry employees in prison for reading, and spread it open. The file was titled, Project Threshold, Containment Protocols for Sub-Hogwarts Entity Classification, Extinction Level. He read it until midnight. Then he closed the file, locked the drawer, and sat in the darkness of his office, listening to the castle breathe around him, and thought about a 15-year-old boy who could make the space between himself and the rest of the world infinite, and whether that was enough. Whether anything was enough. Far below, the crack spread. Chapter 3, The Weight of Sight. Harry woke at 3 a.m. and couldn't close his eyes again. Not because of nightmares, those had faded over the weeks since his return, replaced by something worse. Clarity. Every time he slept, his perception didn't shut off the way normal senses did. It dimmed, like turning the volume down on a radio, but it never went silent. And lately, the signal was getting louder. He lay in his four-poster bed and felt the castle breathe around him. The wards pulsed with a slow, rhythmic energy that reminded him of a heartbeat, the ancient magic of the founders cycling through stone and mortar, maintaining enchantments that had been running for 1,000 years. He could trace the flows now the way you trace veins under skin. Here, a warming charm woven into the dormitory walls, keeping the Highland cold at bay. There, the structural reinforcement enchantments that kept the towers standing despite architectural choices that defied Muggle physics. Deeper, the anti-apparition wards, the Muggle-repelling fields, the dozens of defensive layers that made Hogwarts one of the most protected locations in magical Britain. And threaded through all of it, subtle as spider silk, Dumbledore's additions. Harry had been cataloguing them since his first week back. At first he'd thought they were limited to the monitoring charms he'd noticed in the Great Hall, passive sensors tied to the headmaster's office, reporting who was where and what they were doing. Those were invasive enough. But as his perception sharpened, and it was sharpening daily, growing more precise, more granular, more inhuman in its depth, he'd found more. Mood-influencing wards in the common rooms. Not compulsion, exactly, nothing so crude. They were emotional dampeners, designed to reduce anxiety and promote feelings of safety and belonging. In Gryffindor Tower, the warmth wasn't just physical. There was a psychic component, a gentle magical suggestion that this was home, that the people around you were family, that the authority figures above you were trustworthy. It felt natural. It felt like Hogwarts. And that was the point, you weren't supposed to notice it. Harry noticed it. He noticed the loyalty resonance embedded in the corridors near the headmaster's office, a subtle enchantment that made anyone walking past feel a faint pull of deference toward Dumbledore. He noticed the calming fields around the hospital wing that were strong enough to sedate a rampaging hippogriff. He noticed the truth encouragement ward woven into the fabric of the staff room, which explained why faculty meetings always seemed to produce more honesty than anyone intended. Each one individually was minor. Beneficial, even, who didn't want students to feel safe? Who didn't want a hospital wing that promoted healing? But taken together, they formed a web of influence so comprehensive that every person in the castle was living inside Albus Dumbledore's carefully curated emotional landscape. They felt what he wanted them to feel. They trusted what he wanted them to trust. They questioned nothing, because the magic in the walls told them there was nothing to question. Harry sat up in bed. Ron was snoring 3 beds over. Neville muttered in his sleep. Dean and Seamus were silent lumps under their covers. None of them knew. None of them would ever know, because the wards were designed to prevent exactly the kind of suspicion that would lead to their discovery. He got dressed in the dark, grabbed his wand out of habit, he didn't strictly need it anymore, but appearances mattered, and slipped out of the dormitory. The castle at 3 a.m. was a different creature. The portraits slept in their frames. The suits of armor stood motionless. The only sounds were the distant groaning of the building settling and the whisper of the wind through high windows. Harry walked the corridors with infinity passive around him, a constant invisible shell that would stop anything short of a nuclear warhead, and let his perception roam. He was getting stronger. He could feel it in the same way you felt a muscle growing, a gradual expansion of capability that revealed itself in moments of testing. 2 weeks ago, he could sense cursed energy signatures within 100 yards. Now, standing on the 3rd floor, he could feel every living thing in the castle. The hot, bright signatures of sleeping students. The cooler, more complex signatures of the faculty, Flitwick's quick, darting energy, McGonagall's iron-steady presence, Hagrid's enormous, warm signature bleeding through the walls of his hut from across the grounds. And Snape. Snape was awake. Harry could feel him in the dungeons, a signature of tightly controlled anguish, the dark mark's toxic output spiking in the small hours when the potion's master's resistance was lowest. The man was in pain. Constant, grinding, inescapable pain that he hid behind walls of discipline and cruelty, and Harry felt it from 3 floors away like a beacon fire. He'd offered to help 2 weeks ago. Snape had thrown him out. But the offer haunted Harry, because every night, every time he extended his perception, he felt the mark eating its host alive, and the helplessness of knowing and not being able to act was its own kind of suffering. Harry turned a corner and stopped. He was on the 4th floor, near the entrance to the library. The corridor was empty, visually empty. But his perception screamed that something was wrong. There was a concentration of cursed energy here, pooling in the shadows near the ceiling, thickening like fog. Not a spirit, not yet. A nascent spirit. A concentration of negative emotion dense enough to be approaching awareness but not yet organized enough to manifest physically. Harry looked up. The energy clung to the stonework like a dark stain, pulsing faintly with a rhythm that wasn't its own. He traced the rhythm and realized it was syncing with the emotional output of the rooms below, the Ravenclaw dormitories. Dozens of students sleeping behind those walls, many of them generating low-level anxiety about OWLs, social pressures, academic competition. Normal teenage stress. Harmless on its own. But it was pooling here, drawn by some quirk of the castle's magical architecture, and the pool was deepening. Left alone, it would coalesce. Weeks, maybe months from now, it would become something with eyes and hunger, and some unlucky student would turn a corner and meet a creature born from the collective anxiety of their classmates. Harry raised his hand and channeled reverse cursed technique. It was still imprecise, more like pointing a garden hose than a surgical laser, but for this, precision wasn't necessary. He pushed positive energy into the dark concentration and felt it dissolve, the negative charge neutralizing, the nascent awareness blinking out before it ever fully existed. The corridor brightened. Just slightly, barely perceptible, but the oppressive quality of the air lifted. Harry lowered his hand. He was breathing hard, reverse curse technique still cost him, but the exertion was worth it. He just prevented a cursed spirit from forming. How many more were there, throughout the castle? How many concentrations of student negativity were building toward manifestation in unused corridors and abandoned classrooms? He extended his perception deliberately, scanning the castle floor by floor, and found 7 more. 7 nascent spirits in various stages of development, feeding on the fear and stress and loneliness of a school full of children who were being told that the world was safe while every instinct screamed otherwise. 7. In a castle that was supposed to be the safest place in magical Britain. Harry spent the next 2 hours purging them, one by one, moving through the castle like a ghost himself, channeling positive energy into dark concentrations and watching them dissolve. By the time dawn grayed the windows, he was exhausted and sweating, but the castle felt cleaner. Lighter. As if he'd scrubbed something invisible from the air. He made it back to Gryffindor Tower just as the first students were stirring and collapsed onto his bed without undressing. Ron peered at him from across the room. "You look like death," Ron said helpfully. "Productive night." "You say that like it's a good thing," mate. Most people sleep at night. It's sort of the point of night. I'll sleep later. Harry pressed his palms against his eyes. Ron. When you're in the common room, do you ever feel, I don't know, unnaturally comfortable? Like the room itself is telling you to relax? Ron frowned. It's the common room. It's supposed to be comfortable. Right. Never mind. But the question wouldn't leave him alone. Potions that afternoon was a study in endurance. Snape stalked the dungeon classroom with his usual predatory restlessness, critiquing cauldrons and savaging egos with the practiced cruelty of a man who had elevated pettiness to an art form. But Harry watched him differently now. He watched the way Snape's left hand clenched every 90 seconds, a rhythmic spasm coinciding with the dark mark's energy pulse. He watched the micro-expression of pain that flashed across Snape's face whenever the pulse was particularly strong, suppressed so quickly that no one without enhanced perception would ever catch it. He watched, and he understood, and it made the usual provocations roll off him like water. Pathetic, Potter. Your draft of peace looks like pond water. Perhaps if you spent less time playing hero and more time studying your textbook, Professor, Harry said, not looking up from his cauldron, your mark pulsed 3 times in the last minute. That's more than usual. Is he summoning you tonight? The dungeon went deathly quiet. Every student froze. Snape's expression went through a rapid sequence, shock, fury, terror, control, that lasted perhaps 1 second. Stay after class, Potter, Snape said. His voice was ice. The rest of you, bottle your samples and get out. The class emptied with unusual speed. Hermione shot Harry a worried look as she left. He gave her a slight nod. Ron lingered at the door until Harry waved him off. The dungeon door closed. Snape stood behind his desk, and the mask was fracturing. Harry could see it, the carefully maintained persona of contempt and control crumbling at the edges, undermined by the simple, devastating fact that someone could see through it. What you said 2 weeks ago, Snape began, and stopped. He gripped the edge of his desk. His knuckles were white. You claimed to see the mark's effect on my body. You said it was killing me. It is. How? How can you possibly? He caught himself. Took a breath that was just slightly too controlled to be natural. Legilimency. You're reading, it's not legilimency. I don't need to read your mind. I can see your energy. The dark mark generates a constant output of cursed energy, negative emotional force that corrodes everything it touches. It's been eating your magical core for 20 years, Professor. The degradation is extensive. Your reflexes, your stamina, your cognitive processing, all impaired. You're operating at maybe 70% of your natural capability, and the remaining 30% is being consumed by the effort of compensating for the damage. Snape stared at him. Then, very slowly, he sat down. Harry had never seen Snape sit during a confrontation. The man was perpetually upright, perpetually in motion, using height and movement as weapons of intimidation. Sitting was surrender, of a kind, and Snape did it like a man putting down a weight he'd been carrying for too long. 70%, Snape said quietly. Roughly. It's hard to quantify precisely. But the man you were at 20, the dueling champion, the prodigy Voldemort recruited personally, that man was considerably more powerful than you are now. Not because you've gotten weaker. Because the mark has been stealing from you for 2 decades. And you can see this. You, a 15-year-old boy with less than 2 months of training in a discipline I've never heard of, can see what no healer, no diagnostician, no expert at ST. Mungos has ever detected. The healers are looking with magic. The mark is designed to be invisible to magical detection, that's part of its function. Voldemort doesn't want his servants knowing how much the bond costs them. But cursed energy isn't magic. It operates on different principles. I can see the mark the same way I can see a fire, not because I'm looking for it, but because it's there. The silence between them was unlike any silence Harry had ever shared with Snape. It wasn't hostile. It wasn't awkward. It was the silence of two people standing on the edge of something they both knew they couldn't take back. "You mentioned reverse curse technique," Snape said. "You said it could neutralize the mark." "I said it might. I'm not good enough yet. The precision required, I'd need surgical control that I don't have. One slip and I could damage your core permanently, or trigger the mark's defensive protocols, or alert Voldemort to what we're doing." "When?" "What?" "You said yet. When will you be capable?" Harry looked at the man across the desk, the lank hair, the sallow complexion, the dark eyes that had seen too much and forgiven too little, and felt something unexpected. Not affection, not forgiveness, but recognition. Two people trapped by circumstances they didn't choose, carrying burdens they didn't ask for, refusing to break under the weight. "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "Weeks. Months. Maybe longer. I'm training every day, but reverse curse technique is the hardest thing in the curriculum. My teacher, the strongest sorcerer alive, said most people never master it." Snape absorbed this. "Then, your teacher. Gojo. You trust him?" "With my life." "Why?" "Because he never lied to me. Not once." Something shifted in Snape's expression. It wasn't warmth. Harry didn't think Snape was capable of warmth, not anymore, not after what the Mark in Azkaban and 2 decades of espionage had done to him. But it was something adjacent to it. Acknowledgement, maybe. The recognition that honesty, in their world, was rarer than phoenix tears. "The headmaster has asked me to teach you occlumency this year," Snape said. "He believes the connection between you and the Dark Lord poses a security risk." "It does. But occlumency won't help." "Explain." "The connection isn't mental. It's not a pathway between our minds that can be blocked with mental walls. It's a soul-level bond created by the Horcrux in my scar. Mental discipline won't sever it any more than closing your eyes will make the sun disappear. The visions I get from Voldemort, they don't come through my mind. They come through the Horcrux. Through the piece of his soul that's fused to mine." Snape was very still. "You know about the Horcrux." "I know about all of them. There are at least 6, possibly 7. The one in my scar is the most problematic because it can't be destroyed without potentially killing me, or worse, destabilizing a containment structure beneath this castle that you don't have clearance to know about. I have clearance to know about everything that pertains to your safety, Potter. The headmaster doesn't know everything. Not about this." Harry held Snape's gaze. "There are things happening beneath Hogwarts that go beyond Voldemort, beyond the war, beyond anything Dumbledore has planned for. And the Horcrux in my head is connected to all of it." Snape studied him for a long, measured moment. "You are not the boy who left this castle in June." "No. I'm not." "Good." Snape stood. The mask was coming back, not fully, but enough to function. "I will inform the headmaster that occlumency instruction is unnecessary. He will not be pleased. He's not pleased about a lot of things lately." "No." The ghost of something that might have been dark humor crossed Snape's face. "He is not." He paused at the door. "Potter. The offer you made, regarding the mark. Don't forget it." It was as close to vulnerability as Severus Snape would ever come. Harry nodded. "I won't." Snape left. Harry sat alone in the empty dungeon and felt the man's signature recede, damaged, aching, but somehow lighter than it had been an hour ago. As if the simple act of being seen, truly seen, honestly and without judgment, had eased a burden that 20 years of silence had calcified into armor. Harry gathered his things and left, and he didn't notice the figure standing in the shadows of the corridor outside, Dumbledore, who had been listening to every word through a monitoring charm embedded in the dungeon wall, and whose expression was something no student had ever seen on the headmaster's face. Fear. The summons came that evening. Harry was in the room of requirement with Daphne, working through the Greengrass family texts on the founder's seal, when a folded parchment slid under the door. He didn't need to pick it up to know what it was. The parchment radiated Dumbledore's magical signature like a beacon. He picked it up anyway. Harry, I would be most grateful for a conversation at your earliest convenience. The password is Sugar Quill. AD. Earliest convenience, Daphne said, reading over his shoulder. Which means now. Which means now, Harry agreed. Daphne studied his face. They'd spent enough time together over the past weeks that she could read him without any magical perception, the set of his jaw, the way his eyes went flat and focused when he was preparing for confrontation. He heard your conversation with Snape, she said. It wasn't a guess. Probably. The dungeons are laced with monitoring charms. I should have been more careful. You were honest with someone who needed it. That's not carelessness, that's decency. She hesitated, then added, be careful with Dumbledore. He's not Umbridge. He won't try to punish you or control you through institutional power. He'll try to make you feel guilty. He'll try to make you feel like his disappointment is your failure. That's how he operates, not with force, but with emotional leverage. You've thought about this. I've watched him for 4 years. I'm a Slytherin in a school run by a Gryffindor who claims to value all houses equally while systematically favoring his own. You learn to read the person holding the scales. She met his eyes. Don't let him make you feel small, Harry. You're not his student tonight. You're his equal, whether he admits it or not. Harry looked at her, the sharp features softened by lamplight, the blue-gray eyes that saw as clearly in their own way as his enhanced perception, and felt something warm and unfamiliar stir in his chest. Thank you, he said. Go. I'll be here when you get back. The headmaster's office was a cathedral of accumulated power. Harry climbed the revolving staircase and pushed open the door, and his perception was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer density of magic in the room. Every surface was covered with objects radiating energy, silver instruments clicking and whirring on spindly tables, the pensieve glowing with captured memories on its shelf, the sorting hat drowsing on its perch with a millennium of magical intelligence humming in its fabric. The portrait frames held the signatures of former headmasters, their painted spirits bound to the school's magic, watching with artificial but surprisingly convincing interest. Fawkes sat on his perch, and the phoenix was a sun. Harry's enhanced perception rendered the bird as a column of pure positive energy, so bright, so clean, so overwhelmingly good that it was almost painful to look at directly. The antithesis of everything cursed and dark, concentrated into a creature of fire and rebirth. Harry understood, suddenly and viscerally, why Dumbledore kept Fawkes close. In a world of shadows, the phoenix was proof that light existed. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. He looked old tonight, not in the way he usually looked old, which was performative, the wise elder deploying age as authority. Tonight the age was genuine. The lines on his face were deeper, the blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles were tired, and the careful architecture of warmth and control that usually defined his presence was showing its foundations. Harry. Thank you for coming. Please, sit. Harry sat. Infinity hummed around him, passive and constant. He didn't activate it deliberately, it was simply on, the way his heartbeat was on. Background. Automatic. A mathematical truth woven into the fabric of his existence. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he said, I heard your conversation with Professor Snape. I know. The monitoring charms are standard security measures. I have maintained them since you became headmaster. I know that too. I've mapped every monitoring charm, mood-influencing ward, and loyalty resonance enchantment in this castle, Professor. I know where they are, what they do, and how long they've been active. Dumbledore's hands, which had been reaching for a lemon drop, went still. Loyalty resonance, he repeated quietly. The enchantments in the corridors near this office. They generate a subtle psychic influence that promotes feelings of deference and trust toward the headmaster. Anyone who walks past them regularly develops an unconscious inclination to obey your authority and accept your judgment without critical examination. Harry's voice was calm. Clinical. He wasn't angry, he was past anger. He was in the clear, cold space beyond it, where facts existed without emotional coloring. How long have those been active, Professor? Dumbledore was quiet for what felt like a very long time. Fawkes trilled softly, a sound of concern, of gentle inquiry. The silver instruments clicked and whirred. 53 years, Dumbledore said finally. Since I became headmaster. 53 years of students, faculty, and staff walking past enchantments that made them trust you more than they naturally would. 53 years of shaping the emotional landscape of this school to center on your authority. Harry paused. Did Grindelwald do the same thing at Durmstrang? The question hit like a physical blow. Harry saw it in Dumbledore's energy, a spike of pain so sharp it cut through the old man's legendary control. His composure fractured for half a second, and in that half second, Harry saw something he hadn't expected to see beneath the headmaster's surface. Guilt. Oceanic, soul-deep guilt, so vast and so old that it had become structural, a foundation that Dumbledore had built his entire identity on top of. Not guilt about the loyalty wards. Guilt about everything. About Ariana. About Grindelwald. About the choices made and the prices paid and the slow, inexorable slide from idealism into control. The greater good as justification for the steady erosion of other people's autonomy, one well-intentioned enchantment at a time. Harry saw all of this in a fraction of a second, and something inside him shifted. Not softened, he couldn't afford to soften, not here, not now. But adjusted. Recalibrated. Because Dumbledore wasn't a villain. He was something more complicated and more tragic, a good man who had lost faith in other people's ability to make the right choices, and had spent half a century quietly ensuring they didn't have to. That was unnecessary, Dumbledore said, and his voice was rough. And unkind. Maybe. But it was relevant. Harry leaned forward. You don't trust people, Professor. Not really. You trust your own judgment and you use your power to make sure everyone else follows it, and you've been doing it for so long that you don't even see it anymore. The loyalty wards aren't malicious. The mood-influencing enchantments aren't evil. They're the work of a man who genuinely believes he knows best and has decided, consciously or unconsciously, that the world would be better if everyone else agreed. And you find this objectionable. I find it terrifying. Because you're brilliant. Because you usually are right. Because when a man as intelligent and powerful as you decides that other people's free will is an obstacle to the greater good, the results look an awful lot like benevolence, right up until they don't. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose. Without the glasses, his eyes were naked and blue and very, very tired. You are not wrong, he said. Harry hadn't expected that. He'd prepared for deflection, justification, the trademark Dumbledore redirect that would turn the conversation away from uncomfortable truths and toward abstract philosophy. Direct admission was not in the old man's usual playbook. The loyalty resonances will be removed, Dumbledore continued. Tonight. All of them. The mood-influencing wards as well. The monitoring charms, he hesitated. Those I would argue are genuinely necessary for student safety, particularly in the current climate. Keep the monitoring charms in common areas. Remove the ones from private spaces, dormitories, bathrooms, the hospital wing. People deserve privacy, even in a war. Dumbledore inclined his head. A concession. Real, tangible, and it cost him visibly to make it. But that's not why you summoned me, Harry said. No. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. The mask was rebuilding, but differently now, less armor, more scaffolding. A structure to hold him up rather than hide behind. I asked you here because of what you told Severus about the Horcruxes. You said there are at least 6. Possibly 7. You know their nature. I know enough. The diary, destroyed in my 2nd year. The ring, I can feel it, something poison and gold, hidden somewhere Voldemort considers meaningful. The locket, Slytherins. The cup, Hufflepuffs. The diadem, Ravenclaws. The snake, Nagini. And the one in my scar. Dumbledore stared at him. The analytical engine behind his eyes was running at full power, and Harry could feel the intensity of it, the old man's magical signature accelerating, processing, building structures of understanding at a speed that would have been terrifying if Harry hadn't spent 6 weeks watching Gojo do the same thing with his 6 eyes. I have spent 12 years researching Tom Riddle's Horcruxes, Dumbledore said slowly. I have traveled to the orphanage where he was raised, spoken to witnesses who knew him as a young man, examined memories in my pensieve, followed trails of evidence across 3 continents. I have confirmed the diary and suspected the ring. The others, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, I had theories. Theories, Harry. Unconfirmed, uncertain, the work of over a decade. And you know them all. Gojo can see soul magic with his 6 eyes. He examined my scar and identified the Horcrux instantly, then mapped its resonance patterns. Each Horcrux is connected to the others through Voldemort's fragmented soul, they're like nodes in a network, and the piece in my scar can feel the rest. Once Gojo showed me how to read the connections, the others were obvious. Obvious, Dumbledore repeated, and there was something in his voice that might have been wonder or might have been despair. A decade of my work, obvious. Professor. Harry's voice softened, not out of pity but out of respect for the genuine emotion he was seeing. Your research wasn't wasted. You built the foundation. You identified Riddle's psychology, his obsessions, his attachment to Founder's artifacts. Without that framework, my perception alone wouldn't have been enough, I'd have felt the resonances without understanding what they meant. Your work and my abilities are complementary. That's what I've been trying to tell you. We can work together. But only if you stop treating me like a weapon you're aiming and start treating me like a partner. Dumbledore was very still. Behind him, Fawkes shifted on his perch, and the phoenix's song hummed at the edge of hearing, not a melody, just a vibration, a resonance of encouragement and sorrow. Harry, Dumbledore said, I owe you the truth about something, and I find that I am deeply ashamed to speak it. Harry waited. When you were a baby, when the prophecy was made and Voldemort marked you, I saw what the Horcrux would mean. Not immediately. I spent years trying to find another interpretation, another possibility. But eventually, the conclusion became inescapable, the fragment of Tom's soul in your scar would need to be destroyed, and the only known method of destroying a Horcrux is to damage the vessel beyond magical repair. You thought I had to die. I believed it. For years. And I. He paused. I raised you accordingly. Not with cruelty, never with cruelty. But with a shaping. A deliberate cultivation of certain qualities. Bravery. Self-sacrifice. Loyalty to others above loyalty to self. I wanted you to be willing, Harry. When the time came, I wanted you to walk into death not because you were forced, but because you chose it. Because I had made you the kind of person who would choose it. The words hung in the air between them, and they were the ugliest words Harry had ever heard. Not because of what they described, he'd already known the broad strokes. But because of the precision of the admission. Dumbledore wasn't confessing to a vague failure. He was confessing to a specific, deliberate, sustained campaign of psychological engineering conducted on a child for 15 years. I know, Harry said. You know. I've known since this summer. Gojo laid it out for me within the first week. He could see the shaping, the emotional patterns, the reinforced behaviors, the carefully cultivated self-worth issues that would make me value other people's lives above my own. Harry's voice was steady. It's brilliant work, Professor. If I hadn't been trained to see it, I would have walked right into the ending you prepared for me. I would have wanted to. And I would have thought it was my own choice. Dumbledore closed his eyes. But here's the thing, Harry continued. I am brave. I do value other people's lives. I would sacrifice myself if it were truly the only way. Those aren't traits you manufactured, they're traits I inherited from my parents and developed through my own experiences. You didn't create them. You just tried to exploit them. And the fact that you feel guilty about it now doesn't change the fact that you were prepared to send a child to his death. Yes, Dumbledore whispered. It doesn't. They sat in silence. The instruments clicked. Fawkes sang his low, mournful note. And Harry felt the old man's energy shift, the guilt rising to the surface, no longer suppressed, no longer managed, just there. Raw and terrible and earned. There is another way, Harry said. Reverse cursed technique. Positive energy applied at the soul level. I can purify the Horcrux without destroying myself. Severus mentioned that you had discussed this. Can you truly? Not yet. But I will be able to. It's a matter of training and time. And if time is not on our side, then we make time. That's what allies do, Professor. They buy each other time. Dumbledore opened his eyes. They were wet. Harry had never seen Albus Dumbledore cry, and the sight was both humbling and uncomfortable, like seeing a mountain weep. You are a better man than I deserve, Dumbledore said. I'm a 15-year-old who's been lied to his entire life. Let's not get carried away. But there was no bitterness in it. Just truth, spoken cleanly. I need something from you. The locations of the Horcruxes, the ring, the locket, the cup. Your research, your theories, everything. No more doling out information when you think I'm ready. I need it all. Now. Dumbledore nodded. He rose, crossed to a cabinet, and withdrew a thick leather folder, hand-bound, worn, clearly assembled over many years. He placed it on the desk between them. Everything I know, he said. 12 years of research. Memories I've collected, locations I've identified, theories I've developed. It's yours. Harry took the folder. It was heavier than it looked, weighted with magic, with memory, with the accumulated effort of a brilliant mind applied to a single, obsessive purpose. Thank you. Harry. Dumbledore's voice stopped him as he turned to leave. The entity beneath the castle. You mentioned it to Severus, something beyond the Horcruxes, something beneath the foundations. I heard you speak of a containment structure. Harry hesitated. Blackwell had told him the information was classified. The Baron had broken a millennium-old oath to share it. But Dumbledore was, for all his flaws, still the most knowledgeable wizard alive, and if anyone might have relevant insight, the founders built Hogwarts as a seal, Harry said. There's something imprisoned beneath the castle, a primordial cursed spirit of immense power. The Horcruxes are weakening the containment. Dumbledore sat back down. His expression was, Harry struggled to categorize it. Not surprise, exactly. More like the expression of a man who has just been told that a suspicion he's carried for decades has been confirmed. I have felt it, Dumbledore said quietly. For years. A presence beneath the school, below the Chamber of Secrets, below the foundations, in the bedrock itself. I assumed it was residual dark magic from the Founders' era. A pool of negative energy, perhaps. But an entity. It's conscious. It's ancient. And it's getting closer to breaking free. Then the Horcruxes must be addressed as a matter of urgency. Not just for Voldemort, for the seal. Yes. But destroying them causes shockwaves that damage the seal further. We need to purify them. Convert the negative energy to positive. That neutralizes the Horcrux without destabilizing the containment. And only you can do this. Only I can do this. Harry met his eyes. Do you see now, Professor? Do you see why I can't be your martyr? Not because I'm afraid to die. Because if I die, the seal loses its only hope of reinforcement, and something worse than Voldemort walks the earth. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. I see, he said at last. I see, Harry. And I am sorry. For all of it. Harry nodded. He turned and walked to the door. Harry. He looked back. The loyalty resonances, Dumbledore said. I will remove them tonight. All of them. You have my word. Thank you, Professor. He left the office and descended the revolving staircase, and as he walked, he felt the faintest shift in the castle's ambient energy, a subtle recalibration, as if the building itself was adjusting to the idea that its master had just, for the first time in half a century, decided to let people think for themselves. Daphne was still in the room of requirement when he returned. She'd fallen asleep on the couch, surrounded by texts and notes, her quill still loosely held in one hand. Her hair had come undone from its customary knot and fell across her face in dark waves. Harry stood in the doorway and watched her sleep, and the warmth in his chest that had been building for weeks intensified into something he could no longer pretend was platonic. He moved a stack of books off the other end of the couch and sat down. She stirred, blinked, and focused on him with the sharp to groggy to sharp again transition of someone whose mind never fully shut off. How did it go? He's removing the loyalty wards. Daphne sat up. He admitted they exist. He admitted everything. The shaping, the manipulation, the plan for me to die. All of it. And you believe him? I believe what I saw. His energy doesn't lie, even when his words do. He was genuinely ashamed. Genuinely sorry. Whether that translates into changed behavior. Harry shrugged. We'll see. Daphne studied him with the intensity she brought to everything. You're not angry. I was. For weeks, I was furious. But anger is exhausting, and I have too much to do to waste energy on it. Dumbledore made terrible choices for what he genuinely believed were good reasons. Understanding that doesn't excuse it, but it lets me move past it. That's very mature. That's very patronizing. She almost smiled. Sorry. I mean, most people would still be furious. Most people would want revenge, or at least vindication. The fact that you can look at a man who engineered your death and choose to work with him instead of destroying him, that takes a kind of strength that has nothing to do with cursed energy. Harry looked at her. The lamplight caught the angles of her face, sharp cheekbones, straight nose, the slight furrow between her brows that appeared when she was being serious. She was beautiful. He'd known that for weeks in an abstract, intellectual way, the same way he knew the room of requirement was architecturally interesting. But tonight, sitting beside her with the weight of Dumbledore's confession still fresh and the feeling of her presence warm against his perception, the knowledge became something less abstract and considerably more urgent. He gave me his research on the Horcruxes, Harry said, producing the leather folder. 12 years' worth. Daphne's eyes lit up. She reached for the folder with the reverence of a scholar approaching a primary source, and for the next hour they went through it together, Dumbledore's meticulous notes, his collected memories, his maps and theories and painstaking detective work. The ring was in the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton, protected by powerful curses. The locket had been hidden in a cave by the sea, guarded by inferi and poison. The cup was in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. The diadem, Dumbledore had only a theory on this one, but he suspected it was somewhere in Hogwarts itself. The room of requirement, Daphne said immediately. Harry looked at her. Think about it. Tom Riddle was a student here. He would have found the room. He was brilliant and obsessive, and the room responds to need. If he needed a place to hide something where no one would ever find it. She gestured at the walls around them. This room can become anything. Including a room full of hidden things. Can we make it do that? Right now? Not while it's in this configuration. We'd have to leave, walk past 3 times while thinking about a place where things are hidden, and come back in. They did. They left the room, paced the corridor 3 times, Harry thinking I need the place where everything is hidden with focused intent, and the door reappeared. Different from before. Larger. Older looking. They opened it and stepped into chaos. The room was the size of a cathedral, and every inch of it was filled with stuff. Mountains of furniture, towers of books, heaps of broken and discarded objects stretching away in every direction like a dragon's hoard curated by a lunatic. Harry's perception exploded with input, thousands of magical signatures, some bright, some dark, some ancient, some recent, all jumbled together in a vast archive of things the castle's inhabitants had hidden over the centuries. And there, pulsing like a dark star amid the clutter, was a signature Harry recognized. He walked through the maze of objects, navigating by perception, stepping over broken chairs and ducking under hanging tapestries, following the pull of the Horcrux like a compass finding north. Daphne followed, wand out, eyes wide, her analytical mind clearly struggling with the sheer impossibility of the room's scale. They found it on a dusty table near the back wall, sitting on a bust of an ugly old warlock. A tarnished silver diadem set with a pale blue stone. Ravenclaw's diadem. One of the most legendary lost artifacts in wizarding history, missing for 1,000 years, and here it was, hidden in plain sight, in a room full of junk, pulsing with the sick, dark energy of Voldemort's fractured soul. Harry extended his perception and examined the Horcrux's structure. It was similar to the one in his scar, a knot of negative energy fused to the host object, generating a constant output of darkness. But where his Horcrux was embedded in living tissue and tangled with his own soul, this one was simpler. The diadem was dead matter. The Horcrux was attached to it but not integrated into it. In theory, it could be purified without destroying the artifact itself. In theory. Can you do it? Daphne asked quietly. I don't know. My reverse curse technique is still imprecise. Harry stared at the diadem. If I try and fail, the energy release could destabilize the local ward structure. This room is part of Hogwarts' magical architecture, a failure here could cascade through the castle's entire enchantment network. Then don't try. Not yet. Mark the location, plan the approach, come back when you're ready. Smart. Practical. Exactly what he needed to hear. Harry nodded. He memorized the diadem's exact position and energy signature, then they left the room and watched the door seal itself behind them. They stood in the 7th floor corridor. It was past midnight. The castle was quiet. Harry, Daphne said. He turned to her. I received an owl from my father this morning. Her voice was controlled, but he could feel the emotions underneath, the careful mask barely containing a storm. He waited. Lucius Malfoy has proposed a marriage contract. Draco to me. My father he's considering it. She said it flatly, like reading a weather report. A Greengrass Malfoy alliance would cement our family's position with the pure-blood traditionalists. It would protect Astoria. It would end the pressure, the threats, the uncertainty. My father sees it as a survival strategy. And you? I see it as a cage. Her voice cracked, just slightly, on the last word. I've spent 4 years building my own path, studying, preparing, making myself indispensable through knowledge and competence so that my value to my family wouldn't be measured in breeding potential. And now, with one letter, it's all reduced to the same old equation, which powerful family gets to own me? Harry felt something hot and sharp in his chest. Not anger exactly, something more targeted. A precise, focused rejection of the world that would reduce this brilliant, fierce, extraordinary person to a transaction. "You're not going to marry Draco Malfoy," he said. "You don't get to decide that." "No. You do. And you've already decided. You just need someone to say it out loud." She looked at him. The mask was gone. Not removed deliberately, stripped away by the force of what she was feeling, too much emotion for the Ice Queen armor to contain. She looked young and scared and furious, and underneath all of it, she looked hopeful, which was the most terrifying thing of all. "My father will withdraw the proposal if I present a credible alternative," she said. "A different alliance. A different source of protection. Like an alliance with the only person in magical Britain who can make the killing curse bounce off thin air. Something like that." Harry stepped closer. "Is that what this is? A political calculation?" "No." She said it immediately, without hesitation, with the clarity of someone who had been thinking about this for longer than she wanted to admit. "This hasn't been political since the second week, Harry. I came to you because of Infinity. I stayed because of you." The distance between them was very small now. Harry could feel her energy, bright, sharp, burning with intelligence and fear and something else, something warm and terrifying that neither of them had names for yet. "I'm carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head," Harry said. "I'm the focal point of a war between a Dark Lord and a manipulative headmaster. There's an ancient entity beneath this castle that might destroy the world, and I'm apparently the only person who can stop it. I'm 15, I haven't slept properly in weeks, and every powerful person in Britain either wants to use me, control me, or kill me. Is this supposed to be a deterrent? It's supposed to be full transparency. You asked for it. I did." She tilted her head. "And having received it, I find that I don't care about any of it. Which probably makes me insane. Probably. Are you going to kiss me, or do I need to file a formal request?" Harry laughed. The sound surprised him, surprised them both. It was warm and real and completely unburdened, and it broke the last thread of tension between them. He kissed her. It wasn't dramatic. There were no fireworks, no magical sparks, no orchestral swells. It was soft and slightly uncertain and tasted like the tea she'd been drinking earlier, and it lasted about 4 seconds before they both pulled back and looked at each other with expressions of mild astonishment. "Huh," Daphne said. "Yeah. That was, yeah." She smiled. Not the careful, calculated expression she showed the rest of the world. A real smile, wide and unguarded, that transformed her face from beautiful and intimidating to beautiful and devastating. "Again," she said. They kissed again, and this time it was less uncertain. Harry let Infinity thin, just around her, just enough that the mathematical impossibility of infinite distance didn't apply to the space between their lips. She was the first person since Gojo that he deliberately allowed inside his defense, and the symbolism of that wasn't lost on either of them. When they finally separated, she leaned her forehead against his shoulder and breathed. "My father will need to be convinced," she said, her voice muffled against his shirt. "I'll write to him. You'll meet with him. In person. If you want to invalidate a marriage contract with a family like the Malfoys, you need to demonstrate that you're a more valuable ally. And you'll need to do it without threatening him, because my father responds to threats by digging in. I can be diplomatic. You threatened Dumbledore within 30 seconds of arriving at Grimmauld Place. I can learn to be diplomatic." She laughed against his shoulder, and the vibration of it was warm and real and exactly what Harry hadn't known he needed. The next morning, Harry skipped breakfast and went to the Olary. He needed to contact Gojo, and magical owls were the most secure communication channel available, Hedwig, in particular, seemed to exist outside normal spatial constraints, arriving at destinations faster than any broomstick and through wards that should have been impenetrable. He wrote the letter carefully, Sensei, progress report. Infinity is stable and passive. Blue and red are combat ready. Reverse curse technique is improving but not yet precise enough for Horcrux extraction. Enhanced perception has expanded significantly. I'm seeing things I wasn't seeing before, including the entity beneath the school. I need your advice on two things. First, reverse cursed technique application to embedded soul-level cursed objects. I need surgical precision. How do I get there faster? Second, there's something beneath Hogwarts. Primordial. Conscious. The founders sealed it 1,000 years ago and the Horcruxes are weakening the containment. It knows I'm here. How do I prepare for something at that scale? He sent Hedwig into the grey morning sky and watched until she disappeared. Then he sat on the cold stone windowsill and extended his perception downward. The seal was degrading. He could feel it every time he reached this deep, the fractures in the third layer widening imperceptibly, the pressure from below building incrementally. The Hollow King's awareness pressed against the weakened barriers like a tide against a seawall, patient and relentless and impossibly vast. And the Horcrux in his scar pulsed in sympathy. Every time the entity shifted, the dark fragment in Harry's soul resonated, a heartbeat answering a heartbeat, linked by mechanisms he didn't fully understand. The Horcrux was connected to Voldemort, yes. But it was also connected to the seal, and through the seal, to the thing behind it. Harry was a node in a network of darkness, and every connection was a vulnerability. He closed his perception and rubbed his scar. It ached, not with Voldemort's anger, which had its own familiar burning quality, but with something deeper and colder. The ache of proximity to something so negative that it distorted reality just by existing. Hedwig returned that afternoon, impossibly fast, carrying a response on a piece of paper torn from a convenience store receipt. Gojo's handwriting was illegible and his spelling was creative, but the message was clear: kid, RCT precision comes from understanding, not practice. Stop trying to refine the technique mechanically. Instead, focus on what positive energy actually is. You've been treating it as reversed negative, that's the textbook definition, and it's wrong. Positive energy isn't the absence of suffering. It's the presence of something else. Figure out what that something is and your control will snap into place. As for the big ugly thing under your school, I've fought entities at that level. They don't think like humans. They don't have goals or plans, they have nature. A fire doesn't plan to burn. It just burns. Understanding its nature is the key to containing it. What does this thing want? Not in a human sense. What is its fundamental drive? Also, sounds like you got a girl. Good. Don't screw it up. You're incredibly handsome and talented teacher. P.S. If it gets really bad, I'll come. You know that. But I'd rather you handle it. Not because I'm lazy, I am. Because you're ready. Trust yourself. Harry read the letter 3 times. Gojo's advice was always like this, seemingly casual, almost flippant, but containing exactly the insight Harry needed if he thought about it hard enough. Positive energy isn't the absence of suffering. It's the presence of something else. What was that something? He thought about it through transfiguration, through charms, through an excruciating history of magic class that made even his enhanced perception beg for mercy. He was still thinking about it at dinner when the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling flickered. Just once. A single beat of darkness, the star-filled sky replaced by something writhing and black for a fraction of a second, then snapping back to normal. Most students didn't notice. The conversations continued, the laughter rang out, the forks clinked against plates. Harry noticed. Across the hall, Luna looked up from her meal with an expression of calm alertness. At the staff table, Dumbledore's hand tightened on his goblet. And somewhere in the castle, Harry felt Blackwell's energy spike in alarm. It was getting closer. Hedwig's return also brought an unexpected visitor. 3 days after Harry's letter to Gojo, a second owl arrived, not Hedwig, but a massive eagle owl bearing the crest of the Greengrass family. It carried a letter addressed to Harry in precise, formal script. Mr. Potter, my daughter has informed me of your association. I confess to considerable surprise. Daphne has historically shown little interest in social entanglements of any kind, and the current political climate makes any alliance with the Potter name a matter of significant consequence. I have received a proposal from the Malfoy family regarding Draco and Daphne. The terms are favorable. The protection offered is substantial. I am a pragmatic man, Mr. Potter, and pragmatism demands that I take the offer seriously. However, my daughter is not a commodity, whatever the traditions of our world may suggest. If you believe you can offer the Greengrass family a credible alternative to the Malfoy alliance, one that addresses our security concerns without compromising our neutrality, I am willing to listen. I will be at the Hog's Head this Saturday at noon. Come alone. Cyrus Greengrass. Harry showed the letter to Daphne that evening. He's testing you, she said immediately. The "come alone" is deliberate. He wants to see how you handle a negotiation without backup. Any advice? Don't try to out-politic him. He's been playing this game for 30 years. Be direct. Be honest. Show him what you can do, not with words, but with proof. She paused. And don't promise things you can't deliver. He'll know. Saturday came. Harry walked to Hogsmeade under a sky the color of wet slate and found the Hog's Head exactly as grim and uninviting as he remembered. Cyrus Greengrass was already there, sitting in a corner booth with a glass of fire whiskey and the alert, assessing expression of a man who measured everyone he met against the threat they posed. He was a tall man, lean like his daughter, with the same sharp features and blue-gray eyes. His energy was tightly controlled. Decades of political survival had taught him to give nothing away, but Harry's perception read deeper than surface composure. Cyrus Greengrass was afraid. Not of Harry, but of the world. Of the war closing in. Of the choices narrowing around his family like a closing fist. Mr. Potter. Cyrus didn't stand or extend his hand. Sit. Harry sat. I'll be direct, Cyrus said. My family has maintained neutrality through 3 generations of wizarding conflicts. We have survived by being useful to all sides and beholden to none. The current situation threatens that position in ways I have not experienced before. Voldemort, he said the name steadily, which earned him a point in Harry's estimation, demands explicit allegiance. The Ministry demands public loyalty. Dumbledore demands trust. None of these are things I can give without losing the freedom to navigate. I'm not asking for allegiance, loyalty, or trust, Harry said. I'm asking for time. Time. The Malfoy contract is a trap. You know that. Lucius isn't offering Draco out of generosity, he's binding your family to Voldemort's cause so that when the war comes, you can't sit it out. Once the contract is signed, Greengrass neutrality is over. You become a Death Eater family by marriage, and everything you've built for 3 generations is subordinated to a madman's war. Cyrus's expression didn't change, but his energy flickered. Harry had hit a nerve. The alternative, Harry continued, is me. Not as a political alliance. Not as a faction you're joining. As a guarantee. A guarantee of what? Harry looked at Cyrus Greengrass and made a decision. Then he reached across the table and picked up Cyrus's glass of fire whiskey. He held it up between them. And then he let go. The glass hung in the air. Fire whiskey and crystal, suspended by nothing visible, held in place by the mathematical impossibility of infinite spatial convergence. Cyrus stared at it. His composure cracked, not much, not dramatically, but Harry saw the fracture. Harry plucked the glass from its infinity suspension and set it back on the table. I can make your family untouchable, Harry said. Literally. I can ward your home with techniques that no spell can penetrate. I can teach Daphne and Astoria defensive methods that render conventional magic irrelevant. And I can personally guarantee, that if Voldemort or anyone else comes for the Greengrass family, they will face me. You're a 15-year-old boy. I'm a 15-year-old boy who can stop the killing curse. Who faced Voldemort in a graveyard and survived. Who is being trained by the strongest sorcerer in history. And who, in approximately 6 months, is going to destroy every Horcrux Voldemort has ever made and render him mortal. Harry leaned forward. Mr. Greengrass. Lucius Malfoy is offering you a cage made of gold. I'm offering you something he can't, a world where your daughters don't need anyone's protection because they can protect themselves. The silence in the Hog's head was thick enough to cut. Aberforth, behind the bar, was polishing a glass with suspicious attentiveness. Cyrus drank his fire whiskey. Set down the glass. Studied Harry with the same piercing grey-blue eyes his daughter had. Daphne told me you were extraordinary, he said. She has never used that word about anyone. Not once in her life. He folded his hands. I will decline the Malfoy proposal. On one condition. Name it. If the war reaches my family, if Astoria is threatened, you come. Personally. Whatever else is happening, wherever you are, you come. Done. Then we have an agreement. Cyrus extended his hand. Harry shook it. The grip was firm, and the energy behind it was complex, relief, calculation, and the faintest thread of genuine respect. One more thing, Mr. Potter. Yes. Hurt my daughter and I will find a way through your infinity. I don't care how long it takes. Harry grinned. Understood, sir. Gojo's advice about reverse curse technique haunted Harry for days. Positive energy isn't the absence of suffering. It's the presence of something else. He trained every night, pushing his reverse curse technique harder, trying to refine the output from a garden hose to a laser. But Gojo was right, mechanical refinement wasn't working. He could generate positive energy, but it was blunt, undirected, more healing warmth than surgical instrument. Fine for closing cuts and mending bruises. Useless for something as delicate as soul-level Horcrux extraction. He was missing something fundamental. Not a technique. An understanding. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. He was sitting in the room of requirement with Daphne on a Wednesday evening, cross-legged on the floor, attempting for the 100th time to generate a focused beam of reverse cursed energy precise enough to isolate a single thread of negative energy from a test object, a dark artifact Daphne had borrowed from the Slytherin Common Room's unofficial collection. The artifact was a cursed quill that caused mild hallucinations when used. Nothing dangerous. Just enough negative energy to practice on. He failed. Again. The positive energy washed over the quill in a diffuse wave, neutralizing some of the curse but not all of it, leaving fragments of dark energy scattered through the object like shrapnel. Damn it, Harry muttered. Daphne watched him from the couch, legs tucked beneath her, one of the Greengrass texts open in her lap. She'd been reading about the Founder's purification methods for the past hour. You're trying too hard, she said. That's helpful. I'm serious. Listen to what your teacher said again. Positive energy isn't reversed negative. It's something else. You keep generating it by inverting your cursed energy, taking the negative and flipping it. That works mechanically, but the output is crude because you're working against the grain. You're fighting the energy's nature instead of transforming it. What's the alternative? The Founder's texts describe purification as an act of, the translation is tricky, the Old English is archaic, but roughly, it's an act of recognition. You don't create positive energy by negating negative energy. You create it by recognizing what's already there. The positive exists within the negative. Joy exists within sorrow. Hope exists within despair. You're not inverting, you're finding. Harry stared at her. Then he stared at the quill. Then he closed his eyes. He reached for his cursed energy, the dark, cold current that flowed through him constantly, generated by the Horcrux and his own history of suffering. 14 years of abuse, neglect, loss, and trauma. The graveyard. Cedric. His parents' murders. The loneliness of Privet Drive. The betrayal of adults who should have protected him. All of that was real. All of that generated cursed energy. But within it, threaded through the darkness like silver threads in black cloth, was something else. Sirius's laugh when Harry arrived at Grimmauld Place. Gojo's hand on his shoulder after a successful training session. Hermione's fierce loyalty. Ron's stubborn friendship. Mrs. Weasley's hugs. Daphne's smile. Not the absence of suffering. The presence of connection. Of meaning. Of the choice to love and trust and hope despite every reason not to. Harry reached for those threads. Not mechanically, not through technique or formula. He reached for them the way you reach for someone's hand in the dark. Instinctively. Necessarily. Because they were there, and they were real, and they mattered. The energy shifted. It was like a key turning in a lock. The cursed energy in his channels didn't invert, it transformed. The same energy, the same source, but the output changed from dark to light, from cold to warm, from destructive to creative. Not because Harry forced it, but because he understood it. Negative and positive weren't opposites. They were aspects of the same force, and the transformation between them wasn't mechanical, it was an act of recognition. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands. They were glowing. A soft, warm, golden light, not dramatic, not blinding, just present. Positive energy, flowing through his channels with a precision and clarity he'd never achieved before. He touched the cursed quill. The dark energy dissolved. Not scattered, not partially neutralized, dissolved. Completely, cleanly, leaving the quill pristine and inert. An ordinary feather. Every trace of the curse, gone. Daphne stared. Harry. I understand now. His voice was hushed. I understand what he meant. It's not a technique. It's a perspective. You don't fight the darkness. You find the light that's already inside it. Can you do it again? Reliably? Harry picked up a second cursed object from Daphne's collection, a ring that caused nightmares. He touched it. The curse dissolved in seconds. Clean, complete, surgical. Yes, he said. I can do it again. They looked at each other, and the magnitude of what had just happened settled over them like a weight. If Harry could purify cursed objects with this level of precision, he could purify Horcruxes. He could neutralize the fragments of Voldemort's soul without the destructive energy release that would damage the Founder's seal. He could save himself. He could save the school. He could save the world. Don't get ahead of yourself, Daphne said, reading his expression. A cursed quill is not a Horcrux. The energy density is thousands of times lower. You'll need to build up to it. I know. But the principle is the same. The understanding is what matters, and I have that now. She set down her book and crossed the room to where he sat. She knelt beside him and took his glowing hands in hers. I'm proud of you, she said. The glow intensified slightly. Harry looked at their joined hands and understood something else. The positive energy responded to connection. To genuine human connection. Daphne's hands in his weren't just comfort, they were fuel. The warmth between them, the trust, the choice to be vulnerable with each other, all of it fed the transformation. Gojo is going to be insufferable when I tell him, Harry said. Why? Because he was right. Again. The days that followed were productive. Harry refined his reverse curse technique obsessively, working through progressively more powerful cursed objects. Daphne sourced them from increasingly dubious corners of the castle, the Slytherin common room, the room of requirement, even a locked cabinet in Filch's office that contained confiscated dark artifacts dating back decades. Each one was more complex, more deeply cursed, more resistant to purification. Each one fell. His perception continued to sharpen. He could now distinguish individual cursed energy signatures from across the castle, not just presence and location, but identity. He knew when Dumbledore was in his office, a vast, steady signature like a deep lake. He knew when Snape's mark was pulsing, sharp spikes of toxic darkness. He knew when Blackwell was monitoring him, the unspeakable signature went carefully flat, a telltale absence that was itself a signal. And he could feel the seal. Every day, the degradation advanced. The fourth layer was under stress now, not breached, but flexing, like a dam bowing under rising water. The entity behind it pressed ceaselessly, and the Horcruxes fed it energy through channels Harry was beginning to map. 6 fragments of Voldemort's soul, scattered across Britain, each one a leak in the cosmic plumbing, dripping darkness into a reservoir that had been accumulating suffering since before recorded history. Harry could see the network. The Horcrux in his scar connected to the diary's remnant, which connected to the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake. A web of soul fragments, linked by the identity of their creator, pulsing in unison like a diseased heart. And from each node, a thread of darkness reached downward, through the magical substrate of Britain, to the seal beneath Hogwarts. He shared this with Blackwell in a midnight meeting on the astronomy tower. "You can map the entire network?" Blackwell said, and for the first time since Harry had known him, the Unspeakable's composure showed genuine emotion. Something between awe and dread. "I can feel each Horcrux as a distinct node. The diary is destroyed, that node is dead, just residual echo. The diadem is in the castle, I've located it. The ring is in Little Hangleton. The locket is at Grimmauld Place, Sirius's house, hidden by Regulus Black before he died. The cup is in Gringotts. The snake is with Voldemort. And the one in your scar. And the one in my scar." Blackwell pulled a small device from his robes, a modified sneakoscope, heavily enchanted, that he pointed at Harry. The device spun lazily, not detecting deception. "My department received your letter about the Horcrux-Seal relationship 3 weeks ago," Blackwell said. "We've been running models. The conclusion is unpleasant. Tell me. If the Horcruxes are destroyed conventionally, basilisk venom, fiend fire, the energy release from each destruction sends a shockwave through the soul network. Each shockwave hits the seal. Our models predict that destroying more than 3 Horcruxes through conventional means will cause a cascading failure of the remaining seal layers. The entity will breach containment. Then we don't destroy them conventionally. We purify them. Can you? I'm getting there. My reverse curse technique has reached surgical precision on standard cursed objects. Horcruxes are more complex, the soul anchoring creates additional layers of resistance. But the principle works. I've confirmed it. Blackwell absorbed this. How long until you're ready for a Horcrux-level purification? Weeks. Maybe less, if I push hard. Push hard. Blackwell's gray eyes were steady. The 4th seal layer showed stress fractures this morning. My instruments are reading pre-breach energy levels. At current rates, we have perhaps 3 months before a catastrophic failure. 3 months. Harry looked out over the castle grounds, the dark surface of the lake, the edge of the forbidden forest, the distant mountains under a sky full of stars. 3 months to purify 6 Horcruxes, strengthen a seal built by the most powerful sorcerers in history, and prevent the emergence of an entity that would make Voldemort look like a playground bully. Potter. Blackwell's voice pulled him back. I owe you an admission. Go on. When I was sent here, my orders were not just to assess and monitor you. The contingency I referenced in my initial report, Contingency 7, includes provisions for your containment or neutralization if you're deemed an unacceptable risk. Harry looked at him. I'm telling you this because I no longer believe those provisions are appropriate. You're not the risk, Potter. You're the response. And I've communicated that assessment to my superiors. He paused. They disagree. Of course they do. The Department of Mysteries has spent centuries managing threats through control and suppression. The idea of trusting someone too powerful to control goes against every protocol we have. There are people in my organization who will actively resist your involvement, not because they're evil, but because they genuinely believe that uncontrolled power is the most dangerous force in the world. They're not wrong. Blackwell blinked. Excuse me. Uncontrolled power is dangerous. Gojo told me that on my first day of training. The solution isn't control, it's self-control. Discipline. Purpose. Accountability. I don't want anyone to control me, Blackwell. But I'm not asking for a blank check either. I'm asking for the freedom to do what needs to be done, with people watching who will call me out if I go too far. The Unspeakable studied him for a long moment. That is either the most mature or the most naive thing I've ever heard a 15-year-old say. Probably both. Something shifted in Blackwell's expression. Something that might have been the beginning of respect. I'll buy you what time I can. But the department will send someone to evaluate you directly. Probably within the month. Be prepared. I'm always prepared now. Blackwell almost smiled. I'm beginning to believe that. It happened on a Thursday evening. The Great Hall was full, dinner in progress, hundreds of students eating and laughing and complaining about homework, the enchanted ceiling showing a crisp autumn sky dusted with early stars. The noise was warm and human and exactly the kind of ambient positivity that made Harry's daily perception of the school bearable. He felt it before anyone else. A pulse. Deep, resonant, coming from below, not through the floor, but through the energy. The magical substrate of Hogwarts shuddered, and Harry's enhanced perception went white-hot with warning. The fourth seal layer was breaching. Daphne, Harry said, and the urgency in his voice made her head snap toward him from across the hall. Their eyes met and she saw his expression and went pale. The enchanted ceiling flickered. The stars vanished, replaced for a heartbeat by something dark and organic and writhing, tentacles of darkness pressing against the inside of the enchantment like hands against glass. Then the ceiling snapped back. Stars. Normal. But the temperature dropped. Not the crisp cold of autumn, the bone-deep, soul-deep cold of something profoundly negative entering the space. Students' breath began to mist. Candles dimmed. The laughter died. Harry was already on his feet. The floor of the great hall cracked. A single fissure, running from the base of the staff table to the center of the room, splitting flagstones that had been laid 1,000 years ago. From the crack, darkness welled up, not shadow, not smoke, but condensed despair, liquid and viscous, pooling on the stones like black blood. Students screamed. Chairs scraped. The panic was immediate and total, for tables of children surging toward the exits as teachers drew wands and Dumbledore rose from his seat with the Elder Wand appearing in his hand faster than the eye could follow. From the crack, the herald emerged. It was bigger than the one in the Forbidden Forest. Much bigger. It pulled itself through the fissure with limbs that seemed to multiply as they emerged, arms, legs, tendrils, appendages that had no biological name, unfolding upward like a flower of flesh and nightmares. Its body was the deep, bruised purple-black of the special grade from Privet Drive, but more refined, more intentional. This wasn't a mindless cursed spirit drawn by ambient negativity. This was a herald, a piece of the Hollow King, projected through the weakening seal, given form and purpose by an intelligence older than civilization. It was 20 feet tall, and it filled the end of the great hall like a monument to everything wrong in the world. Its face was a mask of smooth, featureless darkness, and from that mask radiated an aura of despair so concentrated that students dropped to their knees as it washed over them. First years were crying, curling into fetal positions on the flagstones. Older students staggered, faces gray, eyes blank, overwhelmed by the psychic weight of concentrated human suffering. Dumbledore acted first. A blazing silver shield erupted from the Elder Wand, expanding to cover the staff table and the nearest students. McGonagall threw up barriers. Flitwick's charms filled the air with protective enchantments. Snape dragged students behind conjured walls. None of it mattered. The Herald's aura punched through every magical defense like it wasn't there. The shields held physically, nothing touched them, but the despair wasn't a physical force. It was emotional, psychic, spiritual. It bypassed wards and barriers and reached directly into the minds and hearts of everyone in the room. Everyone except Harry. Infinity didn't just stop physical attacks. It operated on every level, physical, magical, psychic, spiritual. The despair aura hit the mathematical impossibility of Harry's defense and stopped. Inside the sphere of infinity, the air was clear. The cold didn't touch him. The despair couldn't reach him. He walked forward. The great hall had devolved into chaos. Students were fleeing, crawling, some of them simply collapsed on the floor, overwhelmed by the Herald's psychic assault. Teachers fought to protect them while fighting their own exposure to the aura. Even Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard alive, was feeling it. Harry could see the strain in the old man's energy, the effort of maintaining his shields while the despair pressed against his mental defenses. Harry walked through the chaos like a stone in a river, untouched by the current. Students' screams washed over him without impact. The darkness welled around his feet but couldn't climb his legs. The temperature dropped to freezing everywhere except the 3-foot radius of Infinity's protection. He stopped 10 feet from the Herald and looked up at its blank, featureless face. "You're not welcome here," he said. The Herald's head turned toward him. It didn't have eyes, but the weight of its attention was a physical force, a pressure against infinity that Harry felt in his bones. The entity was studying him. Recognizing him. The Horcrux in his scar pulsed once, sharply, and Harry felt the connection, the fragment of Voldemort's soul resonating with the vast darkness the Herald represented. The Herald spoke. Not with words. The communication was direct, a pulse of intent and meaning projected into the psychic space of the Great Hall, felt by everyone present, understood on a level deeper than language. The crack widens. The sleeper stirs. The one who carries the broken soul is known to us. Good, Harry said. Then you know what I can do. He raised his right hand and channeled blue. The gravitational technique activated at a point above the Herald's center of mass. Attraction, focused and intense, pulling the entity's form upward and inward. The Herald resisted. Its body was not physical matter but condensed negative energy, and it had properties that defied normal physics. But Blue didn't care about normal physics. Blue was spatial manipulation at the fundamental level, and the Herald's composition was irrelevant to the mathematics of gravitational attraction. The entity's upper body compressed. It screamed, a psychic howl that shattered the remaining windows and sent fresh waves of despair crashing over the hall. Students who had almost reached the exits collapsed again. Harry clenched his jaw against the pressure. The Herald was strong, stronger than anything he'd fought. Its resistance against Blue was immense, fueled by the direct connection to the Hollow King, channeling energy from the reservoir of suffering beneath the castle. He switched. Right hand for Blue, left hand for Red. The repulsive force hit the Herald's lower body simultaneously. Attraction from above. Repulsion from below. The entity's form distorted grotesquely, stretching and compressing, its structure destabilizing under forces it couldn't process. Harry. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise. The headmaster was moving toward him, elder wand blazing with power, and Harry felt the old man gather his magic for an intervention, a binding spell, a banishment, something powerful and well-intentioned that would absolutely not work. "Stay back!" Harry shouted. "Your magic can't touch it. The despair aura bypasses magical defenses, you'll burn through your reserves trying to shield against something shields can't stop. I will not stand by while, then shield the students. Get them out of the hall. I'll handle this." Dumbledore hesitated. For a fraction of a second, the old habits pulled at him, the need to protect, to control, to be the one who faced the danger. But he looked at Harry, standing alone against a 20-foot manifestation of primordial despair, infinity holding against a psychic assault that had flattened everyone else in the room, and something in the old man's expression shifted. He turned. He began directing the evacuation, his voice magically amplified, cutting through the panic with the authority of a century's experience. McGonagall and Flitwick followed his lead. Snape was already moving, hauling students toward the exits with a rough efficiency that in any other context would have earned complaints. Harry was alone with the Herald. The entity was fighting his technique, adapting, learning, redirecting its energy to counter the opposing forces of blue and red. It was intelligent, or at least guided by intelligence, and it was strong. Harry could feel his cursed energy reserves dropping, not critical yet, but the rate of expenditure was unsustainable. He needed to end this quickly. He pulled both hands together. Blue from the right. Red from the left. And in the space between his palms, where attraction and repulsion met, where positive and negative collided and annihilated each other, something new was born. Hollow purple. The imaginary technique formed as a sphere of violet light between his hands, small, no bigger than a baseball, but containing forces that operated on a level beyond conventional physics. It wasn't just gravity and anti-gravity combined. It was the concept of erasure given form. Everything the sphere touched would cease to exist, removed from reality at the spatial level. Gojo had used this technique to carve a hemisphere out of a mountain. Harry's version was smaller, more contained, but the principle was identical. He threw it. The sphere crossed the distance between Harry and the Herald in a fraction of a second. It hit the entity's center mass and, the Herald detonated. Not in an explosion of force, in an absence. A perfect sphere of nothing appeared where its body had been, 2 feet in diameter, edges smooth as polished glass. The matter within that sphere, flagstones, air, and the Herald's condensed negative energy, simply wasn't there anymore. Erased. Removed from existence. The Herald's remaining form, the parts outside the sphere of erasure, collapsed. Without its center mass, the entity lost coherence. Its limbs dissolved into wisps of dark energy that scattered and faded. Its psychic aura evaporated. The cold receded. The candles guttered back to life. Harry lowered his hands. Blood dripped from his nose, the strain of hollow purple was immense, more than he'd anticipated, and his vision swam for a moment before stabilizing. The great hall was wrecked. Broken flagstones, shattered windows, the fissure in the floor still losing dark residue. The enchanted ceiling had stabilized back to stars but flickered periodically, as if the underlying magic was struggling to reassert itself. Students were packed against the walls and doorways, many of them still on the ground, faces streaked with tears. The despair aura had hit them hard, some would carry the emotional bruises for weeks. But they were alive. All of them. Dumbledore stood by the staff table, elder wand still raised, staring at the spot where the Herald had been with an expression that Harry had never seen on the old man's face before. It wasn't fear, exactly. It was something more nuanced. The look of a master chess player watching someone flip the board and win the game through a system of rules he didn't know existed. The hall was silent except for the sound of crying and the settling of broken stone. Harry wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his hand and turned to face the room. Every eye was on him. Hundreds of students, dozens of faculty, all staring at the 15-year-old boy who had just single-handedly destroyed a manifestation of something ancient and terrible using abilities that no one in the room could name, identify, or understand. McGonagall was the first to speak. "Potter." Her voice was controlled but her hands were shaking. What was that?" "A herald," Harry said. "A projection of something sealed beneath the castle. Something the founders imprisoned 1,000 years ago." He looked at Dumbledore. "It's getting stronger. The seal is failing. We need to talk." "Yes," Dumbledore said quietly. "I rather think we do." The evacuation resumed. Students were ushered to their common rooms by shaken prefects and even more shaken faculty. Madame Pomfrey descended on the fallen with her wand in a determination that bordered on fury, treating the psychic trauma with the same brisk efficiency she applied to broken bones. Neville caught Harry's arm as he passed. The boy's face was white but his eyes were steady. "What do you need?" "Get Ron and Hermione. Luna too. Room of requirement, midnight." "Done." Neville moved off, steady on his feet, purpose replacing panic. Daphne appeared at Harry's side. She hadn't been on the ground, she'd been standing throughout the attack, face pale but upright, her own nascent cursed energy awareness providing just enough resistance to the despair aura to keep her functional. Harry felt a surge of pride. "You're bleeding," she said. "Nose bleed. Hollow purple is expensive." "You used hollow purple?" "In the Great Hall. Small one. Very contained. Only erased about 2 cubic feet of reality." She stared at him. Then she laughed, a short, sharp sound of disbelief and something that might have been admiration. "You are absolutely insane, Potter." "Probably." She took his hand. He let her. In front of everyone, in front of Slytherins and Gryffindors and teachers and the headmaster himself, she took his hand, and he let her, and neither of them cared about the whispers that would follow. They walked out of the ruined Great Hall together. Behind them, Dumbledore stood amid the wreckage and watched them go. The Elder Wand hung at his side, its immense power utterly irrelevant to what had just occurred. The most powerful wand in the world, wielded by the most powerful wizard of the age, had been unable to do what a 15-year-old boy had done alone. He looked down at the wand. Then at the fissure in the floor, still leaking darkness. Then at the doors through which Harry had walked, shoulder to shoulder with the Greengrass girl, bleeding and exhausted and more alive than anyone Dumbledore had ever known. "I cannot control him," Dumbledore said, very quietly, to no one but Fawkes. The phoenix trilled. "No," Dumbledore agreed. "But perhaps that is precisely the point." He raised his wand and began repairing the floor. It was, he reflected, considerably easier than repairing what Harry Potter had broken in his understanding of the world. That might take rather longer. Chapter 4, Domain. The Daily Prophet couldn't bury this one. Harry sat in the room of requirement at 7 in the morning, the day after the Great Hall attack, and watched Hermione spread 6 different newspapers across the table. The Prophet led with Monster Attacks Hogwarts, hundreds of witnesses, which was refreshingly accurate for a publication that had spent the last 4 months calling Harry delusional. The Quibbler, Luna's father's paper, ran with Potter destroys ancient entity with bare hands, which was less accurate but considerably more enthusiastic. The international papers had picked it up too. The French La Gazette Magique ran a front-page analysis. The Bulgarian Vermenik had a photograph, blurry, taken by a student's enchanted camera, showing a dark shape filling the end of the Great Hall with a small figure standing before it, hands raised, a sphere of violet light between his palms. "You're famous again," Ron said, chewing toast. "Different kind of famous this time, though." "Better or worse?" "Better. Last time you were famous for not dying. This time you're famous for being terrifying." Harry couldn't argue with that. He could feel the shift in the castle's emotional landscape, his perception picked up the change in how students looked at him, the mixture of awe and fear and desperate hope that followed him through the corridors. First years stepped aside when he walked past. Seventh years watched him with the calculating attention of people reassessing their understanding of power hierarchies. Even the Slytherins, most of them, gave him space. Draco Malfoy had not been seen outside the Slytherin common room since the attack. "The Ministry is going to respond," Hermione said, tapping the Prophet article. "They can't pretend this didn't happen." Fudge's entire position has been built on denying that anything unusual is going on, and now there are 300 student witnesses to a cursed spirit attack in the Great Hall. "Umbridge has already been recalled," Daphne said. She'd arrived 20 minutes ago, sliding into the room of requirement with the quiet confidence of someone who had decided that cross-house social boundaries were no longer relevant to her life. "I received an owl from my father this morning. The Ministry pulled her out last night, emergency session of the Wisengamot." Fudge is trying to frame it as a controlled magical incident that the Ministry was already aware of and monitoring. "A controlled incident," Ron repeated. "A 20-foot nightmare monster ripped through the floor and made half the school cry, and it was controlled." "Politicians," Daphne said, with the weary contempt of someone who had grown up among them. Harry let the conversation flow around him. He was tired. Hollow Purple had cost him more than he'd let on, and the 4 hours of sleep he'd managed were nowhere near enough. But exhaustion was a luxury he couldn't afford, because beneath the political noise and the newspaper headlines and the terrified whispers of students, the real clock was ticking. The fourth seal layer had breached. Not completely, the Herald's manifestation had been a pressure release, not a full collapse. But the damage was done. Harry could feel the fifth layer now, flexing under the weight of the entity behind it, and the fifth layer was thinner than the fourth had been. "Months," Blackwell had said. Harry wasn't sure they had months anymore. "We need to start on the Horcruxes," he said, cutting through the conversation. "Today. Now." The room went quiet. "The diadem first, it's here in the castle, it's the easiest to access, and it'll serve as a proof of concept for the purification technique. If I can neutralize it cleanly, without destabilizing the seal, we'll know the approach works and we can move to the others." "And if you can't?" Hermione asked carefully. "Then we have a much bigger problem than I thought, and we'll need a different plan." He stood. "Daphne, come with me. The rest of you, keep your ears open. The Ministry is going to send someone, probably today. I want to know who and what before they arrive." Ron nodded. Hermione was already pulling out parchment to take notes on the political situation. Neville headed for the door with Luna, both of them moving with the quiet purposefulness that Harry's training had instilled. Harry and Daphne walked to the 7th floor corridor. 3 passes, "I need the place where everything is hidden," and the door appeared. They stepped into the cathedral of accumulated junk, and Harry navigated the maze by perception, following the dark pulse of the diadem's energy through the clutter. They found it where he'd left it. Ravenclaw's diadem, tarnished and poisonous, pulsing with the sick heartbeat of a fractured soul. Harry knelt before it and extended his perception into the Horcrux's structure. It was different from the cursed objects he'd practiced on, denser, more complex, the soul fragment woven into the artifact's magical lattice at a level that went beyond simple cursed energy. This wasn't a dark spell applied to an object. This was a piece of a human soul, torn free through murder, embedded in matter through rituals so vile that the magic itself had scarred. But underneath the complexity, the principle was the same. Negative energy. Concentrated suffering. And within it, threaded through the darkness like veins of gold and black rock, the potential for transformation. Harry closed his eyes. He reached for the understanding that had crystallized in this very room, the recognition that positive energy wasn't the absence of suffering but the presence of meaning. He found his anchors, Sirius's laugh, Gojo's hand on his shoulder, Daphne's sharp voice cutting through his assumptions, Hermione's loyalty, Ron's stubbornness, Neville's quiet courage. The warmth built in his channels. Positive energy, golden, precise, alive with purpose. He placed his hands on either side of the diadem without touching it. Infinity created a controlled bubble around the artifact, isolating it from the rest of the room. Then he began to channel. The positive energy flowed from his hands into the diadem structure. It met the soul fragment and the fragment resisted, screaming, thrashing, the remnant of Tom Riddle's consciousness fighting against purification with the desperate fury of something that knew it was dying. Harry felt the resistance in his bones, felt the Horcrux push back against him with waves of hatred and fear and the specific, poisonous megalomania that was Voldemort's defining characteristic. He pushed through it. The positive energy was a river, and the Horcrux was a dam, and Harry was the flood. Not violent, not overwhelming through force, but relentless. Patient. Inexorable. The golden warmth seeped into every crack in the Horcrux's structure, filling the dark spaces, transforming the negative charge one molecule at a time. The diadem shrieked. Not audibly, psychically. A blast of rage and terror that would have flattened anyone without Infinity's protection. Harry felt it wash over him and kept working. The soul fragment destabilized. Its structure, woven so carefully into the artifact's magical lattice, began to dissolve as the negative energy that sustained it was converted to positive. The process was like watching ice melt, slow, steady, irreversible. The darkness receded. The pulse weakened. The shrieking faded to a whisper, then to silence. The diadem went inert. Harry opened his eyes. The artifact sat before him, clean and silver, the blue stone gleaming with a light that hadn't shone in 50 years. No dark energy. No soul fragment. No connection to Voldemort or the network of Horcruxes or the seal beneath the castle. He checked his perception. The Horcrux network, the web of soul fragments he could feel throughout Britain, had changed. The node that had been the diadem was simply gone. Not destroyed with a violent energy release, not shattered with shockwaves that would damage the seal. Purified. Converted from negative to positive. The energy had transformed, not been annihilated, and the difference mattered enormously. Harry reached downward with his perception, through the castle, through the foundations, to the seal. No damage. No shockwaves. No additional stress on the containment layers. The seal was exactly as it had been before the purification. It worked. Harry. Daphne's voice was barely a whisper. Your hands. He looked down. His hands were still glowing, a soft, warm gold that was fading slowly as the positive energy dissipated. But it wasn't the glow that had caught her attention. It was the diadem itself. Ravenclaw's lost treasure, one of the most significant magical artifacts in history, sat on the dusty table looking like it had just been polished. Beautiful. Clean. Healed. It worked, he said. Clean purification. No seal damage. Daphne put her hand on his shoulder, and he felt the warmth of her touch through infinity, because she was inside it now, always, one of the very few people he let through automatically. 5 more to go, she said. 5 more to go. They left the room of requirement carrying the purified diadem. Harry intended to return it to the Ravenclaw common room eventually, it belonged there, but for now, it was proof. Proof that the Horcruxes could be neutralized without destroying the seal. Proof that Voldemort's immortality could be dismantled without blowing up the world. Proof that Harry Potter didn't need to die. Things moved quickly after that. Harry sent Hedwig to Sirius with a message, the locket. Regulus hid it at Grimmauld Place. Find it. Don't touch it, it's a Horcrux. I'll come for it at Christmas. He sent a second message to Blackwell, diadem purified. No seal damage. Method works. Need access to the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton for the ring. Can your people provide transport and site security? And he sent a third message, encrypted through a method Gojo had taught him, one that used cursed energy resonance instead of magical cipher, to Gojo himself, RCT breakthrough achieved. First Horcrux purified. You were right about the nature of positive energy. I owe you dinner. Blackwell's response came within hours, delivered by a plain gray owl that dissolved into smoke after delivering the message. Ring extraction approved. Transport arranged for Saturday. I'll accompany personally. The department is watching, make this clean. Saturday. 3 days. Harry spent them training, not combat, not this time, but RCT refinement. He purified every cursed object he could find in the castle, pushing his endurance, his precision, his ability to sustain the technique under increasing resistance. Each session left him drained but stronger, like a muscle growing through controlled damage. Daphne helped him source progressively nastier artifacts. Hermione researched the Gaunt family history, building a profile of the protections Voldemort might have placed on the ring. Ron and Neville continued their cursed energy training, both of them now able to reinforce their bodies to the point where moderate hexes bounced off without effect. Luna floated through the preparations with her customary serenity, occasionally offering observations that were either profound or nonsensical and frequently both. And on Thursday night, 2 days before the ring extraction, Harry received a vision. He was in the room of requirement, meditating, a practice Gojo had drilled into him, using controlled breathing and cursed energy circulation to maintain mental clarity. Daphne was reading beside him, her presence a warm anchor at the edge of his perception. The vision hit without warning. A corridor. Dark stone walls, flickering torchlight, shelves lined with glass spheres that glowed with captured prophecies. The Department of Mysteries. The Hall of Prophecy. And at the end of the corridor, a door, black, featureless, radiating a pull that was part psychic compulsion and part genuine magnetic force. Sirius was there. On the floor. Hurt. Voldemort standing over him, wand raised, the snake-like face split in a cold smile. Give me the prophecy, Black, or watch your godson die the same way his parents did. The vision cut out. Harry gasped, his eyes snapping open, his hands gripping his knees. His scar was burning, the sharp, hot burn of Voldemort's emotional proximity, transmitted through the Horcrux connection. Harry. Daphne was beside him, her hands on his arms. What happened? He breathed. In. Out. The way Gojo had taught him. He let the panic wash through him and dissipate, refusing to let it calcify into reactive decision-making. He felt the emotions, fear for Sirius, rage at Voldemort, the desperate urge to go right now and save him, and he held them at arm's length and examined them with the analytical clarity that 6 weeks of training had built into his nervous system. The vision was a trap. He knew it immediately. The emotional quality was wrong, too clean, too targeted, too perfectly designed to push Harry's specific buttons. Voldemort had sent it deliberately, using the Horcrux connection to inject a false image directly into Harry's mind. It was bait. A lure to drag Harry to the Department of Mysteries, to the Hall of Prophecy, where Death Eaters would be waiting. In another timeline, in the version of Harry Potter that Dumbledore had carefully cultivated, this would have worked. That Harry would have panicked, gathered his friends, and charged headlong into a trap. Noble, brave, self-sacrificing, and exactly what Voldemort was counting on. Harry Potter, trained by Gojo Satoru, did not panic. He extended his perception. It was a stretch, London was hundreds of miles away, but his range had been growing exponentially, and the Horcrux connection gave him a direct line to Voldemort's magical presence. He reached along that line, following the dark thread of the soul bond, and felt. Voldemort was not at the Department of Mysteries. He was somewhere to the north, a large building, many magical signatures, the oily tangle of dark mark energy. Malfoy Manor, probably. He was there, and he was projecting, using legilimency through the Horcrux connection to feed Harry the false vision. Harry traced a different thread. Sirius. The bond between godfather and godson wasn't magical in the formal sense, but it was real, real enough that Harry's perception could find it and follow it. Sirius was at Grimmauld Place. Alive. Agitated, he was pacing, probably, but unharmed. Safe. It's a trap, Harry said, opening his eyes. Voldemort sent a false vision through the Horcrux. He wants me to go to the Department of Mysteries. Daphne's expression was hard. The prophecy. The prophecy, yes. But more than that, Blackwell said the Hollow King research is stored there too. If Voldemort's Death Eaters are at the Ministry, they might not just be after the prophecy. They might be after the containment records. Would Voldemort even know about the entity? Maybe. He's arrogant, but he's not stupid, and his Horcruxes are connected to the seal. He might have felt the same things I've felt, the stirring, the pressure. If he thinks there's a power source beneath Hogwarts that he can tap or control. Daphne went pale. He'd try to weaponize it. He'd try. Harry stood. I need to contact Blackwell. And Dumbledore. If Death Eaters are moving on the Ministry, we need to be ready. Harry. She caught his arm. This could also be the trap. The real trap. Not the vision, the response. Voldemort might be counting on you not falling for the false vision, knowing that you'd investigate the Ministry anyway and walk into a more sophisticated ambush. He looked at her. She was brilliant. She was also right. Then I'll be ready for that too, he said. The Order assembled at midnight. Not in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. Harry had insisted on the Room of Requirement, where Dumbledore's monitoring charms couldn't reach and the room could provide whatever tactical resources they needed. It was a statement, and everyone understood it. Harry was leading this operation. Not Dumbledore. The headmaster attended without protest. He sat in a conjured armchair with the quiet deference of a man who had learned, painfully and recently, that his role had changed. Sirius was there, alive, unhurt, vindication of Harry's refusal to panic. Lupin. Tonks. Moody. Shacklebolt. Snape, lurking at the edges, his dark eyes missing nothing. And Blackwell, who had appeared from behind a disillusionment charm when the meeting started, earning a suspicious growl from Moody and a raised eyebrow from Dumbledore. The vision was a trap, Harry said without preamble. Voldemort used the Horcrux connection to send a false image of Sirius being tortured at the Department of Mysteries. He wants me there. He wants the prophecy. Then we don't go, Sirius said. We go, Harry said. Because the trap is real even if the bait was fake. Voldemort is sending Death Eaters to the Ministry tonight. Not just for the prophecy, for the containment research. The records on the entity beneath Hogwarts. Blackwell stepped forward. I can confirm. My instruments detected a surge of dark mark energy converging on London within the last hour. Multiple signatures. At least a dozen. They're moving on the Ministry. A dozen Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries, Moody growled. That's a fortress infiltration. The Ministry's night security couldn't stop a determined Krupp. Which is why we need to be there first. Harry looked around the room. I'm going. This isn't optional. I can feel the Horcrux network, I can track Voldemort's movements, and I'm the only person in this room whose defenses can't be penetrated by anything the Death Eaters have. You're not going alone, Sirius said flatly. No. I'm taking a team. Harry pointed. Daphne, Neville, Luna, Hermione, Ron, you've been training for this. You know how to reinforce your bodies with cursed energy. You know how to fight. You're bringing children, Molly Weasley started, from where she'd appeared in the doorway with the inevitable accuracy of a mother's instinct for danger. I'm bringing people I trust. People I've trained. People who are more prepared for what we'll face than most of the adults in this room. Harry's voice wasn't cruel, but it was final. The Order will provide backup. Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Shacklebolt, Moody, you'll enter through the Ministry's main entrance and secure the upper levels. Keep the escape routes open. If Voldemort shows up personally, fall back. Don't engage him. He's my problem. Harry, Dumbledore began. Professor. If you're about to suggest that I stay at Hogwarts while the Order handles this, I'd ask you to remember what happened the last time I wasn't told about a threat to someone I love. Dumbledore closed his mouth. Good. We leave in 20 minutes. Blackwell, I need the layout of the Department of Mysteries. Every corridor, every room, every ward. Already prepared. Blackwell produced a rolled parchment, a detailed floor plan, annotated with ward strengths and blind spots. Harry studied it for 3 minutes, committing the layout to memory with the enhanced processing speed his perception provided. The Hall of Prophecy is here. He tapped the map. That's where Voldemort wants me. Which means that's where the Death Eaters will be concentrated. But the Containment Research Archives are here. He tapped a different section, 2 levels down, behind a security ward that only Unspeakables can bypass. I'll handle the archives, Blackwell said. If the Death Eaters get their hands on the Hollow King research, we're looking at a catastrophic information breach. Harry nodded. Everyone clear? The room was tense but focused. Ron's jaw was set, Hermione's eyes were bright with determination, Neville stood straighter than Harry had ever seen him. Luna looked serene, which was either reassuring or terrifying depending on your perspective. Daphne was already at the door, wand in one hand, the other clenched at her side with the controlled energy of someone who had been waiting for this moment without knowing it. Let's go, Harry said. The Ministry of Magic at 1 in the morning was a tomb. They entered through the visitors' entrance, the red telephone box on a dingy London street, and descended into the atrium. The vast hall was empty, the golden fountain casting long shadows across polished floors, the fireplaces dark and cold. Harry's perception swept the building in a single pulse and returned a detailed picture. The upper levels were deserted. The Auror offices were unmanned. Night security consisted of 2 sleepy guards in the lobby, both of whom had been imperioused. Their energy signatures showed the telltale flatness of minds under external control. Imperious guards, Harry said quietly. Death Eaters are already inside. They moved through the atrium in formation, Harry on point, Infinity active, his perception extending ahead of them like invisible radar. The Order contingent split off at the lifts, taking positions on the upper levels. Sirius squeezed Harry's shoulder as he passed, and Harry let the touch through Infinity without thinking about it. The lift descended. Level 9. The Department of Mysteries. The corridor was dark. The black door at the end, the one Harry had seen in Voldemort's planted vision, stood ajar. Warm, blue-tinged light spilled through the crack. They left the door open, Ron muttered. That's not ominous at all. It's an invitation, Daphne said. They want us inside. Then let's not disappoint them. Harry pushed the door open. The Department of Mysteries unfolded before them, a circular room with a dozen identical doors, the floors smooth and black and slightly reflective. The moment they stepped inside, the room spun, the doors rotating around them in a blur of dark wood and blue flame, before stopping at a random configuration. Harry ignored it. The spinning room was disorienting to normal senses, designed to confuse intruders. His perception didn't care about visual tricks. He could feel the energy signatures behind each door, the time room with its shimmering temporal distortions, the brain room with its floating specimens, the death chamber with the veil's cold pull, and there, behind the third door from the left, the Hall of Prophecy. And in the Hall of Prophecy, 12 Death Eaters. He could feel them, dark signatures, tense with anticipation, spread through the towering shelves of glowing prophecy orbs. They were positioned for an ambush, covering the main entrance and the aisles between the shelves. Lucius Malfoy's energy was the strongest, arrogant, controlled, with the particular signature of someone who believed themselves in command. Bellatrix Lestrange burned nearby, her energy wild and unstable, violence barely contained. 12 hostiles, Harry said. Spread through the prophecy hall. Malfoy and Bellatrix leading. Standard ambush formation. You can count them? Neville asked. I can feel each one individually. Their positions, their emotional states, their approximate power levels. He looked at his team. Here's the plan. I'm going in first. Infinity stops everything they throw at me, and they'll waste their opening salvo on attacks that can't reach me. While they're processing that, you hit them from the flanks. Ron, Hermione, left aisle, defensive posture, focus on disabling rather than destroying. Neville, Luna, right aisle, same approach. Daphne, you're with me on the center line. And if they have something that can penetrate infinity? Hermione asked. They don't. Nothing in a Death Eater's arsenal operates outside conventional magical physics. Infinity is mathematically absolute, it doesn't care about spell power or dark arts classification. The killing curse, Cruciatus, Imperius, they all have to cross physical space to reach their target, and I make that space infinite. He paused. But stay behind your reinforcement. I've taught you how to channel cursed energy into your bodies. Use it. A reinforced body can shrug off most hexes and jinxes. Keep your barriers up and stay mobile. Neville's energy was vibrating, not with fear, but with something fierce and barely contained. Harry knew why. Bellatrix Lestrange was behind that door. The woman who had tortured Neville's parents into insanity. Neville. The boy looked at him. She's in there. You know that. I know. Don't let it control you. Channel it. Use the anger as fuel for your reinforcement, not your judgment. There will be a time for her to answer for what she did. Tonight isn't about revenge. It's about the mission. Neville's jaw tightened. Then he nodded. I understand. Harry pushed open the third door. The Hall of Prophecy stretched before them, a vast, cathedral-like space lined with floor-to-ceiling shelves, each one holding thousands of glass orbs that glowed with soft, silvery light. The space was beautiful in an eerie way, all that captured fate shimmering in the darkness. They were 10 steps in when Lucius Malfoy appeared at the end of the center aisle, silver mask catching the prophecy light, wand raised. Potter. The voice was silk over steel. How good of you to come. The Dark Lord said you would, though I confess I expected more, urgency. Less tactical formation. Sorry to disappoint. Where's the prophecy? Row 97. Shelf 3. It has your name on it, only you can retrieve it. The Dark Lord is so eager to hear it. Malfoy's gaze swept over Harry's companions. Though I see you've brought playmates. How touching. Children playing at war. Death Eaters materialized from behind shelves on both sides. 12 of them, masks gleaming, wands drawn. The trap snapping shut. Now then, Malfoy said, his voice dropping to its most dangerous register. The prophecy, Potter. Hand it over, and your friends leave alive. Resist, and, no, Harry said. Malfoy blinked behind his mask. Excuse me? No. I'm not giving you the prophecy. And my friends are leaving alive regardless, because you can't stop them. He took a step forward. I know this is an ambush. I knew before I walked through the door. I came anyway, because you have something I want, access to the lower levels of this department, and because I wanted to deliver a message. A message. To your master. Tell him, I know about the Horcruxes. All of them. The diary is destroyed. The diadem is purified. The ring, the locket, the cup, I'm coming for them. And when I'm done, he's mortal. Just a man. A man who's going to answer for everything he's done. The silence in the Hall of Prophecy was absolute. 12 Death Eaters, 12 wands, 12 masks, all frozen in the face of a 15-year-old boy who radiated not bravado but certainty. Malfoy recovered first. "Kill them all," he said. 12 wands fired simultaneously. The first volley was everything the Death Eaters had: killing curses, cruciatus, reductor curses, blasting hexes, a fiend fire from someone in the back row. A wall of magical violence that would have killed an ordinary person 12 times over. Every spell aimed at Harry stopped. The green bolts of Avada Kedavra, the red blasts of Crucio, the white flares of Reducto, they crossed the hall, reached the convergence zone of infinity, and ceased. Hung in the air. Trembled against the mathematical impossibility of infinite distance. And faded, their energy exhausted, unable to traverse the gulf between intent and impact. 12 Death Eaters stared at the boy standing untouched in a halo of dying spelllight. "My turn," Harry said. He raised his right hand and channeled blue. The gravitational technique activated at a focal point behind Malfoy's group, sudden, enormous, irresistible. 5 Death Eaters on the right flank were yanked backward off their feet, their bodies pulled toward the point of attraction like iron filings toward a magnet. They slammed into each other, wands flying, masks cracking, tangled in a heap of robes and limbs. "Now!" Harry shouted. His team moved. Ron and Hermione broke left, firing stunners and bodybinds down the aisle with the precision of students who trained under combat conditions. Neville and Luna went right, Neville's reinforced body shrugging off a stinging hex as he closed distance, his stunning spell catching a Death Eater full in the chest. Daphne stayed with Harry on the center line. She didn't have Harry's raw power, but she had speed and intelligence and a wand arm trained by 4 years of dueling practice that nobody in Slytherin House talked about. Her disarming charm caught a Death Eater mid-incantation, her shield charm, enhanced by cursed energy reinforcement, held against a blasting hex that would have shattered ordinary Protego. Harry moved through the hall like a force of nature. He didn't use his wand, didn't need it. Blue pulled Death Eaters off their feet and into walls. Red blasted them backward through shelves, prophecy orbs shattering in cascades of glass and silver mist. He was everywhere at once, infinity making him untouchable, his perception tracking every enemy in the room simultaneously, his techniques dismantling the ambush with the systematic efficiency of someone who had trained against an opponent that made Death Eaters look like children with sticks. A killing curse came from his blind side. He felt it before it formed, the gathering of lethal intent in the caster's wand, and didn't bother to dodge. It hit infinity and died. 2 more curses from opposite directions. Both stopped. A fiend-fire serpent lunged at his back, enormous, blazing, mindless in its hunger, and met a wall of red that compressed the cursed flames into a ball of superheated energy and then crushed it to nothing. Malfoy was dueling Harry directly now, the aristocrat's pride overriding his tactical judgment. His wand work was excellent, precise, powerful, drawing on decades of dark arts practice. None of it mattered. His curses stopped before they reached Harry. His shields crumbled under Blue's gravitational pull. His apparition attempt within the department failed against the anti-apparition wards. Harry caught Malfoy's final killing curse in infinity and looked at the man through the hanging green light. "Tell your master," Harry said, "that I'm coming." Blue. Attraction. Malfoy's wand ripped from his grip and flew to Harry's hand. The elder Malfoy staggered, wandless, his mask cracked, his arrogance in ruins. "Draco will hear about this," Malfoy said, and the absurdity of the threat, delivered by a disarmed man to someone who could erase mountains, was almost enough to make Harry laugh. Almost. The battle shifted. Hermione and Ron had subdued 3 Death Eaters on the left flank, bound and stunned, stacked neatly against a shelf. Neville had 2 more on the right, and Harry saw with grim satisfaction that one of them was Dolohov, who had gone down hard under a reinforced punch that cracked his mask and probably his jaw. Luna was doing something that Harry didn't fully understand. She stood in the middle of her aisle, wand at her side, not fighting. But the two Death Eaters who had tried to engage her were standing motionless, their wands lowered, their masked faces turned towards something only they, and Luna, could see. Harry extended his perception and caught the edges of it. Luna was projecting. Using her natural cursed energy sensitivity, she was broadcasting a wave of psychic imagery so vivid and so fundamentally weird that the Death Eaters' minds had simply stalled, unable to process information that didn't fit any framework they possessed. "Luna," Harry called. "What are you doing to them?" "Showing them Nargles," Luna said serenely. They seem quite startled. The two Death Eaters toppled forward in synchronized feints. That left Bellatrix. She hadn't engaged in the main battle. Harry tracked her energy signature moving through the shelves, fast, erratic, her energy burning with the manic intensity of someone for whom violence was not a tool but a need. She wasn't heading for Harry. She was heading for the exit. And beyond the exit, down 2 flights of stairs, the death chamber. "She's going for the veil," Harry said. "Daphne, finish up here. Neville, with me." They ran. Through the Hall of Prophecy, into the circular room, through the spinning doors, Harry navigating by perception, ignoring the disorientation, finding the door to the death chamber with the certainty of someone reading a map written in energy. The death chamber was exactly as the file Blackwell had shown him described it. A vast, stone amphitheater descending in concentric rings toward a central dais. On the dais stood an archway, ancient, crumbling, carved with symbols that Harry's enhanced perception read as a mixture of magical and cursed energy notation. Through the archway hung a tattered veil, and from beyond the veil came whispers. The veil of death. A doorway to wherever consciousness went when the body stopped functioning. Harry could feel it, a pull, gentle and persistent, like a current drawing water toward a drain. The veil's energy was neither positive nor negative. It was neutral. Absolute. The 0 point between existence and non-existence. Bellatrix stood on the dais, and she wasn't alone. She had a hostage. Sirius. Harry's blood went cold. Sirius was there, not at Grimmauld Place, not safe, here. Bellatrix had her wand at his throat and her arm around his chest, and Sirius was struggling but bound, his wand gone, his face bloody. The vision had been a trap. But not the trap Harry had anticipated. The false vision of Sirius at the department had been designed to lure Harry. But the real plan, the layer beneath the layer, had been to use the Order's response to draw Sirius out of Grimmauld Place and into the battle. Sirius, hot-headed and desperate to fight, to matter, would never stay behind if he thought Harry was in danger. Voldemort had counted on that. He'd played them both. "Harry!" Sirius shouted. "It's a trap, she's, quiet, cousin," Bellatrix purred. Her eyes were wild above her mask, she'd pushed it up, wanting Harry to see her face, wanting him to know who held his godfather's life. Little baby Potter came to play hero. How sweet. Let him go, Bellatrix. Or what? You'll do that clever trick with the invisible wall. She pressed her wand harder against Sirius's throat. Can you stop a spell that's already touching its target? Can your lovely infinity save him when my wand is right here? She was right. Infinity protected Harry. He could extend it, Gojo had shown him how, stretching the convergence zone to cover other people. But it required immense concentration, and at this distance, with Bellatrix's wand physically touching Sirius's skin, Neville burst through the door behind Harry. His eyes found Bellatrix and the temperature of his energy changed, cold fury, focused and absolute, the kind of anger that didn't cloud judgment but sharpened it to a razor's edge. Longbottom. Bellatrix's face split in a delighted grin. The baby boy. Come to avenge Mummy and Daddy. They screamed so beautifully, you know. Especially your mother. She kept begging me to stop, Neville, Harry said quietly. Not yet. Neville trembled. Every muscle in his body was rigid with the effort of not charging forward. But he held. Harry's training held. Discipline over instinct. "Here's what's going to happen," Harry said, and his voice was calm and clear and absolutely devoid of the fear that was clawing at his insides. "You're going to release Sirius. Then you're going to drop your wand. Then you're going to kneel, and Neville is going to bind you, and you're going to stand trial for what you did to the Longbottoms and everyone else you've tortured in your miserable life." Bold words for a boy who can't reach me without risking his dear godfather. "Can't I?" He reached. Not physically, not with blue or red or any offensive technique. He reached with infinity itself, extending the convergence zone outward, stretching it like a soap bubble, pushing the mathematical boundary of infinite space beyond his own body and towards Sirius. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Extending infinity to another person required maintaining the spatial equations for two separate zones simultaneously, his own defense and the extended bubble around his godfather. The computational load was staggering, like trying to solve two different equations in his head at the same time while each one was constantly changing. His vision blurred. Blood vessels burst in his left eye, flooding the white with red. He felt something strain in his channels, a warning, like a muscle about to tear. The bubble of infinity reached Sirius. Bellatrix felt it. The space around her hostage changed, became thicker, denser, resistant. She pushed her wand harder against Sirius's throat and the wand stopped. Not against skin, against the mathematical impossibility of a distance that had become infinite. Her eyes widened. "What?" Harry's wand snapped up. "Expelliarmus." Bellatrix's wand ripped from her hand. She stumbled backward. Sirius wrenched free and rolled off the dais, scrambling for cover. Neville was already moving, 3 strides, a reinforced punch that caught Bellatrix in the sternum, and she folded like a paper doll. Neville stood over her, breathing hard, wand aimed at her face. "For my parents," he said. Bellatrix tried to snarl. Neville's stunning spell hit her between the eyes and she dropped. Harry collapsed against the stone seating of the amphitheater. Blood was streaming from his nose and his left eye was crimson and his hands were shaking so badly he couldn't hold his wand. The extension of infinity had cost him more than he'd thought possible, not just energy but stability. His channels felt raw, like burned rope. Sirius was at his side instantly. Harry, are you?" "I'm fine. I'm fine. Just, give me a minute." "You're bleeding from your eye, that is not fine, it's superficial. Burst blood vessel. It'll heal." Harry pressed his sleeve against his face and focused on breathing. In. Out. Channeling the faintest trickle of reverse curse technique to stop the bleeding and ease the strain in his channels. Neville had bound Bellatrix with conjured ropes and was standing over her with an expression that was equal parts satisfaction and disquiet. He'd done it. He'd taken down the woman who had destroyed his parents. And it hadn't brought them back, and it hadn't erased the pain, and he was grappling with the complex emotional reality that vengeance, even justified vengeance, didn't fill the void it was supposed to. "Neville," Harry said. "You did good." Neville nodded. His eyes were wet, but his voice was steady. "Yeah. I know." The amphitheater door burst open. Tonk sprinted in, followed by Lupin and Shacklebolt, wands drawn, faces taut with adrenaline. "We heard fighting." "What?" Tonk stopped. Took in the scene, Bellatrix bound on the dais, Sirius bleeding but alive, Harry slumped against the stone with blood on his face. "What happened?" "We handled it," Harry said. The Ministry shuddered. It wasn't physical, the building didn't shake, the walls didn't crack. But every magical ward in the Department of Mysteries screamed simultaneously, and Harry's perception lit up with a signature he'd felt once before, in a graveyard in Little Hangleton. Voldemort was here. The atrium of the Ministry of Magic was empty when Harry reached it. The golden fountain still burbled, the fireplaces still lined the walls, the polished floor reflected the blue-green light of the magical ceiling. Normal. Peaceful. Except for the man standing in the center of the room. Tom Riddle had remade himself into something that was almost human. The body Pettigrew had built for him in the graveyard was tall and lean, with skin the color of bleached bone and eyes like burning coals. No nose, just slits. No lips, just a thin line above a pointed chin. He wore black robes that seemed to absorb light, and he held the U-wand, 13.5 inches, Phoenix Feather Core, brother to Harry's own, with the casual confidence of someone who considered murder a conversational skill. His energy was immense. Not in the way Dumbledore's was immense, vast and steady and controlled. Voldemort's power was a maelstrom. Chaotic, violent, spiking and surging with the emotional instability of a man who had shattered his own soul 7 times and never once considered the cost. And beneath the maelstrom, connected to Harry through the Horcrux bond, the fragments of that soul called to each other. Harry could feel the resonance, the piece in his scar reaching for its creator, trying to rejoin, trying to make the broken whole. He pushed it down. Locked it behind infinity. Focused. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and his voice was cold silk. You've been busy. Tom. The use of the name, the human name, hit like a slap. Voldemort's composure rippled. My Death Eaters tell me you've developed some interesting abilities. Spells that can't reach you. Gravity that obeys your commands. You've been hiding talents, Harry. I haven't been hiding anything. You just weren't paying attention. Voldemort smiled. It was the least humorous expression Harry had ever seen. I'm paying attention now. He raised his wand and cast the killing curse. It was fast, faster than the Death Eater's spells, faster than anything Harry had dodged in the graveyard. The bolt of green light crossed the atrium in a fraction of a second, aimed directly at Harry's chest, carrying the full weight of Voldemort's power and intent. It hit infinity and stopped. The green light trembled in the air, 6 inches from Harry's body. It pushed against the convergence zone, harder than any spell Harry had deflected before, fueled by Voldemort's enormous magical core and his absolute certainty that death was his to command. The spell was a battering ram, hammering against the wall of mathematical impossibility with force that cracked the marble floor beneath Harry's feet. But infinity was infinity. It didn't matter how hard you pushed, you could not cross a distance that had no end. The Killing Curse was the most powerful offensive spell in existence, unblockable by any known magical defense, and it could not reach him. The green light flickered. Dimmed. And died. Voldemort stared. In his entire existence, from the orphanage to Hogwarts to the decades of dark arts mastery that had made him the most feared wizard in the world, Tom Riddle had never seen the Killing Curse fail. It was the one absolute in his universe. The one certainty. Death obeyed him. Until now. Impossible, he whispered. No, Harry said. Mathematics. Voldemort's face contorted. He fired again, 3 killing curses in rapid succession, each one more powerful than the last, each one fueled by rage and disbelief and the existential terror of a man confronting the limits of the only power he'd ever valued. Stop. 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 3 bolts of green light, hanging in the air before Harry, trembling with arrested momentum, dying one by one like candles guttering out. Voldemort switched tactics. Fiend fire erupted from his wand, a serpent of cursed flames, enormous and ravenous, filling the atrium with heat and light. Harry raised a hand and channeled red. The repulsive force met the fiend fire and compressed it, forcing the flames back on themselves, crushing the serpent into a sphere of superheated energy that he held in place with casual precision. Transfiguration next. The golden statues of the fountain came alive, the witch, the wizard, the centaur, the goblin, the house elf, animated by Voldemort's magic, charging Harry from 5 directions simultaneously. Harry let them come. They reached infinity and stopped. 5 golden figures, frozen mid-stride, unable to advance. "This isn't working, Tom," Harry said. Crucio. The torture curse was different from the killing curse. It didn't need physical contact, it targeted the nervous system directly through magical resonance. But it still had to traverse space. It still had to reach Harry. And space, around Harry, was infinite. Stop. Voldemort was breathing hard. His red eyes were wide, and for the first time, Harry saw something in them that he'd never seen before. Fear. "What are you?" Voldemort hissed. "The thing you should have killed properly the first time." Harry attacked. Blue. His right hand extended and the gravitational technique activated at a point directly behind Voldemort. The Dark Lord felt it, his magical senses were acute enough to detect the spatial manipulation, and disapparated, breaking through the Ministry's anti-apparition wards through sheer power. He reappeared 20 feet to the left. Harry was already adjusting. Red, a blast of repulsive force from his left hand that caught the space Voldemort had just vacated and sent a shockwave rippling through the atrium. Voldemort cast a shield charm, enormously powerful, layered with dark arts reinforcement, the kind of defense that could stop a dragon's breath. Blue punched through it like it wasn't there, the gravitational pull tearing the shield apart at the fundamental level. Shields were magical constructs. Blue was spatial manipulation. They existed in different categories entirely. The Dark Lord staggered. For the first time in decades, perhaps for the first time in his unnatural life, Tom Riddle was being overpowered in a direct magical confrontation. His eyes blazed with fury and fear and the particular kind of madness that came from having your entire worldview challenged by something you couldn't comprehend. He went for Harry's mind. Legilimency, not subtle, not probing, but a full-force psychic assault that would have shattered any occlumency shield ever constructed. Infinity. The mental attack stopped. The psychic force dissipated against mathematical impossibility. Voldemort couldn't touch Harry's body, couldn't touch his mind, couldn't hurt him through any spell, curse, or dark art in his vast and terrible arsenal. Harry saw the moment Voldemort realized it. The moment the fear crystallized into something harder and colder. The moment the most powerful Dark Lord in history understood that he was facing someone who existed outside his paradigm entirely. Voldemort ran. He turned and disapparated, not a tactical retreat, not a strategic withdrawal. Flight. The desperate escape of a predator encountering something higher on the food chain. He reappeared at the far end of the atrium, near the fireplaces, already gathering his power for a departure. Harry threw hollow purple. The sphere of violet annihilation formed between his palms in a heartbeat and launched across the atrium in a straight line. It wasn't aimed at Voldemort, Harry wasn't trying to kill him, not yet, not while Horcruxes remained. It was aimed at the space between Voldemort and the fireplaces. A warning shot. The sphere hit the floor and everything it touched ceased to exist. A perfect hemisphere, 15 feet across, carved into the marble floor and the wall behind it with surgical precision. The fireplaces in the blast zone were simply gone. No debris, no rubble, no residual energy. Just smooth, empty space where solid matter had been. Voldemort, standing at the edge of the hemisphere, looked down into the void. Then he looked at Harry. "The Horcruxes won't save you," Harry said. "I'm coming for them. All of them. And when they're gone, you're just a man. A man who's afraid to die." Voldemort's face twisted. He disapparated. This time, Harry didn't feel him reappear anywhere in the building. He was gone, truly gone, fled to whatever hole he'd crawled out of, carrying with him the certain knowledge that the boy he'd marked as his equal had become something he couldn't fight. The atrium was quiet. The fountain still burbled. The magical ceiling still glowed. A hemisphere of nothing gaped in the floor like a missing tooth. Harry lowered his hands. His nose was bleeding again. His channels ached. The cost of sustained combat at this level was enormous, Gojo had warned him about it, about the way the body struggled to process the energy demands of limitless techniques in rapid succession. He heard footsteps. Multiple signatures, approaching from the lift, the Order members, his team, and Dumbledore emerged from the lift at speed, the Elder Wand blazing with power, his robes billowing behind him. He took in the scene in a single sweeping glance, the damaged atrium, the hemisphere of annihilation, Harry standing alone in the center of the room with blood on his face, and his expression went through shock, relief, and something else that took Harry a moment to identify. Awe. Harry, he was here. Voldemort. He's gone now. I felt the magical discharge. The wards registered, Dumbledore stopped. He looked at the hemisphere in the floor. His face paled. What technique did that? Hollow purple. Spatial annihilation. Combination of positive and negative limitless applications. Harry wiped his nose. I didn't aim it at him. Just made a point. Dumbledore's wand hand was trembling. The Elder Wand, the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, the most powerful magical weapon in the world, was shaking in the grip of its master, and Dumbledore was looking at Harry the way a man looked at the ocean. With respect and fear and the humbling recognition of something that would exist long after he was gone. I see, Dumbledore said. But Harry could feel the old man's energy shifting. Could feel the gears turning, the calculations running, the lifetime of accumulated control instincts fighting against the evidence of his own eyes. Dumbledore understood, intellectually, that Harry was beyond his ability to influence. But understanding and accepting were different things, and the man who had guided the wizarding world for half a century was grappling with the terrifying reality that his guidance was no longer relevant. And then Dumbledore did something that proved the old habits died hard. He cast a spell at Harry. It wasn't offensive, Harry gave him that much credit. It was a binding spell, a modified incarcerus designed to wrap the target in enchanted ropes that would restrict movement without causing harm. A containment technique. The kind of spell you used on someone you were trying to protect by restricting. Dumbledore cast it reflexively, instinctively, driven by decades of conditioning that told him power this great needed to be managed. He probably didn't even realize he was doing it until the spell left his wand. The binding spell crossed the atrium and hit infinity. Stop. Professor, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore looked at his wand. At Harry. At the spell dying in the space between them. His face was a battlefield, shame fighting justification, control fighting surrender, the old man fighting the old habits. He started. Try again, Harry said. Get it out of your system. Dumbledore stared at him. I mean it. Whatever you need to cast, whatever technique you want to test, go ahead. I'll stand here and every single one will fail, and when you're done, we'll both know, really know, where we stand. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression. The calculation faded, replaced by something rawer. He raised the Elder Wand, the most powerful magical focus in existence, channeling the magic of the greatest wizard of the age, and cast. Transfiguration. The marble floor beneath Harry's feet became liquid, trying to swallow him. Infinity extended downward, the marble couldn't reach his body, couldn't touch his shoes, couldn't affect the space he occupied. He stood on the surface of the liquid stone like a man standing on water. Dumbledore cast again. Fiend Fire Containment, a ring of cursed flames designed to restrict movement. The flames reached infinity and guttered, unable to approach. A spatial lock, a ward designed to prevent all movement within a defined area. The ward formed around Harry and his body simply didn't recognize it. The lock existed in magical space. Harry existed in mathematical space. Different jurisdictions. Again. A compulsion charm of extraordinary subtlety, layers of suggestion embedded in waves of calming magic, designed to promote compliance. It was masterwork, the most sophisticated mental influence technique in Dumbledore's arsenal, refined over a century of practice. It hit infinity and evaporated. Again. A modified legilimency assault, not the gentle probe of their earlier interactions, but the real thing, full power, backed by the Elder Wand. A psychic battering ram that would have turned any Acclumence's defenses to paper. It reached the convergence zone and dissolved into mathematical noise. Again. And again. And again. The Elder Wand blazed in Dumbledore's hand, and the most powerful wizard of the age threw everything he had at a 15-year-old boy standing still in the center of the ruined atrium. Nothing worked. Dumbledore lowered his wand. His arm was shaking. His face was sheened with sweat and his breathing was labored, and his eyes, behind the half-moon spectacles, behind the carefully maintained persona of omniscient calm, were the eyes of a man watching the foundation of his world crack and crumble. "Are you done?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at the Elder Wand in his hand. He looked at it for a long time. "Yes," he said. "I believe I am." The word carried more weight than its 2 syllables suggested. Harry felt it in the old man's energy, a surrender that went deeper than the immediate situation. Dumbledore wasn't just conceding this moment. He was conceding everything. The control, the management, the greater good calculations, the carefully orchestrated chess game that had defined his approach to the wizarding world for over 50 years. He was done. "I cannot help you by controlling you," Dumbledore said, and his voice was thick with something that might have been grief. "I see that now. I have seen it for weeks, but I did not want to believe it. Old habits are not merely difficult to break, Harry. They are load-bearing. Remove them, and the structure they support." He stopped. Swallowed. And Harry saw, with painful clarity, the old man's emotional architecture shifting, the pillars of certainty and control that had held Albus Dumbledore upright for a century buckling under the weight of irrelevance. "You can still help," Harry said. "You know more about magic than anyone alive. You know Voldemort's history, his psychology, his patterns. You have resources and connections and 100 years of experience. None of that is useless. But none of it is sufficient. No. Not alone. Not anymore." Harry walked forward until he was standing directly in front of the headmaster. "Professor, I don't need a handler. I don't need a puppet master. I don't need the greatest wizard of the age pulling my strings for the greater good. What I need is an ally. Someone who gives me information, not instructions. Someone who trusts me to make my own decisions and backs me up when I do. And if your decisions are wrong, then tell me. Challenge me. Argue with me. That's what allies do, they call each other out. But they do it as equals, not as master and apprentice." Harry held the old man's gaze. "You played chess with people's lives, Professor. I'm not a piece. I never was. But if you want to help, actually help, then stop trying to be the smartest person in the room, and listen." The atrium was silent. Somewhere above them, the ministry building creaked. Faint sounds of order members moving through the upper levels filtered down. But here, in this moment, it was just the two of them, a boy who had become something unprecedented and an old man who had spent his whole life being the most powerful person in any room he entered, facing the reality that power was no longer his defining characteristic. Dumbledore reached up and removed his half-moon spectacles. Without them, his face was bare and vulnerable and very, very old. "I have made so many mistakes, Harry," he said. "I know. I thought I could see the board. All the pieces. All the moves. I thought," his voice caught. "I thought I was playing to win. But I was playing a game that didn't exist. The real game, the real threat, was beneath the board the entire time, and I was so focused on my clever stratagems that I never looked down. You didn't know about the Hollow King. I suspected. I felt it. And I chose not to investigate because investigating would have meant admitting that there were forces beyond my ability to manage, and that admission would have undermined the foundation of everything I'd built. He laughed, a short, bitter sound. Pride. The same sin that destroyed Tom Riddle. The same sin that destroyed Grindelwald. And I, who should have known better, fell into the same trap. Harry put his hand on Dumbledore's shoulder. The old man flinched, not from the touch, but from the infinity that thinned around him as Harry chose to let him in. The physical contact was warm and real and human, and Harry felt Dumbledore's rigid composure finally, fully break. Albus Dumbledore cried. Not theatrically. Not with the performative emotion of a man accustomed to managing his image. He cried quietly, standing in the ruins of the ministry atrium, with the hand of the boy he tried to sacrifice resting on his shoulder, and the tears were real and the grief was genuine, and it was, perhaps, the most honest moment of Albus Dumbledore's very long life. Harry let him have it. He stood there and held the old man's shoulder and said nothing, because some moments didn't need words. They needed witness. When it passed, and it passed quickly, because Dumbledore was still Dumbledore, and the man's emotional discipline was forged in fire that most people couldn't imagine, the headmaster replaced his spectacles and straightened his robes and met Harry's eyes with a clarity that hadn't been there before. "Tell me what you need," Dumbledore said. "The ring. Little Hangleton. Blackwell's arranged transport and security, but I want you there. The protections Voldemort placed on the Gaunt Shack will be formidable, and your knowledge of his defensive magic is better than anyone's." "When?" "Saturday. Day after tomorrow." Dumbledore nodded. "I will be there. And Professor, the truth. All of it. No more hoarding information. No more when you're ready. If you know something relevant, I hear about it immediately. You have my word." Harry studied him. The old man's energy was different now, still vast, still powerful, but restructured. The pillars of control that had defined his presence for decades were gone, replaced by something more flexible, more human, more uncertain. Dumbledore without his certainty was a diminished figure in some ways but a more honest one. A man instead of an institution. "Thank you," Harry said. "Do not thank me." Dumbledore's voice was quiet but firm. "I have not earned gratitude. I have, at best, begun to earn the opportunity to earn it." It was, Harry thought, the most Dumbledore thing the man had ever said. Convoluted, self-aware, and precisely calibrated to acknowledge fault while preserving dignity. Some habits really didn't die. But some did. And as they walked together toward the lifts, the headmaster following the student, not the other way around, Harry felt the relationship between them settle into something new. Not comfortable. Not easy. But real. Built on truth instead of manipulation, respect instead of control. It was a start. The ministry scrambled. Cornelius Fudge arrived at the Department of Mysteries 45 minutes after Voldemort's departure, flanked by Aurors and wearing an expression of terrified denial that was crumbling by the second. He found 12 bound Death Eaters, including Lucius Malfoy, his most generous donor and closest political ally, a hemisphere of annihilated floor, and approximately 30 witnesses who could testify that the Dark Lord had personally appeared in the Ministry of Magic. The denial couldn't hold. Not this time. Harry didn't stay for the political fallout. He left the cleanup to the Order and the Aurors and walked through the ruined atrium with his team, heading for the exit. But Fudge caught his eye as he passed, and the look on the minister's face, the dawning recognition that the boy he'd spent months smearing was the only thing standing between the wizarding world and annihilation, was almost worth the blood on Harry's shirt and the ache in his channels. "Potter," Fudge started. "Minister." Harry didn't stop walking. "You're welcome." They took a portkey back to Hogsmeade, Blackwell's arrangement, bypassing normal channels, and walked to the castle under a sky that was just beginning to lighten with dawn. The team was exhausted but wired, the adrenaline of combat mixing with the reality of what they'd just accomplished. Ron had a cut above his eye from a rebounding hex. Hermione's hair was singed. Neville walked in silence, his energy a complex mix of satisfaction and grief and the heavy aftermath of confronting the woman who had destroyed his parents. Luna hummed tunelessly, apparently untroubled, though Harry noticed she kept glancing at the sky as if watching for something. Daphne walked beside Harry, close enough that their shoulders brushed. "You're holding your left arm differently," she said. "Strained something extending infinity to Sirius. You should have Pomfrey look at it. Later. Now, Potter." "I'm fine." She stopped walking. He stopped too, because the sudden absence of her shoulder against his was more compelling than any argument. "You're not fine," she said. "You used hollow purple twice in one night, extended infinity past its safe range, and fought Voldemort in direct combat. Your nose hasn't stopped bleeding, your left eye is still bloodshot, and your cursed energy channels are so strained I can feel them from here." She crossed her arms. "Hospital wing. Now. Or I will hex you myself, and we'll find out if infinity works against your girlfriend." Ron, who was walking a few paces ahead, made a strangled noise. "Girl, did she just say girlfriend?" "Keep walking, Weasley," Daphne said without looking at him. Harry went to the hospital wing. Pomfrey clucked and fussed and applied healing charms that Harry's body accepted gratefully. Reverse curse technique could handle the worst of the damage, but conventional healing magic was gentler on strained channels. She kept him for 3 hours, during which time he lay in a hospital bed and let his perception rest for the first time in days. The castle was quiet. Students were sleeping. The seal beneath the foundations was stable, damaged, weakened, but stable. No immediate crisis. Just the slow, relentless pressure of something ancient pressing against barriers that were running out of time. Daphne sat beside his bed and read. She'd retrieved one of the Greengrass texts from the Room of Requirement and was working through a passage about the Founder's original sealing technique. Every few minutes she'd glance up at Harry, confirm he was still breathing, and return to her reading. "You were magnificent tonight," she said, without looking up from her book. "I was reckless. You were both. It's infuriating and attractive in roughly equal measure." Harry laughed. It hurt, his ribs were bruised from the extended infinity strain, but it felt good. Real. The kind of sound that reminded him he was alive, and that being alive mattered. "Daphne." She looked up. "When this is over, the Horcruxes, the seal, Voldemort, all of it, I want to take you somewhere. Anywhere. Japan, France, the Sahara, I don't care. Somewhere that isn't a war zone. Somewhere we can just be." She studied him with those gray-blue eyes that never missed anything. "Are you planning a holiday or proposing?" "Holiday. Definitely holiday. We're 15. Just checking." She returned to her book. "I'd like Japan. You've told me about the training grounds. I want to see them." "Deal. But first we save the world." "I know." He closed his eyes. "Tomorrow. Tonight I'm going to sleep." She reached over and took his hand. He led her through infinity without thinking about it, automatic now, as natural as breathing. Her fingers laced through his, cool and steady and real. He slept. And for the first time in weeks, the dreams were gentle. He woke to Blackwell standing at the foot of his hospital bed, looking like he hadn't slept either. "The Ministry is in chaos," Blackwell said without preamble. "Fudge has resigned. The Wisengamot is in emergency session. Amelia Bones is likely to be appointed interim minister by end of day." "Bones is competent," Harry said, sitting up. Daphne was gone, her chair was empty, but a note on the bedside table read training. "Library at noon. Don't skip breakfast. She is. She's also the head of the DMLE and has been pushing for Voldemort recognition since June. Her appointment would effectively reverse every ministry position of the last 4 months." Blackwell paused. There's also the matter of the department. The containment archives. Secure. I locked down the research wing during the battle. No Death Eater got within 3 levels of the sensitive material. He hesitated. But the fight in the atrium, hollow purple, the energy release was detected by our instruments. The entire department is in an uproar. They want to know what you are, Potter. What I am is the person who stopped Voldemort from walking out of the Ministry with the prophecy and the containment research. If the department has a problem with my methods, they can take it up with the entity that's going to eat their building if they don't let me work. Blackwell's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but close. I'll convey your sentiments. Blackwell. Harry swung his legs off the bed. Tonight. You were in the department during the fight. What did you see? The Unspeakable was quiet for a moment. I saw a 15-year-old boy walk into a room full of trained killers and dismantle them without breaking a sweat. I saw the killing curse fail. I saw spatial annihilation performed with bare hands. He met Harry's eyes. I was wrong about you, Potter. How so? When I was first assigned to you, I assessed you as a threat. Then I revised that assessment. You were a potential asset, valuable but unpredictable. After tonight. He shook his head. You're not a threat and you're not an asset. You're a force of nature. And the only rational response to a force of nature is to get out of its way and hope it's pointed in the right direction. I'm pointed at the Horcruxes. And then at the seal. And then at whatever comes after that. What comes after that? Honestly? I have no idea. But I'll figure it out. Harry stood and stretched. His body ached, but the healing had done its work, his channels were functional, his reserves were rebuilding, and the relentless vitality of youth was doing what no technique could replicate. Saturday. The ring. You said transport is arranged. Portkey from the Hogwarts gates. 8 a.m. Dumbledore has confirmed he'll attend. Blackwell reached into his robes and produced a thin file. This is everything we have on the Gaunt Shack. Wards, protections, known curses. It's not much. Voldemort's defensive magic is beyond our ability to fully analyze, but it should give you a starting point. Harry took the file. Thank you. And Blackwell? Yes. You fought alongside my friends tonight. In the department. Neville told me you covered their retreat when the second wave of Death Eaters came through the time room. Blackwell shifted slightly. The clinical composure flickered. I did what was necessary. You did what was right. There's a difference. Most people in your position would have prioritized the archives over a group of students. Harry held his gaze. You're on the right side, Blackwell. I wanted you to know that. The Unspeakable was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded, a single, precise dip of the head that carried more weight than any speech. Saturday, he said. 8 a.m. Don't be late. He left. Harry dressed, pocketed Daphne's note, and went to find breakfast. The Great Hall was buzzing. News of the Ministry battle had spread through the castle overnight. Student rumor networks operated at speeds that would shame any intelligence service, and Harry walked into a room full of stares. Not the hostile stares of September, when the prophet had painted him as a liar. These were different. Awed. Fearful. Hopeful. The stares of people who had just realized that the boy they'd been dismissing was the most dangerous person in their world. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and poured himself tea. Ron sat beside him and started loading a plate with enough food to feed a small army. Hermione arrived with newspapers. The Morning Prophet was running HEWHO must not be named returns, Ministry in Crisis, which was as close to an apology as the paper would ever get. They're calling you the Untouchable, Hermione said, showing him a sidebar article. Some student gave an interview describing how spells just stop. Catchy, Ron said through a mouthful of sausage. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Daphne caught Harry's eye and raised her teacup in a subtle toast. He felt the warmth of their connection through the noisy, chaotic, beautifully alive space of the great hall, and he let it fill him. 5 Horcruxes remained. The ring. The locket. The cup. The snake. His scar. The seal was failing. The Hollow King was stirring. The war was accelerating. But Voldemort was afraid. Dumbledore was honest. The Ministry was waking up. And Harry Potter, the boy who couldn't be touched, had allies and purpose and a way forward that didn't end in a graveyard. For the first time since a green light had murdered his parents, the future felt like something other than a countdown. It felt like a beginning. Chapter 5, The Strongest. The Gaunt Shack was dying. Harry felt it before he saw it, a pocket of concentrated malice in the English countryside, radiating wrongness like a wound that refused to heal. The trees around it were dead, grey and leafless despite the season. The ground was sour. Even the air tasted of old cruelty, generations of inbreeding and madness and the particular kind of suffering that came from a family eating itself alive. They stood at the edge of the property line, Harry, Dumbledore, and Blackwell. The morning was cold and overcast, and the ruins of the shack crouched in a hollow between 2 dead oaks like something trying to hide. "The wards begin here," Dumbledore said, extending his wand. The elder wand hummed as its master probed the defensive enchantments layered over the property. Anti-apparition. Anti-portkey. Muggle-repelling. And beneath those, something darker. A compulsion ward tied to the ring itself. Anyone who enters will feel an overwhelming desire to put the ring on. A compulsion to wear it. The ring carries a curse, the kind that Voldemort favors. Instant, lethal, designed to kill whoever touches the Horcrux. The compulsion ensures that anyone who gets close enough to find it will be unable to resist touching it. Dumbledore's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry caught the flicker in his energy, a memory, a path not taken. In another timeline, Dumbledore would have come here alone. Would have found the ring. Would have recognized the resurrection stone set in its face and, driven by grief and longing for the dead, would have put it on. Would have died. "I can see the compulsion ward," Harry said. "It's a lattice, cursed energy woven into a mental influence template. Standard dark magic architecture, just very powerful." He extended his perception into the shack. "The ring is in the floor. Beneath the boards. Protected by a secondary containment ward and," he paused. "There's something else. A curse trigger. If the containment ward is breached without the ring being worn, it releases a necrotic wave, kills everything within a 100-yard radius." "A dead man's switch," Blackwell said. "Voldemort's insurance policy. He wanted the ring found and worn, or the ring found and the finder killed. No third option." "No conventional third option," Dumbledore corrected quietly. Harry walked through the property line. The compulsion ward hit him and dissolved against infinity, a psychic urge to enter the shack, find the ring, put it on his finger, that simply could not reach the mind it was trying to influence. He felt it pressing, adapting, trying to find gaps in his defense. There were no gaps. He crossed the threshold of the shack. The interior was ruin, collapsed furniture, rotting walls, the stench of decades of neglect. His perception mapped the space in an instant, the loose floorboard, the hidden chamber beneath, the ring sitting on a bed of dark soil, pulsing with the sick heartbeat of Voldemort's soul. The containment ward surrounded it, a sphere of lethal magic, tripwired to the ring's position. Move the ring without wearing it, and the necrotic curse would fire. Harry knelt beside the loose board and extended his hands. Infinity formed a controlled bubble around the ring's chamber, isolating it from the rest of the shack. Then he began channeling reverse curse technique. The positive energy flowed from his hands, golden, warm, precise. It met the containment ward and began transforming it, converting the necrotic charge from negative to positive one thread at a time. The ward resisted. The soul fragment within the ring screamed, its consciousness sensing the approach of purification and thrashing against it with the desperate fury of something fighting for survival. Harry pushed through. The understanding he'd gained, positive energy as the presence of meaning, not the absence of suffering, made his technique surgical. He didn't fight the darkness. He found the light within it and amplified it, transforming the curse's energy at the fundamental level. The containment ward dissolved. The necrotic trigger deactivated. The ring lay exposed, pulsing, vulnerable. Harry placed his hands on either side of the ring and purified it. The process took 3 minutes. 3 minutes of concentrated positive energy output, sustained against the resistance of a soul fragment that had been anchored in the ring for over 50 years. The fragment fought, harder than the diadems, more desperate, drawing on the Gaunt family's legacy of suffering to feed its resistance. But Harry's technique was refined now, and his understanding was deep, and the golden warmth of his positive energy was relentless. The ring went clean. Harry picked it up. It was warm in his hand, not with dark magic, but with the residual heat of transformation. The stone set in its face caught the grey light filtering through the ruined roof, and Harry felt something strange from it. Not cursed energy. Something else. Something that whispered of things beyond the veil, of boundaries between life and death that were thinner than anyone knew. The Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore was standing in the doorway. His eyes were fixed on the ring, on the stone, and his energy was a storm of emotion so intense that Harry's perception almost flinched from it. Longing. Grief. The crushing weight of a loss so old and so deep that it had shaped the man's entire life. Ariana. Professor, Harry said gently. Dumbledore blinked. The storm subsided, not gone, but controlled. Contained behind walls that decades of practice had built. The stone, he said. I know what it is. I can feel it. Harry held it up. It's not a Horcrux anymore. The soul fragment is gone. But the stone itself, its original properties, those are intact. It can summon the dead. Not truly, not in life. But they're shades. They're echoes. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. I have wanted that stone for over a century, Harry. Wanted it with a desperation that I am deeply ashamed of. I know. If you offered it to me, I would take it. Even now. Even knowing that the dead should not be summoned, that the shades are not truly the people we lost, that the stone is a trap for the grieving. I would take it and I would use it and I would destroy myself with it. He met Harry's eyes. Please do not offer it to me. Harry pocketed the ring. I won't. Dumbledore exhaled. It was the sound of a man being saved from himself, and it carried more gratitude than any words could have expressed. 2 Horcruxes down. 4 to go. They moved fast after that. The locket was at Grimmauld Place, exactly where Harry's perception had placed it, hidden in a cabinet in the drawing room, behind a collection of dark artifacts that creature had been hoarding for years. Sirius retrieved it under Harry's instruction, handling it with dragon-hide gloves and storing it in a warded box until Harry arrived. Harry purified the locket on a Sunday afternoon, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the Black family library while Sirius watched from a respectful distance. The soul fragment fought, this one was particularly vicious, projecting visions of inadequacy and betrayal that would have shattered an unprotected mind. Harry's infinity stopped the psychic assault cold, and his reverse curse technique dissolved the fragment in under 2 minutes. Getting faster, Sirius observed. Practice. Harry held up the purified locket, Salazar Slytherin's personal artifact, clean and bright for the first time in decades. 3 down. The cup was harder. Gringotts. The Lestrange Vault. The most secure magical vault in Britain, protected by dragons, counter-curses, and the institutionalized paranoia of a goblin nation that trusted no one. Blackwell handled the politics. As an Unspeakable, he had access to channels that operated outside normal ministry authority. He arranged a meeting with the Goblin director, not through official channels, but through the kind of backdoor diplomacy that the Department of Mysteries had been practicing for centuries. The goblins were informed that a dark artifact of significant danger was stored in the Lestrange vault. They were offered a choice: cooperate with its removal, or face the consequences when the artifact's energy signature attracted something from the deep dark that would make their dragon look like a garden snake. The goblins cooperated. Grudgingly. Harry entered the Lestrange vault flanked by 2 goblin guards who watched him with suspicious fascination. The vault was a treasure trove of dark artifacts, cursed gold, enchanted weapons, objects that radiated malice like heat from a furnace. Harry's perception cut through the clutter instantly, locking onto the cup's signature. Hufflepuff's cup, sitting on a high shelf, pulsing with the familiar sickness of a soul fragment. He purified it in the vault itself, surrounded by cursed gold, while the goblins watched something they had never seen and would never forget. The golden light of Harry's reverse curse technique filled the chamber, and every dark artifact in the room dimmed slightly, the positive energy washing over them, neutralizing their edges, gentling their malice. Not fully purified, Harry's focus was on the cup, but softened. Reduced. The goblins looked at each other. One of them made a note. For down. The snake remained. And the scar. November bled into December, and Hogwarts settled into a strange, tense equilibrium. The ministry had stabilized under Amelia Bones. Umbridge was gone, reassigned to a position in the Department of Magical Records that was functionally a closet. The Daily Prophet had reversed course so dramatically that several reporters had probably given themselves whiplash. Harry Potter was no longer a delusional attention seeker. He was the boy who lived, the untouchable, the wizard who had made the killing curse fail and driven Voldemort from the ministry in direct combat. Harry ignored the publicity. He had larger concerns. The seal was deteriorating. Every day, his perception registered the incremental weakening of the remaining containment layers. The 5th layer was under sustained pressure now, and the 6th, the penultimate barrier, was beginning to show stress fractures. The Hollow King pressed against its prison with the patient, relentless force of geological time, and the purification of 4 Horcruxes, while it had stopped the act of feeding, had not reversed the damage already done. The entity was going to break free. The question was when, and whether Harry would be ready. He trained obsessively. Not combat, he was already beyond anything the wizarding world could challenge him with. He trained his reverse curse technique, pushing the precision and power higher, preparing for the 2 tasks that remained, purifying the Horcrux in his scar and, somehow, reinforcing the seal. Daphne worked beside him every night. Her research had uncovered the final pieces of the Founder's sealing methodology, the theoretical framework for the failsafe the Bloody Baron had mentioned. The failsafe was a technique that combined the deepest principles of both magic and cursed energy into a single, unified act of containment. It required something the Founders had called domain, a concept that existed in Gojo's tradition too, though Harry hadn't mastered it. Domain expansion. The ultimate technique. The manifestation of a sorcerer's inner world imposed onto reality itself, a space where the user's will was absolute and their techniques were guaranteed to hit. Gojo had described it as the pinnacle of jujitsu sorcery, a technique so advanced that only a handful of sorcerers in history had achieved it. Harry had never attempted it. Gojo had told him it would come when he was ready, that it couldn't be forced, that it would manifest from the core of who he was when the need was great enough and the understanding was deep enough. The need was approaching. Whether the understanding would be deep enough remained to be seen. "You're overthinking it," Daphne said one evening, watching him meditate in the room of requirement. "I'm not thinking about it at all. That's the problem. Maybe that is the thinking. You're trying not to think about it, which is thinking about not thinking about it, which is, you're making it worse." She smiled. It was the smile she saved for him, warm, unguarded, free of the analytical precision she showed everyone else. Then stop trying. When has any of this worked because you tried? Reverse curse technique didn't work until you stopped forcing it. Infinity didn't work until you made it automatic. You're at your best when you stop trying to be your best and just are. He looked at her. When did you get so wise? I've always been wise. You just weren't paying attention. She set down her book and came to sit beside him, leaning against his shoulder. The Scar Horcrux. Have you thought about when? Every minute of every day. And I'm scared. He said it simply, without shame. Gojo had taught him that fear was information, not weakness. Acknowledging it didn't make you less, it made you clear. The fragment is embedded in my soul. Extracting it is like performing surgery on yourself. One slip and I could damage my soul permanently. Lose my magic. Lose my perception. Lose me. Then don't slip. Helpful. I'm serious. She lifted her head and looked at him. You are the most capable person I've ever met, Harry Potter. You learned infinity in 6 weeks. You mastered reverse cursed technique in 2 months. You purified 4 Horcruxes without breaking a sweat. The scar is different, it's personal, it's embedded, it's dangerous. But the principle is the same. Find the light within the darkness. Transform it. You've done it 4 times already. This time the darkness is inside me. Which means you know it better than any external Horcrux. You've been carrying it for 15 years. You know its shape, its weight, its rhythms. That's not a disadvantage, it's intimate knowledge. Use it. He put his arm around her and pulled her close. She fit against his side like she'd been designed for it, sharp edges softened, analytical distance dissolved, just a girl leaning into a boy who mattered to her. If I die, he started. You won't. If I die, then I will find a way to bring you back just to kill you myself. Her voice was fierce and steady and completely serious. Don't you dare, Potter. Don't you dare leave me alone in this world of idiots and politicians and people who can't see what's right in front of them. You are the first person who has ever looked at me and seen something other than a political asset or a breeding prospect, and if you think I'm going to let you throw that away on some heroic sacrifice nonsense, he kissed her. She kissed him back, hard, her hands gripping his shirt like she was anchoring him to the earth. When they pulled apart, her eyes were bright and fierce and very slightly wet. Tomorrow night, Harry said. After curfew. The room of requirement. I'm going to do it. I'll be there. You don't have to, I'll be there, Harry. Non-negotiable. He looked at her, Daphne Greengrass, Ice Queen of Slytherin, political survivor, the sharpest mind he'd ever met, and felt something that his enhanced perception couldn't quantify and his cursed energy awareness couldn't measure. Something that existed outside any system of classification, in the space between 2 people who had chosen each other clearly and without pretense. Okay, he said. Okay. He told the others the next morning. The room of requirement. His core team, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Daphne. Blackwell, standing at the edge like a shadow that had learned to listen. And Dumbledore, sitting in his conjured armchair with the quiet deference that had become his default mode in Harry's presence. Tonight, Harry said. I'm extracting the Horcrux from my scar. The room was silent. The technique is ready. My reverse curse technique is at surgical precision. I've purified 4 Horcruxes successfully, each one more complex than the last. The scar fragment is the most deeply embedded, but the principle is the same, and I understand the Horcrux's structure better than any external artifact. I've been living with it for 15 years. What do you need from us? Neville asked. Presence. The extraction will require me to enter a meditative state, an internal confrontation with the soul fragment. I'll be vulnerable during the process. I need people around me who I trust to guard my body and intervene if something goes wrong. Define goes wrong, Hermione said carefully. If the fragment resists extraction and I lose control, there could be a release of negative energy. Explosive. Dangerous. If that happens, get out. Don't try to contain it, just get clear. And you? Ron asked. If it comes to that, I'll be dead. Or worse. He said it flatly, the way you'd state the odds on a bet. But I don't expect it to come to that. I'm ready for this. There's a complication, Blackwell said. Everyone turned. The Scar Horcrux is the last active node in the soul network. When it's purified, Voldemort will feel it. The death of his final soul anchor will cause a psychic backlash that he'll track directly to this location. If he has any capacity to reach Hogwarts, he won't attack Hogwarts directly, Dumbledore said. The castle's wards are formidable, and after the Ministry, Tom knows he cannot face Harry in direct combat. But he may send forces. Death Eaters. Dementors. Giants. Whatever he can muster on short notice. Then we prepare for that too. Harry looked around the room. The DA. Everyone I've trained in cursed energy reinforcement. Get them ready. Not for attack, for defense. If Death Eaters hit the castle, our people hold the perimeter while I finish the extraction. I'll coordinate with the faculty, Dumbledore said. Minerva and Filius can lead the defensive response. Severus, Snape stays with me, Harry said. I want him present during the extraction. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. May I ask why? Because his dark mark is connected to the same soul network. When the last Horcrux is purified, the mark's power source will be severed. There's a chance the backlash could damage him. I want to be able to intervene immediately with reverse curse technique. The room absorbed this. Snape, who had been informed separately and had arrived with his usual expression of aggressive neutrality, inclined his head a fraction of an inch. Your concern is noted, Potter, Snape said. And, appreciated. Coming from Snape, it was practically a declaration of love. They prepared all day. The DA, 30 students strong now, all of them trained in at least basic cursed energy reinforcement, was briefed in the room of requirement in shifts. Harry didn't sugarcoat it. He told them what was coming, what the risks were, and what he needed from them. Hold the castle. Protect the younger students. Don't be heroes, be shields. Neville took charge of the defensive positioning with a natural authority that surprised no one who had been paying attention to the boys' transformation. He placed DA members at key defensive points throughout the castle, corridor junctions, stairwells, the entrances to common rooms. Each one was paired with a more experienced partner. Each one knew their reinforcement techniques. Luna wandered the castle corridors, doing something that she described as encouraging the Nargles to be helpful. Harry's perception registered the actual effect. She was dispersing nascent cursed spirit concentrations, clearing the castle's energy channels, reducing the ambient negativity that might attract or empower anything dark. She was cleaning the psychic air, and she was very good at it. Hermione coordinated with the faculty, drawing up contingency plans with the obsessive thoroughness that was her superpower. Ron stood at her side, solid and dependable, translating her academic plans into practical tactics that actual humans could execute under pressure. Daphne worked with Blackwell, cross-referencing the Founder's Seal specifications with the Department of Mystery's containment models. They were building a theoretical framework for what would happen to the seal when the last Horcrux was purified. The models weren't encouraging. The Horcruxes have been feeding the entity for decades, Blackwell said, spreading his calculations on the table. They're a negative energy source, yes. But they're also a pressure valve. The seal was designed to contain a certain maximum level of negative energy. The Horcruxes have been adding to that energy, but they've also been siphoning some of it off, distributing it through the soul network rather than letting it build up behind the seal. So when the last Horcrux is purified, Daphne started. The siphon stops. The pressure behind the seal spikes. The entity gains a sudden, massive increase in available energy, and the already damaged containment structure faces a load it was never designed to handle. How long? Hours. Maybe less. Once the Scar Horcrux is gone, we're on a countdown. Daphne relayed this to Harry. He received it with the calm that had become his baseline, not indifference, but the focused clarity of someone who had already accepted the magnitude of what he was facing and chosen to face it anyway. Then we don't waste time, Harry said. Extraction tonight. Seal reinforcement immediately after. You won't have time to recover. I know. Harry, I know, Daphne. I know what it costs. I know the risks. And I'm doing it anyway, because the alternative is waiting until the seal fails on its own terms, and on its own terms, we lose. She searched his face. Found what she was looking for. Nodded. Then let's get started. The room of requirement at midnight was configured for ritual. Harry had asked for a simple space, clean, quiet, with good lighting and enough room for the people he'd invited. The room provided a circular chamber with smooth stone walls, warm lighting, and a padded surface in the center where Harry could sit comfortably during the extraction. His team arranged themselves around the perimeter. Daphne to his right, close enough to touch. Snape to his left, wand ready, dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with hostility. Ron and Hermione by the door. Neville and Luna at the cardinal points, their developing cursed energy awareness adding a secondary layer of monitoring. Dumbledore stood behind Snape, the elder wand held loosely at his side. He had offered to leave, if my presence is a distraction, and Harry had told him to stay. Not for his power. For his knowledge. If something went wrong that Harry couldn't anticipate, Dumbledore's century of experience might make the difference. Blackwell monitored his instruments from a corner, the devices humming and clicking with readings that only he could interpret. Harry sat in the center of the circle, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He breathed. In. Out. The way Gojo had taught him. He let the world recede, the sounds, the smells, the physical presence of the people around him. He sank into his own inner landscape, following the pathways of cursed energy that Gojo's training had made as familiar as the corridors of Hogwarts. He found the Horcrux immediately. It lived behind his scar, embedded in the fabric of his soul like a tumor wrapped around a nerve. He'd felt it every day for 15 years, the cold, dark weight of Tom Riddle's fractured consciousness, pulsing with negative energy, coloring his dreams and shaping his perceptions in ways he was only now beginning to understand. Harry examined it with the enhanced perception that months of training had refined to surgical precision. The Horcrux was complex, more complex than any of the external fragments. It had grown into his soul the way tree roots grow into stone, following the natural channels of his psychic architecture, intertwining with his own identity at a level so deep that separating the two required distinguishing between Harry and not Harry at the atomic level. But he could see the distinction. The Horcrux was cold where Harry was warm. It was rigid where he was fluid. It carried the signature of Tom Riddle's particular brand of suffering, the orphanage loneliness, the hunger for control, the pathological terror of death, and those signatures were different from Harry's own pain. Similar in texture. Different in origin. He could do this. Harry reached for the positive energy. Found his anchors, Sirius, Gojo, Daphne, his friends, his purpose, the 1,000 small moments of genuine connection that constituted the meaning of his life. The warmth built. The golden light filled his inner channels. He began to purify. The Horcrux fought. Not like the external fragments, those had thrashed and screamed and been overwhelmed. This one fought smart. It had spent 15 years embedded in Harry's consciousness, learning his patterns, mapping his emotional architecture. It knew him. And it used that knowledge. "You're nothing without me," the fragment whispered, in a voice that was Harry's own but not. The scar. The connection. The fame. The prophecy. All of it comes from me. Without me, you're just a boy. An ordinary, forgettable boy. Harry felt the words land. Not because they were true, because they targeted the specific insecurity that every orphan carried, the fear of being nobody, the terror that the only thing that made you special was the thing that was destroying you. He breathed. Let the fear pass through him. Found the truth beneath it. I am not special because of you. I am special because of the choices I made in spite of you. The positive energy surged. The Horcrux recoiled. But it wasn't done. The fragment shifted tactics. Instead of attacking Harry's identity, it attacked his connections. It showed him visions: Daphne, killed by a Death Eater's curse. Ron, broken and bloody on a battlefield. Hermione, screaming under Cruciatus. Sirius, falling through the veil. Each vision was crafted with surgical precision, targeting the specific relationships that fueled Harry's positive energy, trying to cut the anchors he was using to power the purification. Harry felt the visions wash over him and recognized them for what they were: projections. Fabrications. The desperate last gambit of something that was dying and knew it. He pushed deeper. The golden light penetrated the Horcrux's outer layers, transforming the negative energy at the fundamental level. The fragment's screaming intensified, a psychic howl of rage and terror that shook Harry's inner landscape like an earthquake. And then something unexpected happened. The Horcrux, the piece of Tom Riddle's soul that had lived in Harry's head for 15 years, stopped fighting. In the last moments of its existence, as the golden light consumed it, the fragment seemed to settle. The rage faded. The terror dimmed. And for a single, crystalline moment, Harry felt something from the soul fragment that he had never felt before. Relief. A piece of Tom Riddle's soul, freed from the prison of its own making, experiencing, for the first and last time, what it felt like to let go. To stop fighting. To accept the transformation from dark to light. The positive energy wasn't destroying the fragment. It was healing it. Transforming it from a knot of suffering into a spark of something clean. The fragment dissolved. Gently. Completely. Like ice melting in warm hands. Harry opened his eyes. The scar on his forehead was a thin white line. No pain. No pulse. No dark weight pressing against his consciousness. For the first time in 15 years, Harry's mind was entirely his own. He breathed. "It's done," he said. Daphne's hand found his. He squeezed it. The warmth between them was real and unmediated, no Horcrux coloring his emotions, no dark fragment filtering his perceptions. Just Harry. Clean and whole and free. Snape made a sound, a sharp intake of breath. Harry's attention snapped to the potion's master, who was gripping his left forearm, his face contorted with pain. The dark mark was reacting. The soul network that powered it had just lost its final anchor, and the backlash was: Harry moved. In one fluid motion, he was beside Snape, his hands on the man's forearm, channeling reverse curse technique directly into the dark mark. The positive energy met the toxic signature of the mark and began transforming it, not gently, not gradually, but with the focused precision of a surgeon cutting away disease. Snape gasped. His body arched. 20 years of accumulated poison, 2 decades of slow corrosion, pain, degradation, was being purged in seconds. The dark mark burned under Harry's hands, its ink writhing on Snape's skin as the curse that powered it was converted from negative to positive. The mark faded. The ink lightened, thinned, became a ghost of itself. The toxic energy output dropped to 0. The damage to Snape's magical core, 2 decades of erosion, didn't reverse. That would take time and sustained treatment, but the source of the damage was gone. Snape stared at his forearm. The mark was a faint shadow, barely visible, powerless. "It's gone," he said. His voice cracked on the second word. "The pain, it's 20 years, and," he stopped. Pressed his hand over his mouth. Closed his eyes. Harry put his hand on Snape's shoulder. "You're free." Snape's composure shattered. Not dramatically, not with tears or sobs. Just a tremor that ran through his body like a fault line releasing decades of accumulated pressure. He stood there, in the room of requirement, surrounded by people he had spent years tormenting and protecting and pushing away, and he shook. Nobody spoke. Nobody needed to. The moment passed. Snape straightened. His eyes opened, and they were clearer than Harry had ever seen them. The perpetual haze of pain that had colored everything about the man was gone, replaced by a clarity that was almost startling. "Thank you, Potter," Snape said. And he meant it. Blackwell's instrument screamed. Every device in the corner erupted simultaneously, needles pegging red, crystals cracking, the carefully calibrated sensors overloading with input that exceeded their design parameters. "The seal," Blackwell said, and his voice was ice. "Fifth layer just failed. Sixth layer is under catastrophic pressure. We have," he looked at his instruments. The blood drained from his face. "We have hours. Maybe less." Harry stood. The warmth of the extraction, the clean, whole feeling of a mind finally free, evaporated under the cold reality of what was coming. "Everyone knows their positions," he said. "This is it. Get to the Great Hall. Get the students organized. Neville, you have the defense." "I've got it," Neville said, and he was already moving. "Dumbledore, faculty coordination. Protect the younger students. If the entity manifests inside the castle, your wards are the first line of defense." "Understood." Dumbledore rose, and for a moment he was the man Harry had always imagined him to be, tall, powerful, resolute, his century of experience focused on a single purpose without the pollution of manipulation or control. "I will not fail you, Harry. I know. Hermione, Ron, coordinate with the DA. Luna, do what you do. Clear the corridors, calm the energy, give us the cleanest psychic environment you can." "I'll talk to the castle," Luna said serenely. "It's been wanting to help." Harry didn't question that. He'd learned not to question Luna. Daphne. She was already at his side. "I know. I'm with you. This is going to be dangerous. Everything about you is dangerous. I knew that when I sat down across from you in the library." He took her face in his hands and kissed her. It was brief and fierce and said everything that time wouldn't let him say with words. She kissed him back the same way. "Don't die," she said. Noted. They moved. The castle knew. Harry felt it as they descended from the 7th floor, the ancient magic of Hogwarts responding to the crisis with something that bordered on sentience. The wards were strengthening, the defensive enchantments activating in sequences that hadn't been triggered in centuries. Suits of armor stepped off their pedestals and took up positions at corridor junctions. Staircases locked into defensive configurations. The portraits passed messages from frame to frame at lightning speed. Luna was right. The castle was helping. The Great Hall was organized chaos. Students in pajamas and robes, sorted by year, guided by prefects and DA members to designated safe zones. First through third years were being moved to the upper floors, the highest, most defensible levels of the castle, protected by the most concentrated ward clusters. Fourth years and above were given the choice, shelter or fight. Most chose to fight. Harry moved through the hall, and the students parted before him like water. He didn't need to give speeches or rally troops. His presence was enough. The boy who had made the killing curse fail, who had driven Voldemort from the ministry, who had destroyed a herald of the Hollow King with bare hands. They looked at him and they saw not a hero but a guarantee, the absolute certainty that whatever was coming, it would face something stronger. He found Neville at the main entrance, directing DA members with crisp efficiency. The boy who had once lost his toad every other day was gone, replaced by a young man whose quiet authority commanded instant obedience. Outer defenses are set, Neville reported. DA pairs at every ground floor entrance. Faculty reinforcing the wards. Hagrid's taking the grounds with Fong and, I think he said he had a surprise. I'm sure he does. Harry gripped Neville's shoulder. Hold the castle, Neville. Whatever happens below, whatever you feel or hear from down there, hold the castle. Count on it. Harry descended. Not through the dungeons, deeper. Past the kitchens, past the foundations, into passages that hadn't been walked in centuries. The castle guided him, staircases appearing where there had been walls, doors opening in blank stone. Hogwarts was leading him to the seal, to the place where the founders had made their stand 1,000 years ago. Daphne followed, wand in one hand, the other gripping Harry's. Blackwell flanked them, his instruments held before him like a divining rod. Snape moved behind them in silence, not ordered to come, but present nonetheless, his newly cleared energy burning with a fierce, almost defiant brightness. They descended for what felt like an eternity. The passages narrowed, then widened. The stone changed from the worked blocks of the castle to raw bedrock, ancient and uncarved. The air grew colder. The ambient energy shifted, from the warm, complex signature of Hogwarts to something older, heavier, denser. They emerged into the chamber. It was vast. Cathedral vast. A natural cavern deep beneath the castle, expanded and shaped by the founders' magic 1,000 years ago. The walls were covered in carvings, the same intricate, spiraling patterns Harry had seen in Blackwell's photograph, cursed energy containment seals intertwined with magical ward structures in a hybrid system that hadn't been replicated in a millennium. In the center of the chamber, the seal. It was a circle of light, or it had been, once. Now it was a circle of fractures. The seal was visible to Harry's enhanced perception as a web of interlocking energy patterns, layered 7 deep, each layer a separate system of containment designed to hold the entity behind it. The first 4 layers were gone. The 5th had failed an hour ago. The 6th was cracking before his eyes, hairline fractures spreading through the energy matrix like ice breaking under weight. And behind the 6th layer, pressing against the 7th and final barrier, the Hollow King. Harry felt it fully for the first time, and it was worse than anything he'd imagined. It was vast. Not in any physical dimension, it existed in a space that was more psychic than spatial, a dimension of concentrated negative emotion that had been building for thousands of years. It was the sum total of human suffering, every moment of cruelty, every scream of pain, every whispered despair, every silent surrender to hopelessness. Accumulated. Concentrated. Aware. It had intelligence, but not human intelligence. It didn't think in words or plans or strategies. It wanted, the way fire wanted fuel, the way gravity wanted mass. Its nature was consumption, the absorption of positive energy, the amplification of negative, the relentless expansion of suffering until everything that existed was folded into its embrace. The Hollow King pressed against the 7th seal, and the seal flexed, and the chamber shook. "We're out of time," Blackwell said, staring at his instruments. 6th layer just failed. The 7th is all that's left, and his voice caught. It's not going to hold. Minutes. We have minutes. Harry looked at the seal. At the carvings on the walls. At the patterns that the founders had woven 1,000 years ago using techniques that the modern world had forgotten. He understood them. With his enhanced perception, with the understanding of both magic and cursed energy that made him unique in the living world, he could read the founders' work like a book. Every symbol, every pattern, every interlocking layer of the seal's construction was legible to him in a way it hadn't been to anyone since the 4 who had built it. And he could see the failsafe. Built into the seventh layer, the last, the deepest, the most fundamental, was a node. A point of convergence where all the energies of the seal met and focused. It was designed to accept a specific type of input, a domain expansion. A manifestation of a sorcerer's inner world, projected through the node and into the seal itself, reinforcing the containment from within. The founders had known that the seal would eventually weaken. They had built a keyhole into the final layer and trusted that someday, someone who wielded both magic and cursed energy, someone who could see with both eyes, would come along and turn the key. Harry was the key. "I need to expand my domain," he said. Daphne looked at him. "You don't have a domain." "I know. Harry, you can't just decide to have a domain expansion. Your teacher, the strongest sorcerer alive, said it comes when you're ready. It manifests from the core of who you are. You can't force it." "I'm not going to force it." Harry closed his eyes. "I'm going to let it come." He sat on the stone floor of the chamber, in front of the failing seal, and he stopped fighting. He stopped being the boy who needed to be strong enough. He stopped being the weapon, the tool, the chosen one, the untouchable. He let go of every role that had been assigned to him, by Dumbledore, by the prophecy, by the wizarding world, by his own desperate need to be enough. He let go and found what was underneath. Underneath the power and the training and the trauma and the prophecy, underneath the scars both visible and invisible, underneath the identity that had been shaped by 15 years of suffering and 6 weeks of brutal transformation, there was a boy. A boy who had grown up in a cupboard under the stairs. A boy who had been told he was nothing, shown he was everything, and asked to decide the fate of the world before he was old enough to vote. And that boy was not empty. He was not hollow. Despite everything, despite the Dursleys, despite the graveyard, despite the manipulation and the lies and the crushing weight of expectation, that boy was full. Full of love he'd had to fight for. Full of friendships he'd earned through loyalty and sacrifice. Full of a stubborn, irrational, absolutely unshakable belief that people were worth saving. Not because they were good. Not because they deserved it. Because they existed, and existence was precious, and the choice to protect it was the only choice that mattered. Harry's domain expansion manifested. It didn't look like Gojo's. Gojo's infinite void was an empty white space, infinite, absolute, the manifestation of a man so far above humanity that his inner world was a void of pure information. Gojo's domain was overwhelming. It was the crushing weight of infinite knowledge imposed on a finite mind. Harry's domain was different. It was a starfield. The chamber vanished. The walls, the seal, the carvings, all replaced by darkness. But not empty darkness. The darkness between stars. Infinite space, stretching in every direction, filled with points of light. Millions of them. Billions. Each one a star, each one burning with its own light, each one distinct and individual and meaningful. Every star was a moment. A memory. Not just Harry's, everyone's. Every genuine moment of connection, every act of kindness, every choice to love instead of hate, to hope instead of despair, to fight instead of surrender. The sum total of human goodness, not as an abstract concept, but as a lived reality. Each star was a person choosing to be better than their circumstances demanded. Daphne's hand finding his in a dark corridor. Ron standing beside him despite fear and jealousy and every reason not to. Hermione's voice saying "I believe you" when nobody else would. Neville standing up to Bellatrix Lestrange with shaking hands and iron resolve. Luna seeing the world as it truly was and choosing to love it anyway. Sirius laughing in a house full of darkness. Gojo, the loneliest man in the world, reaching out to a broken boy and choosing to share the burden of strength. Snape enduring 20 years of agony for a love that would never be returned. Dumbledore, old and flawed and terrified, choosing to surrender control because a boy showed him a better way. Each star was a victory over darkness. Each one was proof that the Hollow King, the sum of human suffering, was not the whole story. Suffering existed, yes. It was real and it was vast and it had been accumulating since the dawn of consciousness. But so had this. So had the light. The choosing. The fighting. The refusal to let the darkness be the final word. Harry's domain was not empty. It was full. And within it, his techniques were absolute. Infinity extended to the boundaries of the domain itself, an infinite space within an infinite space, making everything and everyone inside untouchable, unreachable, protected by the mathematical certainty of a boy who had decided that nobody else was going to suffer on his watch. The domain locked into the failsafe node of the seventh seal. The Hollow King felt it. The entity's response was immediate and cataclysmic. It hit the reinforced seal with everything it had, thousands of years of accumulated suffering compressed into a single, devastating assault. The chamber above shook. The castle above that shook. The ground for miles around Hogwarts trembled. Harry held. The stars of his domain blazed brighter as the darkness pressed against them. Every point of light was an anchor, a connection, a reason to keep the seal intact. The Hollow King pushed, and Harry pushed back, and for a single, eternal moment, the entire weight of human suffering pressed against the entire weight of human hope, and neither yielded. Harry. Daphne's voice, from somewhere in the starfield. She was inside his domain, they all were, Daphne and Snape and Blackwell, caught inside the expansion when it manifested. She could see the stars. She could feel the connections they represented. And she could feel the entity pressing against them. I can feel it, she said. The stars. Harry, they're not just yours. They're ours. All of ours. She was right. The domain wasn't Harry's alone. It was built from connections, from relationships, from the web of human bonds that constituted the difference between existence and meaning. Each star was a shared moment, and each shared moment was a bridge between two people, and the network of bridges was stronger than any single pillar. Open it, Daphne said. Open the domain. Let everyone in. Harry understood instantly. Gojo would never have done this. Gojo's domain was a weapon, a prison, a manifestation of singular overwhelming power. Gojo was the strongest because he stood alone at the top. Harry wasn't Gojo. Harry's strength had never been solitary. It had always been connected. Every breakthrough, every victory, every moment of transcendence had come through connection, with his friends, with his teacher, with Daphne, with the ragged, imperfect, beautiful web of human relationships that constituted his life. Gojo was the strongest sorcerer who ever lived because nobody could match him. Harry would become something different. Something that had never existed before. He opened the domain. The starfield expanded. Not just through the chamber, through the castle. Through the grounds. Through the wards and walls and ancient stones of Hogwarts. Harry's infinite void, his domain, his inner world made manifest, spread like dawn breaking over the world, and everyone it touched was included. In the great hall, Neville felt it first. A warmth that had nothing to do with temperature, a sudden, overwhelming awareness of the connections around him. He could feel every DA member at their post, every student in the shelters, every teacher on the walls. Not just their positions, their hearts. Their courage. Their fear and their choice to fight despite it. Luna closed her eyes and smiled. "Oh," she said. "There you are." Ron grabbed Hermione's hand and she grabbed his, and neither of them quite knew why, but both of them felt the same thing, the unshakable certainty that they were not alone, had never been alone, would never be alone. That the bonds between them were real and strong and mattered. Dumbledore stood on the battlements and felt the domain wash over him and wept for the second time in a month. Not from grief, from recognition. This was what he'd been trying to build for 50 years with his loyalty wards and mood-influencing enchantments. This was what he'd been trying to create through control and manipulation. And here it was, generated not through subtlety and deception, but through the raw, honest, staggering power of a boy who loved the world enough to share his soul with it. The DA members at their posts felt their reinforcement technique surge. The cursed energy in their bodies, normally a trickle, became a river, fed by the domain, amplified by the network, strengthened by the collective willpower of hundreds of people choosing, in the same moment, to fight. And in the chamber below Hogwarts, the Hollow King met something it had never encountered. Not resistance, it had faced resistance before. Not power, it had swallowed power before. Not defiance, defiance was just suffering with a different name. It met fullness. The entity was the sum of human suffering. It defined itself by absence, the absence of joy, of hope, of connection. It consumed positive energy because positive energy was antithetical to its nature. It grew by making the world emptier. Harry's domain was full. Every star was a moment of fullness, a connection made, a love given, a hope sustained. The domain didn't fight the entity with force. It didn't oppose darkness with light in a simple binary. It overwhelmed the entity with meaning, with the sheer arithmetic of billions of moments of genuine human goodness that the entity's narrow consciousness could not process. The Hollow King tried to absorb the domain's positive energy, as it had absorbed positive energy for millennia. But the domain was self-sustaining, every connection fed every other connection, and the network generated more positive energy than the entity could consume. For the first time in its ancient existence, the Hollow King encountered something it couldn't eat. The seal held. More than held, strengthened. The domain's energy poured through the failsafe node and into the seal's structure, rebuilding the layers that had crumbled, reinforcing the containment with the combined willpower of every person inside the domain's boundaries. The Hollow King roared. The psychic assault shook the domain like a hurricane, and Harry felt the stars flicker, felt the connections strain, felt the weight of ancient suffering pressing against the fragile beauty of human hope. But the stars didn't go out. Because the people behind those stars were choosing, in real time, to keep them lit. Every student, every teacher, every defender in the castle was feeding the domain with their will, their courage, their refusal to let the darkness win. And it was enough. The seal reformed. Layer by layer, the containment rebuilt itself, not with the founder's original architecture, which had been designed as a static prison, but with something new. Something living. A seal built from active human connection rather than passive magical containment. A prison whose walls were the collective choice of the people who lived above it. As long as people chose to fight, the seal would hold. The Hollow King pressed against the new containment and found it unyielding. Not because it was stronger than the entity, nothing was stronger than the sum of human suffering. But because the seal wasn't trying to be stronger. It was trying to be persistent. And human connection, for all its fragility, for all its impermanence, was the most persistent force in the universe. People always chose to connect. Always. Even in the worst of times, especially in the worst of times, humans reached for each other. Built families. Made friends. Fell in love. Created meaning in a universe that offered none. And every connection was a star, and every star was a point of light in the darkness, and the darkness could not extinguish them all because new stars were being born every moment. The Hollow King retreated. Not defeated, you couldn't defeat entropy. Not destroyed, you couldn't destroy the consequence of consciousness. But contained. Pushed back behind barriers that were rooted in something deeper and more resilient than stone or magic or cursed energy. Rooted in the irreducible human capacity for love. Harry's domain contracted. The starfield receded, pulling back from the castle, withdrawing from the grounds, collapsing inward until it was just the chamber again, stone walls, carved seals, the faint glow of newly reinforced containment. Harry collapsed. He fell forward onto the stone floor, and Daphne caught him, and Snape was there too, his newly cleared perception reading Harry's vital signs with a precision that Pomfrey would have envied. "He's alive," Snape said. Exhausted. Severe cursed energy depletion. But alive. Of course he's alive, Daphne said, her voice breaking. He promised. Harry opened his eyes. The starfield was gone, but he could still feel them, every point of light, every connection, every person in the castle who had shared his domain and been part of something that had never existed before. They were fading now, returning to their individual awareness, but the echoes would remain. They would all remember what it felt like to be part of something larger than themselves. Did it work? He croaked. It worked, Blackwell said. His instruments were stable. His hands were shaking. His gray eyes were bright with something that Harry had never seen in the Unspeakable's face before, wonder. The seal is holding. All 7 layers, reformed, reinforced, anchored in something my instruments can't quantify. It's not the Founder's seal anymore. It's something new. Something better, Daphne said. Something alive, Harry agreed. He tried to sit up, failed, and settled for leaning against Daphne's shoulder. The entity is still there. It can't be destroyed. But it can be contained, Blackwell said. Indefinitely, if the seal's new architecture is what I think it is. It's a network. A living network of human connections, maintained by the choices of the people who live above it. As long as people choose to connect, to love, to fight, to hope, the seal holds. Snape looked at Harry. You've built a prison out of human sentimentality. I've built a prison out of the only thing that's stronger than suffering. Harry met Snape's eyes. Connection. Meaning. The choice to care about something other than yourself. You know about that, Professor. Better than anyone. Snape's expression was unreadable. But his energy, clear and bright and free of the mark's poison for the first time in 20 years, spoke volumes. I suppose I do, he said. Midnight blue sky stretched above Hogwarts, and the grounds were lit by the pale glow of a full moon reflecting off the lake's surface. Harry sat on the castle steps, wrapped in a blanket someone, Pomfrey, probably, had thrown over his shoulders. He was depleted in ways that went beyond physical exhaustion. His cursed energy reserves were at their lowest point since the early days of training. His magical core ached. His perception, usually a constant, vivid stream of information, was dim and fuzzy, like trying to watch television through fog. But the seal held. The castle stood. The students were safe. The grounds were quiet now. The attack Harry had anticipated, the Death Eater assault that Blackwell had predicted, had never materialized. In the hours since the Horcrux purification, the world had been strangely still. Voldemort had felt the death of his last soul anchor. He knew he was mortal. And for the first time in decades, Tom Riddle was afraid. Harry could feel the echoes of that fear through the severed Horcrux bond. Not the connection itself, that was gone, purified along with the scar fragment, but the resonance. Like the afterimage of a loud sound. Voldemort was somewhere to the north, wounded in soul if not in body, grappling with the devastating reality that the immortality he had sacrificed everything for was gone. He would come. Eventually. Tom Riddle was too proud and too desperate to simply vanish into obscurity. He would gather whatever forces remained loyal to him and make one last, furious attempt to destroy the boy who had unmade him. But not tonight. Tonight, the broken man was nursing his wounds, and the world was quiet. Footsteps behind Harry. Soft, measured, accompanied by the faint rustle of expensive robes. He didn't need perception to know who it was. Beautiful night, Gojo Satoru said, dropping onto the step beside Harry with the casual grace of someone arriving at a coffee shop, not a castle that had nearly been consumed by an ancient entity. Stars are out. Always liked the stars over Scotland. How long have you been here? Got here about 3 hours ago. Watched the whole thing from the astronomy tower. Gojo pulled off his blindfold and hung it around his neck. The 6 eyes gleamed in the moonlight, inhuman, beautiful, seeing everything. Your domain, Harry. I watched it form. And? Gojo was quiet for a moment. Harry had never seen him quiet. The man filled silences the way water filled containers, reflexively and completely. But now he sat on the cold stone steps and looked at the stars and was silent. In 1,000 years of jujitsu sorcery, Gojo said finally, no one has ever done what you just did. Domain expansion is always, always, a manifestation of individual power. My domain overwhelms through infinite information. Other sorcerers' domains trap, kill, immobilize. Every domain in history has been a weapon. A cage. An assertion of singular will over shared reality. He turned to look at Harry with those impossible eyes. You built a domain that shared. That included. That made everyone inside it stronger instead of weaker. That's not just unprecedented, Harry. That's a fundamentally different philosophy of power. You didn't impose your will on reality. You invited reality to share your will. And reality said yes. I'm not you, Sensei. No. Gojo smiled. It wasn't the wide, performative grin he usually wore. It was something smaller, warmer, almost tender. You're not. And I think that might be the point. What do you mean? I'm the strongest. I've been the strongest my entire life, and it's defined everything about me. My techniques, my relationships, my loneliness. Being the strongest means standing alone at the top, and standing alone means infinity works both ways. It keeps everything out, but it keeps me in. He looked at the stars. I told you when you started training that I was looking for someone who could stand on my level. Someone who understood what it was like to carry power that separated you from everyone else. And you found a different answer. You carry power that connects you to everyone else. You're not the strongest despite your relationships, you're the strongest because of them. He stopped. Shook his head. That's something I've never been able to do. Something I don't think I'm capable of doing. Not because I lack the technique, but because I lack the... He gestured vaguely. The thing that makes you, you. Vulnerability? Yeah. Gojo laughed softly. Yeah, that's the word. You let people in, Harry. Through the infinity. Through the barriers. You let people touch you, and instead of making you weaker, it makes you stronger. I've spent my whole life being untouchable, and I thought that was the point. But watching your domain tonight. He trailed off. Harry looked at his teacher, the strongest sorcerer alive, the man who could erase mountains and fold space and see the fundamental structure of reality with his cursed eyes, and saw something he'd never seen before. Loneliness. Not the dramatic, performative loneliness that Gojo covered with jokes and arrogance. The real thing. The quiet, bone-deep isolation of a man who had been too powerful to be vulnerable for so long that he'd forgotten how. You could learn, Harry said. Nah. Gojo waved a hand dismissively, but the gesture was too quick, too practiced. I'm too old for that kind of growth. Leave the emotional breakthroughs to the teenagers. You're 28. Exactly. Ancient. Practically retired. He grinned, the real one, not the mask, and stood, stretching. Anyway. I didn't come here to get therapy from my own student. I came to see if you'd survived your domain expansion, and you did, so. Mission accomplished. He started to turn away. Harry caught his wrist. Sensei. Gojo looked down at Harry's hand. Then at Harry. Thank you, Harry said. For everything. For finding me. For training me. For being honest when everyone else was lying. For believing I could do this. Gojo's expression did something complicated. The 6 eyes shimmered. You did something I couldn't, Harry. His voice was quiet, stripped of its usual theatricality. I'm the strongest. But you made other people stronger. He paused. Swallowed. That's better. That's just better. He ruffled Harry's hair. Harry let him, despite being a teenager with dignity to maintain, because some gestures transcended dignity. I'll be around, Gojo said, pulling his blindfold back on. Got some loose ends to tie up in Tokyo, but I'll visit. Maybe meet this girlfriend of yours properly. Give her the shovel talk. Please don't. I'm absolutely going to. I've been practicing my intimidating face. You don't have an intimidating face. You have a ridiculous face. Gojo gasped in theatrical offense. I am devastatingly handsome and you know it. He winked, Harry still didn't know how he could tell through the blindfold, and vanished. One moment he was there, the next he wasn't, folding through space with the casual ease of someone stepping through a door. Harry sat on the steps alone and smiled. The night was cold and his body ached and the world was still dangerous, but the smile was real. Dumbledore found him there 20 minutes later. The headmaster looked different. Harry's perception was still dimmed, but even through the fog, he could see the changes. Dumbledore's energy was lighter, not in power, but in character. The dense web of control and calculation that had defined his presence for decades was mostly gone, replaced by something more open, more uncertain, more human. He sat beside Harry on the steps without asking permission. For a while, they just sat together, two people looking at the stars. I felt your domain, Dumbledore said eventually. Inside it, I saw, I felt, he stopped. Started again. I felt every connection you've ever made. Every person who matters to you. I was one of them. Harry didn't say anything. After everything I've done, the manipulation, the lies, the engineering of your death, I was still a star in your sky. A point of light. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. Why? Because you taught me, Harry said. Badly, with ulterior motives, through manipulation and control. But you taught me. And some of what you taught me was real, and some of what you gave me was genuine, and the fact that you mixed it with poison doesn't erase the parts that were medicine. That is a more generous interpretation than I deserve. Probably. But I'm not interested in what people deserve. I'm interested in what's true. Harry looked at the old man. You failed me, Professor. Profoundly and repeatedly. But you also kept me alive for 15 years. You gave me a world to fight for. And when I showed you a better way, you listened. Eventually. Grudgingly. But you listened. Eventually, Dumbledore agreed, with the ghost of a self-deprecating smile. So yes. You're a point of light. A complicated, infuriating, frequently wrong point of light. But the domain doesn't discriminate. It sees connections as they are, not as they should be. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and cleaned them on his robe. His eyes were very blue and very old and very, very tired. You are not the boy I thought you were, Harry. You are far more. I know. Harry stood. His legs were unsteady, but they held. Professor. When Voldemort comes, and he will come, I'm going to face him. Not as a sacrifice. Not as a weapon. As a choice. My choice. And when I beat him, because I will beat him, I'm going to rebuild the parts of this world that people like you and him and the Ministry have broken. Not through control. Through connection. The way it should have been done all along. And you would like my help. I would like your help. Your real help. Your knowledge, your experience, your connections, offered freely, without strings, without manipulation, without the greater good as justification for treating people like chess pieces. You drive a hard bargain. I drive a fair one. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Then he extended his hand. Harry shook it. The grip was firm and warm and honest, and it was the first time in 15 years that the relationship between them was built on truth instead of artifice. "Go to bed, Harry," Dumbledore said. "You've saved the world tonight. The paperwork can wait until morning." Harry laughed. It hurt everywhere, and he didn't care. Voldemort came on a Sunday. 3 weeks after the seal's reinforcement, in the grey light of a December morning, Tom Riddle gathered the remnants of his forces, 24 Death Eaters, a handful of giants, a swarm of Dementors, and marched on Hogwarts. Harry felt them coming from miles away. His perception had recovered fully, and the approaching army was a dark stain on the landscape of his awareness, a concentration of negative energy and murderous intent that would have been terrifying 6 months ago and was now simply information. The castle mobilized. Neville's defensive network activated with smooth precision, DA members at their posts, faculty reinforcing the wards, Dumbledore and McGonagall coordinating from the battlements. The students who had felt Harry's domain, who had been part of his starfield, who had experienced the overwhelming reality of collective strength, fought with a ferocity that would become legend. The giants fell first. Hagrid's surprise turned out to be Grop, his full-blooded giant half-brother, who engaged the attacking giants with the enthusiastic violence of a creature who had finally found something his own size to wrestle. The ground shook. Trees fell. Grop was having the time of his life. The Dementors swept in from the east. Luna stood on the astronomy tower and did something that Patronus theory said was impossible. She broadcast a wave of positive emotion so vast and so genuine that every Dementor within range simply stopped. They hung in the air, confused, disoriented, unable to feed because the psychic landscape had been flooded with something they couldn't process. Then 30 DA members cast patron uses simultaneously, and the silver shapes, stags and otters and terriers and hares and 100 other forms, drove the Dementors into the sky like leaves before a storm. The Death Eaters hit the walls and found them held by students who could shrug off hexes through cursed energy reinforcement. Neville held the main gate with Ron and Hermione, the three of them forming a defensive line that repelled 6 separate assaults. Daphne commanded the western approach with a mix of Slytherins and Gryffindors who had discovered, to their mutual amazement, that house rivalry was considerably less important than survival. Blackwell fought alongside Snape in the dungeons, where a secondary force had tried to breach through the underground passages. The Unspeakable's combat skills were precise and lethal. Snape, freed from the Mark's 20-year drain on his capabilities, fought with a speed and power that shocked everyone who had only known the diminished version. He was magnificent, a dueling master at full capacity for the first time in decades, and the Death Eaters who faced him learned, fatally, that they had been fighting a crippled man all along. And at the center of it all, walking through the battle with infinity rendering him untouchable, Harry searched for Voldemort. He found him at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Tom Riddle stood alone. His Death Eaters were engaged at the castle, his giants were occupied, his Dementors were fleeing. He stood at the tree line with his yew-wand and his red eyes and his bone-white skin, and he waited. Harry walked toward him across the grounds. The sounds of battle faded behind him. The morning mist curled around his feet. Ahead, Voldemort watched him approach with an expression that was no longer arrogant. It was desperate. "You've taken everything from me," Voldemort said. "You never had anything to begin with." Harry stopped 10 feet away. "Your Horcruxes are gone, Tom. Every one. You're mortal. One life, like everyone else. I am Lord Voldemort. I am, your Tom Riddle. A man. A brilliant, broken, terrified man who was so afraid of death that he tore his soul apart trying to avoid it." Harry's voice wasn't cruel. It wasn't triumphant. It was sad. And it didn't work. It was never going to work. Because death isn't the thing you should have been afraid of. What could I possibly have to fear besides death? Loneliness. Harry took a step forward. You've spent your entire life running from death, and in the process, you cut away everything that makes life worth living. Love, connection, trust, vulnerability, you destroyed them all because they were weaknesses, because they could be taken from you, because they made you mortal in all the ways that matter. And now you're standing in a field with nothing and no one, and the only thing left is the thing you were running from. Voldemort's wand hand was shaking. You could stop, Harry said. Right now. You could lower your wand and surrender and face trial and spend the rest of your natural life in a cell, and it would still be life. It would still be real. You're offering me mercy. The word came out like poison. I'm offering you a choice. The same choice everyone gets. Connect or consume. Build or destroy. Live or, Voldemort screamed and fired the killing curse. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't need to. The green bolt hit infinity and died, as it always did, as it always would. The unblockable curse, blocked. The unavoidable death, avoided. Voldemort fired again. And again. A barrage of killing curses, each one more desperate than the last, the most powerful Dark Lord in history throwing everything he had at a boy who stood still and let it all fail. It's over, Tom. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Avada, Harry raised his hand. Blue. The gravitational technique activated behind Voldemort and yanked the Dark Lord off his feet. He flew backward, hit a tree, and crumpled. His wand skittered across the ground. Harry walked over and picked it up. Brother wands, you and Holly, phoenix feather cores from the same bird. He could feel the connection between them, the symmetry, the shared origin. Two wands. Two boys. Two paths through the same darkness. One chose connection. One chose consumption. Harry looked down at Voldemort. The Dark Lord was struggling to rise, his body weakened by the loss of his Horcruxes, his magic diminished without the power he'd poured into his soul anchors. He was still dangerous, still more powerful than most wizards alive, but he was mortal. Fragile. Breakable. Human. Kill me, Voldemort hissed. If you're so strong. So righteous. Kill me and prove you're no different. No. Harry crouched beside him. I'm not going to kill you, Tom. I'm going to do something much worse. He channeled reverse cursed technique. Not to heal, to see. He pushed positive energy into Voldemort's body and, for a fraction of a second, forced the Dark Lord's ruined soul to experience what it had rejected for 50 years. Connection. Warmth. The simple, devastating reality of being known and accepted by another human being. Voldemort screamed. Not from pain, from recognition. For one shattering moment, he felt what Harry felt. The stars. The connections. The meaning. Everything he had destroyed in himself, reflected back at him by a boy who carried it all. The scream faded. Voldemort's eyes, red, inhuman, terrible, were wet. Not with tears. With the ghost of tears. With the memory of a capacity for grief that he had murdered in himself long ago. That's what you're afraid of, Harry said quietly. Not death. This. Feeling. Living. Being human. Dumbledore's voice came from behind them. Harry. The headmaster stood at the edge of the tree line, flanked by Aurors. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Tonks. Dawlish. A dozen wands trained on the fallen Dark Lord. It's over, Harry said. He stood and stepped back. Take him. The Aurors moved in. Voldemort didn't resist. He lay on the forest floor with his red eyes staring at nothing, and the fight had gone out of him, not beaten from him by force, but dissolved by the simple, shattering experience of feeling, for one moment, what it was like to be human. Harry watched them lead him away. The most feared Dark Lord in history, shackled and stumbling, diminished not by violence but by truth. He felt Daphne's presence before she reached him. She appeared at his side, wand still in hand, a cut on her cheek and dust in her hair and the fierce, blazing energy of someone who had just fought a battle and won. "It's over?" she asked. "It's over." She looked at the retreating figures of the Aurors and their prisoner. "You didn't kill him." "No." "Why?" "Because killing him would have been easy. And the right thing is almost never the easy thing." She studied his face. Then she took his hand and leaned her head against his shoulder, and they stood at the edge of the forbidden forest and watched the morning mist burn away as the sun rose over the Scottish Highlands. "You kept your promise," she said. "Which one?" "All of them." She looked up at him. "Japan. You said you'd take me to Japan when this was over." Harry laughed. It was the purest sound he'd made in months, free of tension, free of fear, free of the crushing weight of destiny that had pressed down on him since the night his parents died. "Japan," he agreed. "I'll show you the training grounds. The mountains. The convenience stores that sell the most ridiculous snacks you've ever seen. And your teacher. He'll be there. He'll be insufferable. You'll love him." "Doubtful." "You will. Everyone does, eventually." They walked back toward the castle, hand in hand. Behind them, the forest was still and quiet. Above them, the morning sky was clear and bright and full of possibilities. The astronomy tower at dawn, 3 days later. The world had changed. The Daily Prophet was running editorials about reconciliation and reform. The ministry was restructuring under Bones's leadership, with Blackwell, no longer an Unspeakable, now the head of a newly created Department of Magical Cursed Energy Integration, advising on threats that the wizarding world was only beginning to understand. Snape had resigned from Hogwarts to pursue research at St. Mungo's, where his insights into dark magic healing, combined with his new understanding of cursed energy, were already transforming the field. The seal held. Harry could feel it from anywhere, a steady, living pulse of human connection, maintained not by magical architecture but by the collective choice of the people who lived above it. It would need monitoring, maintenance, renewal. It was not permanent. But it was resilient, and as long as there were people willing to connect, willing to love and fight and hope, it would hold. Harry stood on the tower and felt the world. His perception was fully restored, deeper and more precise than ever. He could feel the castle, every stone, every enchantment, every sleeping student and prowling cat. He could feel the grounds, the lake, the forest, the creatures that lived and breathed and existed in their own small dramas. He could feel the wider world, the pulse of London, the hum of magical communities across Britain, the distant, familiar signature of Gojo Satoru somewhere in Tokyo, radiating power and personality in equal measure. He could feel Daphne, climbing the stairs behind him. She arrived at the top of the tower and joined him at the parapet, and the morning light caught her face and turned her eyes to silver. "Dumbledore's offered you a teaching position," she said. "Defense against the dark arts. After you graduate." "I know. I'm thinking about it." "You should take it. This school needs someone who actually understands what's out there." "Maybe." He looked at her. "What about you?" "My father has offered me a position in the family's political operations. Liaison to the new ministry. Someone needs to make sure Bones doesn't repeat Fudge's mistakes, and I am, if I may say so, exceptionally good at making sure people don't repeat mistakes." "You are." "I know." She leaned against the parapet. "It would mean staying in London. You'd be here. It's not that far. Not for someone who can fold space." He grinned. "There's that." She turned to face him fully, and her expression was the one she saved for moments of absolute honesty, no mask, no analysis, no political calculation. Just Daphne. "I love you," she said. "I've been trying to find a more elegant way to say it, but every formulation I compose sounds either trite or clinical, and I've decided that directness is more appropriate to the sentiment." Harry laughed. "That was incredibly clinical. I'm aware. I'm working on it." He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. Slowly, thoroughly, with all the time in the world. Because they had time now. Not the borrowed, desperate time of a war, real time. Time to be young and in love and figuring things out. "I love you too," he said against her lips. "And I'll work on the folding space thing. Commute shouldn't be more than 30 seconds. She smiled. The real one. The devastating one. They stood together on the astronomy tower as dawn broke over the lake, painting the water gold and silver, filling the world with light. Harry felt the castle beneath his feet, the seal beneath that, the ancient entity dreaming in its renewed prison. He felt the connections that bound him to the people he loved, Daphne, Sirius, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Gojo, Dumbledore, Snape, and 100 others, each one a point of light in the starfield of his soul. He was not the boy who lived. That title belonged to a frightened child in a cupboard, defined by survival, shaped by others' expectations. He was not the untouchable. That title belonged to a boy learning the limits of a power that set him apart. He was Harry Potter. A boy who had learned that the deepest strength was not the ability to stand alone against the darkness, but the willingness to reach through the darkness and take someone's hand. The strongest. Not because nobody could match him. Because everyone who stood beside him became stronger too. He felt the morning on his face and the future stretching before him like a road without end, and he knew, with the clarity of enhanced perception and the certainty of a heart that had chosen to be open, that whatever came next, he would not face it alone. He never would again. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.